What's up, fools? Today is 4/4/2023. It is 5:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, we got an early stream today. Gonna hang out for a little bit. I don't know why I did this. I made a huge mistake, dude. Okay. I realized, for those who've been around a while, I realized like 6, 7 months ago that when I eat like a burger or something, I just feel super slow. I feel dumb afterwards. I eat like really greasy foods and then I just feel tired and just kind of out of it for the next couple hours. And yeah, I ate a big old burger with a lot of bacon, a lot of cheese, a lot. It was the greasiest thing in the world. It had like onion rings on top and everything. It was the bacon pub burger from Wendy's. Oh man, it was so good, but it was not worth it. I should not have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Anytime I'm supposed to have like a debate or a conversation with somebody, I do this, and then afterwards I'm like, crap, I shouldn't have done that. And so then I start chugging like energy drinks to wake myself back up, and then I'm like all jittery and like my brain is both working very slowly, but I'm also very jittery at the same time. It's like my brain is moving super fast and super slow at the same time. So we're gonna be in for a ride tonight, guys. we're gonna do it again. We're doing it again. It's okay. Talking to Destiny and Katee later. We have my debate with Katee. I already did one where we kind of talked about Jordan Peterson. Destiny debated her on Jordan Peterson. I disagreed with both of them. So I had her on. We talked about it. Decided that we needed to like pull up sources and really like gather everything before we had another conversation. So that's what we did. We got Destiny to moderate. And then I was supposed to talk to him tonight about the whole Max stuff. So we're going to move that to a different day probably, or we might just end up talking about it afterwards. We'll see how this goes or how long this goes. Um, but, uh, but yeah, right now I'm feeling a bit out of it. Potato Tom is not a nerd. I'm not a nerd. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I've never read a comic book. Never really watched like superhero stuff. Was never really into it. Didn't play like Legend of Zelda or, video games like that. I played like NBA 2K or Madden or, GTA, Call of Duty, Gears of War, those sorts of video games. So sorry. Sorry, guys. I did like I for those of you who were here a long time ago, again, for those of you who have been around a while, okay, we do have like my old background had all sorts of like posters and stuff in it that I was trying to relate to the common people. Okay, I was trying to fit in with the common folk. And so I had all sorts of stuff that was like like Batman and Joker and all sorts of different things in the background. Let's see. Let's find something from back in the DZ. Yeah, here's one. Okay. Like a therapist did. There you go. So yeah, I had all these posters back there. Some of them are sports posters. We got Ron Burgundy back there, but we also got like Joker versus Batwoman. We got the Assassin's Creed poster, Saw. I painted this Captain America thing. I got All Stars for a certain year. This is everybody's favorite Joker poster right here. I got that my sister gave me this thing. It says Tom's on it. There's a Red Dead Redemption poster back here from the first game. I painted this Iron Man poster. So yeah, had a bunch of stuff. I even had like an anime thing up there. Never watched anime before. Can I come on up and discuss Trump stuff today? Probably not today. Today is probably not a good day, but um, maybe tomorrow, like late tomorrow, probably be okay. What up, Hidetsugu? Is that how you say it? So yeah, so I'm just gonna chill, talk to you guys, talk to chat for a while. Because I guess I'm supposed to go talk to them in like, well, I guess that's like 2 hours. I thought it was an hour, but yeah, it's like 2 hours. So why don't we why don't we finish reviewing Katee's conversation with Destiny? Because that was the thing that we really wanted to get to. So I'll stay here and talk to you guys for a little bit. I'll talk to you losers for a while, and then get you your fix on your what is it called again? The one-way relationship. Um, what what do they call it again? Parasocial. Yes, give you guys your parasocial fix real quick. Well, I gotta exploit you guys for a little bit. Send me all your money, and I'll sit here and exploit the parasociality for a little bit, and then Destiny debate tactics. Yeah. Well, I don't have anything on that one. Greetings from the lake. Nice. Getting out, touching water. Let's go. Touching grass was an internet thing, right? It was. I'm not crazy, right? Like this was an internet thing at first, right? It just like COVID just blew it up, right? Everybody being stuck inside made it to where COVID just blew it up because now nobody was actually touching grass anymore. So, yeah, this is my tomfoolery shirt, but you can't really see it. This is all, I don't know why, but it's all dark. There you go. We've changed the colors since it was the Tomfoolery podcast. So I got to get some new shirts. Some of our top tier members still are owed shirts. So we're going to reorder some shirts as soon as I can actually get the money from YouTube. But we have resubmitted everything. We completely switched accounts. The problem that existed no longer exists. And so we're going through the verification process again. We're going through the I-9s and all of that again, the taxes and everything. We're doing it all over. We're gonna get the money soon. I lost the first like $600 or $700 that have come in since January. I lost all of that, but um, but it looks like they are starting it over, and then from here on out, we should get the money. I feel bad for Contrast, the editor here, um, because he's supposed to get a percentage of everything that the channel brings in, and it's not his fault that all of this got screwed up. So I feel super bad for him. No back pay? No. Everything that went to the one account is still on that account. So when we switched accounts to a different AdSense account, it didn't move the money over. We just lost that money. It's stupid. It's really frustrating. I spent days and days, like you guys probably saw me get on stream numerous times, just like, guys, I have been stressing about this for days now. This is so frustrating. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully we get it all verified this time. what's happening. The so I got monetized in January, and it kept saying that I couldn't get verified. And I didn't know why. I didn't know what the issue was. But as I would go through the verification, it would ask me to upload my business information. Like, what business information? I'm not a business. And it's like, oh, you need your business license, you need your business SSI or something like that, you need business tax information, you need all of this stuff. And I'm like, I don't have a business. I don't have this. I don't have a business to verify. Thank God. Tom saving the day so I don't have to listen to Ayla on Destiny. Yeah. I like Ayla. You don't like Ayla? What happened? I haven't listened to her since like the Britney stuff, so I haven't heard anything from her really, but dude, my head is like pounding now. This is gonna be a rough one, guys. This is gonna be a rough one. Oof. We're gonna get through it. It's okay. We're gonna get through it. It's gonna be all right. So yeah, so I wasn't a business account. So I had to just start a whole new AdSense account and then link that to my YouTube. But YouTube had already sent all of my money for those first 3 months to that first AdSense account. So it couldn't resend money to this new account. It's already on that other AdSense account. But there is no way to contact AdSense. I've tried for months. There is not a possible way. You can't do it. There is not a line to call. They don't call you. It is impossible to get in touch with AdSense. And they cannot get in touch with you. It just doesn't happen. So, just that money's lost. And it's like, yeah, like $600. So, yeah. It's frustrating. Very frustrating. Why not open a business account and update the thing? Because by the time I actually open a business account and pay like all of the fees and fines and all of that stuff, it's gonna be I'm gonna have like paid so much of the amount of money that I'm gonna get back from that that it's not really gonna be worth it. You just deleted the old AdSense? No, I didn't delete it. I just moved to a new one. I created a new AdSense account, and then you can link your YouTube to your AdSense account. So that's what I did. My man Tom got the meat sweats. I wouldn't even call it meat sweats because I don't feel like full or anything. I don't feel like I didn't eat too much. It's just a lot of grease and a lot of salt in that one little burger that I ate. So you guys haven't had the pretzel pub burger from Wendy's, it is worth trying. Just don't do it before you get on stream, okay? Don't do it before you get on stream. Let's see. Um yeah, Mary said that she wants to do a movie night tonight, so if there's a movie that anybody has in mind, join the Discord, put it into movie suggestions, and maybe we'll do a movie night tonight if there's something worth watching and we don't have a whole lot to cover after. So I'm talking to Destiny first. Or sorry, I'm talking to Destiny and Katee. Then rezzivaer, I think is how you say it. rezzivaer. I'm talking to him. What up, Speakeasy? How's it going, man? Um, I'm talking to him afterwards. So he had a big problem with my Mr. Girl interview. I feel like I've talked to like 3 people about it at this point. Everybody that I've talked to about it, they start off with an issue, and I feel like Speakeasy was one of those people where like if they were open-minded people, everybody that I've spoken to has been very open-minded and receptive, and once we talk about the interview, they're pretty quickly like, oh, okay, actually, that makes sense. Like, I think a lot of it is in this space, you have the expectation of everything being a debate and like needing to destroy somebody, needing to get them on some sort of hypocrisy or something like that. And I think that that was everybody's expectation of me, is like, oh, Tom's gonna do what he always does. He's gonna get him. He's gonna freaking destroy. And that's just not what I was looking to do. That's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to talk to him. I wanted to understand his stuff, and I felt like most people didn't understand his article, and so I wanted to ask the questions that most people didn't understand. A had to come pop in and say what's up, give you a view and a like. I'm driving home right now. Like the stream, people. True. Everybody hit a thumbs upsies. It's I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're getting a lot of new viewers, and it's awesome. I'm happy that a lot of new people are popping in. I appreciate that people are sticking around. We're averaging like 60 to 70 viewers every night. But damn, dude, the likes are not going up. The likes are not going up at all. It's still staying right where it was when we averaged like 30 viewers. It's still right there. It, like, you would think you double the amount of average viewers, you would double the amount of likes, at least double the amount of likes, but no, just still the same as it was before. Milk the drama. Yes. Tom Foolery show, you should ask Destiny about it. He tried to help Ayala with YouTube as a job red tape. If he blows you off, we can send it to you, Mr. Girls. Prove he simps for women orbiters. Clark W. gifting another membership. Let's go. Lou Ray got one.
Lou Ray became a member.
Nice. Lou Ray finally got one. I know Lou's been wanting one, so that's good. I know
Ryan
Lou definitely
Thomas became a member.
Ryan, I thought Ryan was already a member. That's surprising, but okay. All right. Sweet.
Ryan Thomas became a member.
Thank you, Clark. They always repeat it twice, so just ignore that. He didn't become a member twice. Oh, he said it because it's Fools 2. That's what it was. Okay. So yeah, that's these are tier 2 gifted subs. Nice, dude. Thank you, Clark. Clark's had some bad luck with gifting subs. Sometimes he'll gift like 10 of them and they just don't go anywhere. O7's in chat. Hey, just so you know, if you're a member, we have our own version of the 07, okay? We have our own version of the 07. You can just post Steven Crowder with his cup. It is the same. It is the same thing. You are saluting. Yes, there you go. Z King got it. So yeah, if you guys want to watch a movie tonight, we can do that later when everything's done with. But yeah, I'm gonna talk to rezzivaer. He wants to talk about the Mr. Girl interview, and so we'll go over that. And even in the comments, like everybody who's had an issue with the interview, I respond to all of them and ask them, like, what is the issue? What is it that you're upset about? What? Oh no.
Clark W super chatted $2. Where's my hammer and sickle emoji?
Oof. I don't. Oh man, that's a rough one. I would love to give you a hammer and sickle emoji. I would, but as much as I preach about the hammer and sickle emoji being analogous to the swastika, I don't know if that'll go over well when I put it as one of my emojis. I don't know if we can. I don't know if I can justify that one. Tom, that's so silly. It's not silly. You have agreed to this over and over. You and I have had this conversation so many times. You agree to the logic behind it being similar. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You 100% agreed when you were talking about your friend who wanted to get a hammer and sickle tattoo. We talked about this, and you did agree, but after you agree, you always forget moments later, and that's that. Um, so I have spoken a couple of times about a book that I read by Luann Brizendine or Brizendine. She wrote the book The Female Brain. Okay. I think she also wrote The Male Brain, but The Female Brain is particularly interesting. And I read this book and it actually is really good. I read it to really understand. It is gaslighting. It definitely is gaslighting. You are correct. But yeah, so I read this book and it's particularly interesting where you get into, I think, the second chapter where like it talks about the female brain growing over time into adulthood and like the processes that it goes through. But as somebody who studies gender, I really wanted to understand the biological differences that turn into gendered characteristics like femininity and masculinity. And so this book is very interesting. And I think I'm going to reach out to her to see if I can have her on and interview her. Um, I saw that she did a couple interviews recently on YouTube, and it's not with channels much bigger than mine. A lot of these channels are very similar to the size of mine. The only thing that I think might be a difference is the fact that my channel is very different from theirs. Theirs are very like professional looking, and they're podcasts and they don't have video and all that other crap. Mine does. Mine has all of this stuff. And so I'm going to reach out to her anyways, and I'm going to try to talk to her about having her on and talking to her about the female brain. But yeah, the part of her book was the second chapter, very interesting, where the female brain starts to get into puberty. And she starts to talk about the changes that go through the brain and the levels of estrogen changing in the brain and how this actually changes the structure of the brain. And one of the things that we talk about a lot, so like we'll say things like, oh, estrogen makes women more emotional. And then, of course, without fail, every time we'll have Sassafras freaking out in the chat going, yeah, well, testosterone makes men more emotional too. It's like, yes, well done. Okay. You are correct. But the difference is that when men go through puberty, their testosterone levels go up and then level off. And so initially when they're going through puberty, men do get more emotional and they have trouble equalizing because their brain has not adjusted to the testosterone levels going up. Their brain has not gotten used to it yet. And so, yeah, they get angry. They get, violent. They get very energetic and all sort, very horny. They'll get boners out of nowhere. And like all of a sudden you see their desk start to lift up. And it is an experience for young men. But for young women, their brains, Tom, can I come up, man? Omar, I literally just answered this the last time you asked. Did you not hear the last time? I can repeat it if you didn't hear it, but I don't know. I said not today, but we can try for tomorrow, late tomorrow if you want to. Just send me a DM and we can schedule for late tomorrow. So yeah, men's brains eventually adjust to the testosterone levels, but women's do not ever. Like their brains change due to estrogen levels going up, but their brains do not level off. They don't mediate afterwards. Why? Because the estrogen levels never level off. The estrogen levels never mediate. estrogen levels are going up and down all the time. As soon as they start to ovulate or PMS or, whatever, their estrogen levels shoot up, and now their brain is having those same difficulties because the estrogen levels are much higher now. And so whereas the male brain will adjust over time to higher testosterone levels and stop being as emotional or unleveled, women do not. They never get to that point, and especially when the estrogen levels shoot up, they're going to have a much harder time for those couple of weeks because their brain's not used to that. And it really makes you empathize with like what women are going through puberty. It sounds rough, like the way that she explains it and the way that it all sounds scientifically, like it really sounds like a rough thing to go through, where you have trouble kind of feeling yourself and understanding yourself and knowing yourself. It sounds rough. And so I would love to talk to her about that. I would love to understand a lot of that a lot more. But then she gets into how this is seen from the outside, and that from the outside, women start to care about their looks a lot more. They start to really worry about how other people see them a lot more. They start to worry, they'll change the way that they dress and like put on makeup and shave their legs and like all of the things that, separate women from men and how we present sexually or between the genders. These all happen with higher estrogen levels. And so, yeah, it all starts to really like make sense. And sorry, so this is what I'm talking about when I say that I eat too much grease. My brain is just moving in slow motion. My brain's moving a lot slower than my mouth is. So, no shade to women, but I feel bad for you guys. Existing is rough. Yeah. It's got to suck to be a woman. Yep. And it even talks about the fact that, like, yeah, they have trouble being as rational or as objective because of the same issues that, like, the estrogen levels going up and down is going to make things harder for them to, like, step outside of themselves. But that it doesn't, like, that is only like a chemical effect that comes there, or that their brain is reacting to. They can still have like a much better like objective look at the world and be able to look at things more objectively than most men. That's not gonna like really affect them, but it does make it to where it's harder for them to think logically or objectively. Is he trying to get canceled? Yeah, first time? Your first time watching the show? Okay, nice. Welcome to the show. I'm just telling you what the science says. But yes, I would like to have her on and kind of talk to her about this. It was a revolutionary book. It was really big at the time. I think it came out in 2014. There's been a lot of criticisms of it since, and so that's another thing that I would like to talk to her about is yeah, what are some things that she thinks are different now? What are some things that she's changed her mind on? What are some things that the science is updated on? The last time I talked about this, I was talking about the differences within the brain, and I forget her name, but DK's girlfriend, Boots, was in the chat and was like, no, you're wrong. That's old news. But then she sent me articles that literally agreed with everything that I was saying. And I was like, you realize, like, what you sent me is the same thing. She's like, well, the differences just aren't as big as you think they are. I was like, I don't know how you know how big the differences I think they are, or how big I think the differences are. I don't know where We don't know how you gauge that just from me saying that there's differences within the brain because of the brain size, brain construction, brain waves. Like there's differences, but then people always respond with, "Well, they're more alike than they are different." It's like, no, duh, we're the same freaking species. Name one species where the sexes are more different than they are the same. Name one. It's not a it's not a mind-blowing statement to be like, "Oh, well, two people who are the same species are more alike than they are different." It's like, thanks. So glad you said that. And that's actually something that Destiny said in my conversation with him, or the last time I talked to him, where we were talking about communication differences and the way that our brains are different. That's one of the things that he said is like, well, we're more alike than we are different. Like, that's a meaningless statement. Thank you. You said literally nothing just now, but thanks. Appreciate it. Like, I've never heard anybody say that men and women are more different than they are the same. I've never heard anybody say this. I don't know why people think that this is worth mentioning, that we're more alike than we, or sorry, yeah, we're more alike than we are different. Like, yeah, what? So what? Lanternfish? Really? The sexes are more different than they are the same? No, I mean that's a good answer if that's actually true. I've looked it up numerous times, and everything that I've seen is that every species is going to be more alike than they are different. Let's see. Okay. I don't see anything on this. So I typed in lanternfish sex are more different than the same, and I keep getting stuff about anglerfish, but not lanternfish. He's trolling me? I don't think he is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything. If you want to post something in Discord, I'd be happy to look at it, um but yeah, most of these differences have to do with like reproduction, attracting the opposite sex, stuff like that, where this is common in a bunch of other species as well, where one species is more concerned with how they look once they've gone through puberty. So you look at like different types of fish, or sorry, different types of birds. If you ever heard of like birds of paradise, where the males begin to like be prettier and they start to dance around and they do all sorts of like strutting and all sorts of crap like that, they all of a sudden become like more concerned with how they look and they present differently for the opposite sex to be able to get maybe wrong fish name, sorry. Oh, so it might actually be angler then. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this then. Wait, are these anglerfish? Are lanternfish anglerfish? Is that the same thing? People may have gotten their first glimpse of an anglerfish in 2003 animated movie Finding Nemo, where this fish's frightening mug, including a luminescent lure sprouting from the top of its head and gaping mouth full of large spiky teeth, looms menacingly over the tiny hero. But the mating behaviors of the deep sea dwelling anglerfish, as well as their odd penchant, is that what is it? Penchant for sexual parasitism may take. Well, so this is talking about parasites that exist on them. Because that's what all it seemed like all of the other ones were talking about parasites as well. Both males and females go through metamorphosis as they develop into adults. Females gain the large teeth and fleshy lure the fish are known for, while males often grow large, well-developed eyes and big nostrils. Males also lose their normal teeth and grow a set of pincer-like denticles, which are tooth-like projections that sit at the front of the tips of their jaws, and as it turns out, are absolutely necessary for mating. Males spend their lives looking for females, according to Peach. In some species, the male's highly tuned sense of smell helps them zero in on female pheromones. Okay. Oh, it was a bit of a troll. Okay. Alright. My bad for taking you seriously. Won't do that again. Will not make that mistake. How different are men and women's brains? The answer is hardly at all. Sex differences in the brain are tiny and inconsistent once individuals' head size is accounted for from the article. Yes, the size of the brain does not actually matter as much, because once you do like a brain size to body size ratio, it pretty much gets rid of all of the differences. But so there are specific spaces that are very different, that have a lot more to do with our personality and the way that we see these things on the outside. So as far as like basic instincts, being human, caring about certain types of things, that's going to be very similar pretty much across the board. The majority of things, as I said earlier, were obviously... You agree with the article Boots linked? Yes, I was literally like, her link quoted the same stuff that I was talking about, and I pulled it up on stream and showed everybody that it was saying the same stuff as me. It literally shows all of the differences within the brain, and those differences are going to be... I have a ton of notes on this somewhere, because I always have trouble remembering the scientific jargon. Let's see. Okay, so this is one thing that I've collected that talks about the differences. This is just like a couple of things. I have a number of things. But what does estrogen do to the female brain? Estrogen facilitates higher cognitive function by exerting effects on the brain regions such as prefrontal cortex and hippocampus. Estrogen includes spinogenesis and synaptogenesis. So spinogenesis and synaptogenesis are like where you start to where your brain starts to connect nerve endings and then branch off. So like where things will interconnect with one another is spinogenesis, and then where they branch off again is synaptogenesis, or synaptogenesis. And so this is saying that like the overlappings mean that they're starting to cover things. So where they talk about like smell helps you with memory, right? That would have a lot to do with spinogenesis and synaptogenesis. So the ways that you remember things, it has a lot to do with this. Male and females, their brains have different types of synaptogenesis, meaning that they remember things differently, which means that they're going to think about things differently, which means that they're processing information differently. And so when we talk about communication differences between males and females a lot, this is like evidence to that, as to how we end up with these differences. Why do we see these differences? Well, we can look at the biology, we can look at the brain and the way that it interacts, and we can see those differences. Now, we have very little information on brains. Like, we don't know a lot about them. But the little that we do know, this is where it leads us. Now, in 50, 100 years, it could turn out that these differences that we see are pretty pointless and that they don't actually mean anything at all, and that all of the differences that we see are just 100% socialized. It's possible that that's the case, but it's very unlikely because we have studies from children at such young ages to where they're already exhibiting the differences that we would expect to see. They're already exhibiting those differences within the first 6 months of their life. So, is it possible that we are just completely the same, that there are no differences, and that in reality, it's all socialized? Because when I say socialized, yes, our brains are different. These differences that we're pointing at here, those actually exist, but your brain changes based on how you're socialized. Like, you can actually see brains form and turn and, and change shape, and the waves, the brain waves and the interconnectivity all change based on socialization. This is all true. But where you're more likely to go is also based on your biology, right? So these are all true things, but your biology can lead you in a direction that you're more likely to go in. So do you think that outliers are just different because of socialization and not biology? It can be both. Well, there's outliers based on biology as well. Even when we're talking about similarities among brains, we're talking about similarities at like a 70% rate. So it's not, these aren't even like 90%, 95%. No, these are like 70% rates when we see the similarities. So the similarities are not insanely high, but we see patterns of similarities. So when we'll have like 5 different areas of the brain that we're measuring, looking for similarities in, okay? Even though it's only 70% here where the similarity exists, it's also 70% here, 70% here, 70% here, 70% there, like 5 different areas where those similarities are all existing across. Well, now we have a pattern of these similarities. And so now we know it's more likely for females to be like this, more likely for males to be like this. We can take somebody's brain and know whether they were male or female at an 80% rate. So it's not 100%. It's not always, but 80%. Like, we can know whether they were male or female after they died just based on the brain alone at an 80% rate. So it's not 100%. So it doesn't mean that if they don't fall in line with where they think they are or where we would think they are, that it's automatically socialization. It could be biology as well. Biology is not going to be 100% across the board. We're talking about what is more likely. Spinogenesis, the development of dendritic spines in neurons. So that's what I was talking about just a second ago. And then dendritic, which is having branched or formed, resembling a tree. Synaptogenesis, the point where information intersects between neurons to create brain networks. Female brains process information 5 times faster. So these are differences that we can see. And then everybody, I assume, was here for when I went over the differences between male and female brains when we talk about communication styles and processing information. So the way that we like last night, Sass was really upset about something and she was just going off about it. And I kept telling her, like, look, I've already answered all of your issues. I've already given you solutions for it. Like, we don't need to talk about this anymore. But then she'd start over at the beginning and go through it again. I'd be like, okay, all right, we've gone through this like 3 times, dude. I've already answered all your stuff. Like, just, it's over with. We're done. We got it. And then she'd start over at the beginning and go through it again. It is pretty obvious that males and females, we process information differently, to where she doesn't care so much about looking for the solution to the problem. She wants me to like understand what it is that she's saying. She wants the validation. She wants me to say, yes, like, you are correct. this is upsetting. This makes sense. I understand. That probably would have ended the conversation a lot quicker instead of me sitting there being like, I already gave you a solution. That's the end of it. We don't need to talk about this anymore. Like that we wouldn't have looped most likely if I could have just been like, yeah, I understand. You're right. That's odd. I know how you feel. Right? That is a massive difference between male and female brains. That could be socialization. It could be. I don't know how we would get that though. I don't know what socialization could lead to something like that. We look at groups of males and females. So a bunch of males go to a dinner. They all sit there and they start having a conversation. The conversation has a linear fashion where it's moving in one direction and there is a goal to the end of the conversation. They want to understand something. They want to have gathered more information. They want to have gathered the data, or they want to have a solution at the end. They want to have a conclusion. Men talk in a linear fashion where there should be a conclusion to the conversation, and it always heads in that direction. Whereas for females, it's more like they're creating something. They're creating this like pizza in the middle of the table where they're all just throwing different toppings onto it. They're just saying things to add to the conversation. Oh, my boyfriend did this one time. Oh, really? My boyfriend did this one time, and he did this too. Oh, wow. And they're all gathering information and feeling more connected to one another. Whereas men, as long as we're able to communicate and we're able to pass information back and forth, it's like data transference. We want to transfer the data, we want to collect information. Whereas they aren't just collecting information, they're collecting a connection with you. The intimate information is what connects them to you. So you meet a woman, the first thing you do is tell them your name. You are starting that connection, okay? Imagine like a little rope from your chest to their chest, and it's like the size of, what do you call it? Like floss, right? And now, is this basically the nature versus nurture argument? Kind of, yeah. We're saying that there are some things that are nature, some things that are nurture, and we're talking about the differences between the two and how we can see that it seems like most things are both. So, especially when we're talking about communication styles, they're not going to be just nature. They're not going to be just nurture. And I think anybody who says one or the other is really reducing the conversation down to a political statement normally. Whereas it's always going to be both. Almost always it's going to be both. But, so you got your floss, right? It's connecting both of your chests. And the more intimate information you share with the woman, the thicker that rope gets, the thicker the bond gets between the two of you. The closer she will feel to you, the more she feels like she knows you, she understands you. Telling her stories about your past, telling her about how you feel, telling her about how you think, telling her about your job, about your family. All of these things start to really strengthen that bond between the two of you. Whereas for men, just the time spent with one another is what creates that bond. We go play basketball together. We'll play fantasy football together. We'll play video games together. We can go and just sit quietly in a Discord while we play video games together. And you and I will start to call each other friends after a couple weeks. Whereas women, if they sit quietly in a Discord together, they will not call each other friends because they have not shared that intimate information. When men do things, they want to do a shared activity, like playing basketball or like playing cards or stuff like that. Women want to do something where they can talk to one another. If you and I go play basketball together, we can't share intimate information with one another. But if we go to dinner, we can share intimate information. If we go shopping, we can share intimate information. If we go walking, we can share intimate information. Women want to do activities where they can have conversations. They can talk to one another. They have to be able to share intimate information to create that bond. Men are more likely to get into physical fights with their friends. But after the physical fight, they both assume they're still friends most of the time. they will still both assume that they are still friends, and after the fight, they'll just spend some time apart and then eventually start talking again, and they won't even talk about the fight. They won't even mention it. Whereas women, they almost never have physical fights with one another, and if they have a very small verbal disagreement, they have to come back to one another afterwards and decide whether or not they still want to be friends. They don't just assume they're still friends. They don't just assume that they'll still get along. They have to come back and say, do we still want to be friends? Do we still want to talk to one another? That small verbal disagreement can be the end of their relationship. So these are very big differences that when I talked to Destiny, he seemed to argue that it's just all socialization. I don't think that's even possible, but maybe it's all socialization, but I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. I think it's always going to be a mixture of the two. It's always going to be somewhat biological, somewhat socialization. And even if things are biological, we can normally socialize people out of it. It's just the biological just tells us what direction you're more likely to go in. But we can socialize you out of going in that direction. LOL, Tom, because you didn't validate my feelings, I wrote you a DM about them. Suck it. I just meant... Okay. Yes, okay. Yes, you did. I'm not going to read it on stream. I'm not freaking Darius. Shut the hell up. I understand why you would not want me to read them on stream. Yeah, there we go. See, this is top tier manipulation right here, guys. Take notes. So yeah. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about differences within the brain. People hear this, and so, like I said, like Boots is like, oh, well, it's not as big as you think it is. You have no idea how big I think it is. You haven't, like, there's at no point that I start getting into details where you could understand how big the differences are in my head. But I think that pretty much any difference that exists you can normally be socialized out of. The reason that I started getting into this, though, is because it doesn't seem as though gender is one of those things. It doesn't seem as though gender is one of those things. It seems as though gender is something that we do for sexual reasons. It seems to have a connection to like sexual performativity. And these things are biologically within us. I think that on a spectrum, you can move from, like, if this is the spectrum, you can move from here to here or here to here. Like, there's a small window on that spectrum where you can be socialized within it. But I don't think that you can go from here to here. I don't think you can do that. And if you do, I think you're going to have gender dysphoria. It is not specific to somebody who is trans or whatever. I think that if you move too far on the spectrum, you will start to have gender dysphoria. I think that most people need to perform the way that they are biologically predisposed to be. Tom, can you read the quote from the article I posted and tell me if you agree the male brain and the female brain is false and harmless? Wait, what? Oh, okay. I see it. All right, let me pull this up. Okay, let me... Massive study reveals few differences between men's and women's brains. How different are men's and women's brains? The question has been explored for decades, but a new study coalesces this wide-ranging research into a single megasynthesis, and the answer is hardly at all. How different are men and women's brains? See, this is what I don't like. I don't like the language that they use where they say like hardly at all, more the same than different. Like it's meaningless language. Oh, all of this is true, but the areas like let's say the male and female brain are 97% the same. The 3% there, if this has to do with gender differences, this is going to be the area that we see those differences the most. So I don't care. Like, I don't care that it's 97% the same, doesn't mean anything to me. If it has to do with our personality, the way that we process information, and the way that we, in the way that we communicate, then that 3% is going to be what we all see with our eyes more than anything else. I'm glad that you said that. When people talk about biology and the difference between sexist behaviors, they seem to imply it's simple, direct transition when they really, you just adapt socially. Right. How different are men and women's brains? The question has been explored for decades, but a new study... Okay, we just read that. Men and women's brains do differ slightly, but the key finding is that these distinctions are due to brain size, not sex or gender. Dr. Elliott says, sex differences in the brain are tiny and inconsistent once individuals' head size is accounted for. It's not inconsistent in the areas that we're talking about, though. So before we go any further, let me just... Okay. Abstract sex differences in behavior show adaptive complementary. Males have better motor and spatial abilities, whereas females have superior memory and social cognition skills. Studies also show sex differences in human brains, but do not explain this complementarity. All right. Is this the same? No, this is different. Okay. So yeah, this is talking about the differences in how we process information, but I'm trying to get the exact... I'm trying to show you guys the exact spots on the brain that we can see are different. So I mean, I guess this is kind of... This isn't really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that... Oh, wait, I have all the links right here. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. So this shows the different different pathways for our brain to create connectivity structure in tissue. Then, damn it, dude. I'm trying to find the one that shows like the differences in the hippocampus, the differences in the frontal cortex, the... Yeah, I've looked this up a million times. I don't know why I must be wording it differently this time. Because normally it gives like very simple areas of the brain. But this is showing like shopping and different sections that are going to change based on socialization. Like this is one of the things that you read in the book about male and female brains is that males do think about sex a lot more and that their brains are like predisposed to think about sex like after we go through puberty. It's just sex, sex, sex. Tom, all I mean to say is that I don't think you agree with the thrust of the article. Um, okay, this isn't the article. This was the article. The unusually large study of studies dump the dysmorphism, comprehensive synthesis of human brain. So, yeah, when they talk about dimorphism, they're talking about like two different types of brains instead of like meaning like it's like a I don't think anybody so that, again, this is what I'm talking about when I have trouble with the way that they word these things. I don't think most people actually believe in a dimorphism. I don't think anybody actually thinks that there's like A and B, they're completely different. I think that they believe that they all exist on some type of spectrum, but we can see the differences are more likely with one than the other. Human brain studies reveals few male-female brain differences beyond size. Published neuroscience and biobehavior reviews find that size is the only clear-cut difference between male and female brains. Women's brains are about 11% smaller than men's in proportion to their body size. Smaller brains allow certain features such as slightly higher ratio of gray matter to white matter and a higher ratio of connections between versus within the cerebral hemispheres. This means that brain differences between large and small-headed men are as great as the brain differences between the average man and woman. And importantly, none of the size-related differences can account for familiar behavioral differences between men and women, such as empathy or spatial skills. Yeah, not the brain size, of course. Again, this is not, no, I don't think anybody says this stuff. I don't think anybody says the size difference is what makes uh, a huge difference in the way that we act, but I would say the brain construction, the brain waves, and the connectivity tissue, and what like where we oversect and where we create spinal tissue um, to set like for pathways to send information. Try adding the word diagram. Uh, yeah, I don't know why. Every single time I've looked this up, it's just popped right up with what I was looking for. Oh, here it is. That's cool. Yeah, I don't even think this is talking about between sexes, so all right. Where was I? Since the dawn of MRI studies finding statistically significant sex differences have received outside attention by scientists and the media, who pink brain, blue brain, how small differences grow into troublesome gaps. Yes, see? They even quote it right here. Small differences grow into big gaps. Like, everybody understands that the brains are overall similar, just that they are shown in a variety of ways. Researchers have been quietly accumulating massive amounts of data comparing male and female brains, but it's only differences that get hype, Dr. Elliott continued. Unlike other areas of health research, women have been equally included in brain imaging from the outset. Dr. Elliott and her collaborators, fourth-year Chicago Medical School students Adnan Ahmad, Habib Khan, and Julie Patel, conducted a metasynthesis of 3 decades of research, assimilating hundreds of the largest and most highly cited brain imaging studies, addressing 13 distinct measures of alleged sex differences. For nearly every measure, they found almost no differences that were widely reproduced across studies, even those involving thousands of participants. For example, the volume or thickness of specific regions of the cerebral cortex is often reported to differ between men and women. However, the metasynthesis shows that the regions identified differ enormously between studies. Male-female brain differences are also poorly replicated between diverse populations, such as Chinese versus American, meaning there is no universal marker that distinguishes men and women's brain across human species. The handful of features that do differ most reliably are quite small in magnitude, Dr. Elliott said. The volume of the amygdala, an olive-sized part of the temporal lobe that is important for social emotional behaviors, is a mere 1% larger in men across studies. The study also rebuts a long-standing view that men's brains are more lateralized, meaning each hemisphere acts independently, whereas women's 2 hemispheres are said to be better connected and to operate more in sync with each other. Such a difference could make males more vulnerable to disability following brain injuries such as stroke. Here again, the consensus of many studies shows that the difference is extremely small, accounting for even less than 1% of the range of left-right connectivity across the population. This finding does agree with large data sets that have found no gender difference, anaphasia, or loss of language following a stroke in the left hemisphere, contrary to long belief. See, again, I hate the way that they're wording this stuff. 1%. 1%. That doesn't tell us anything. The last focus of the new study is on functional MRI. This method allows neuroscientists to see areas that light up during particular mental tasks that has been widely used to look for male-female differences during language, spatial, and emotional tasks. Okay, if they say there's no difference here, I'm just going to have to not believe anything they say anymore. Across hundreds of studies, Dr. Elliott's team found extremely poor reliability in sex difference findings. Nearly all specific brain areas that differed in activity between men and women were not repeated across studies. Such poor reproducibility agrees with recent research out of Stanford University demonstrating false discovery or overpublication of false positive findings in scientific literature of functional MRI sex difference. Sex comparisons are super easy for researchers to conduct after an experiment is already done. If they find something, it gets in other publication. If not, it gets ignored. Publication bias is common in sex difference research, she added, because the topic garners high interest. Sex differences are sexy, but this is false impression that there is such a thing as a male brain and a female brain has a wide impact on how we treat boys and girls, men and women, Dr. Elliott said. The truth is that there is no universal species-wide brain features that differ between the sexes. Rather, the brain is like other organs such as heart and kidneys, which are similar enough to be transplanted between women and men quite successfully. Yeah, I would need to read the actual study. The wording of this isn't telling me anything. Is this the same thing, or is this something different? Using archaeological findings and survey data on contemporary gender attitudes, political scientists find individuals who live in areas that historically favored men over women display more pro-male bias today than those who live in a place where gender relations were more egalitarian centuries ago. Findings speak to the power of cultural transmission of gender norms. I One of the issues that I have with this is that there's this article is racist because it only consists of white people. That's not true. The art, like the research they were saying was inconsistent because it was from like one region of the world to another region of the world, and so it seems like fair enough. I don't think you seem to agree with the thrust of the article. I don't think I disagree with the thrust of the article. I don't agree nor disagree with it. I don't feel like I got enough information from it to have an opinion one way or the other. It the way that they word things is not it's not helpful. It's not it's not getting to the actual point of what people are talking about when they're talking about these differences. They're not just talking about like a percentage difference. They're talking about size difference with the what do you call it? The um, activity difference, with processing difference, with um, brainwave difference, with like all of these differences across, and just one to the other. I think that lots of people will take the same exact information. Two different groups can take the same exact information, but word it differently to where you you think you're getting completely different results, but you're not. They're just wording it differently. So when they talk about 1% difference, I don't care. What is that? That doesn't tell me anything. You're just telling me like one very small part of a multivariate study that should have an insanely wide array of results that you can mention in this, and you're not. You're just giving me like percentage points. Sex differences are sexy, but the false impression that there is such a thing as a male brain and a female brain has a wide impact on how we treated boys and girls, men and women. Right. But they didn't say there's not a female brain and there's not a male brain. They're just saying that studies saying that there are male brains and female brains affects how we treat people. The article literally says male brain and female brain is false and harmful. I didn't see that part. Maybe I accidentally skipped it. This isn't it. I gotta go back one more. Sex differences are sexy, but this false impression that there is such a thing as male brain and female brain has a wide impact. Yeah, it doesn't. publication of false positive, demonstrating false discovery. So that's not in this article. But this false impression that there is such a thing as male brain and female brain has a wide impact on how we treat boys and girls. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right, so what is this called? Do they have like a... Do they have a link to the study anywhere? Dump the dimorphism. This is this is exactly what Boots sent me. This is what we went over last time. All right. Let's find the conversation between Destiny and where did my water go? Did you ever look up Simon Baron Cohen's work on sex brain differences and the relation to autism? No. But like I said, I'm well aware that males are a lot more likely to become autistic. It's just we don't know how biological that actually is. Like we've talked about a bunch that men are poorly socialized these days and are more likely to get into things that give them trouble socializing later on in life. And so that could easily give them a misdiagnosis on the spectrum. His theory is that parental androgen levels predict autism. Yeah. Borat's cousin? Yeah, true. Okay, so this is the conversation. We already watched most of it between Katee and Destiny. We brought up I talked to her earlier. There's a possibility that I might bring this up while I'm on with Destiny, and then she asked if or we talked about me just moderating a conversation between the two of them to come to some sort of consensus and clear the air. So I need to make sure that I watch this before any of that happens.
Situation. Ban people who are saying that I was right and he was wrong. You and just fans.
You can come to a different conclusion, right? If we're talking about, for instance, let's take like seatbelt laws as an example, right? You can apply logic to those laws and the implications behind it and come to different conclusions about whether or not they're justified or not, right? So what actually ends up mattering is what you end up or what you actually value, right?
Yep.
So
No, wait. I need to stop you.
Can I finish the example real quick?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
For setting the expectations for how people deal with me. But I think that the overall tone of this has been pretty disrespectful, has been like hyper accusatory, and has been like relatively dehumanizing in the admission that nothing you say is ever going to change my mind. So your goal is to just argue with my orbiters. But I know that I've kind of like set the standard that it's okay to talk to me that way, and I'll just be chill with it. But I think that most people would interpret this as like I said before, if you had laid out those clear goals of like, I can't change your mind, but I can get your audience to get like resentful over things, which I guess we're disagreeing that you said that, but I think that most people say like, oh, okay, well, I'm never going to talk to you because you're not even interested in having a conversation with me. You're just trying to turn my audience against me. But
So, Why do you feel like I don't care about your feelings?
Because you are either incredibly autistic or
Listen to him less. You were being malevolent as well, right?
yeah, a bit. Yeah, our ideas are almost completely contrary to one another. Yeah, if you're listening to me and you're hearing things that are like, damn, this is actually I kind of vibe with this, then you're probably thinking for Nick like, oof, I don't actually vibe with Nick on this. This is kind of fucked up. Yeah, of course. And he's trying to do the same to my audience, right?
If you're being malevolent when you're speaking to other people you disagree with, then yeah, I guess I'm malevolent too. I just think that since, again, you are a smart man and the people that I talk to keep telling me how you have the best social skills ever, I think you understand that I don't even know how many people are watching right now because I'm not reading chat. But let's say there are
I don't know either, don't worry.
Yeah, let's say there are 2,000 people watching right now, and you tell me that I'm behaving in a way that is trying to turn your audience against you, and that I'm being malevolent. I don't think that you don't understand that paints me in a very specific way towards your audience. You might not care that it does.
I mean, it's gonna paint you as somebody that's like coming against me, but you're doing that all on your own. Like that's.
Yeah, but you're acting like people aren't allowed to come against okay.
Damn, I can't believe these Mr. Girl narratives are actually fucking penetrating your fucking retarded skulls. This actually blows my fucking mind. If you're saying, wait, hold on, no, hold on, wait.
Don't do this, you people. Crap.
I am going to, because I think that these things are more effective than I initially thought, okay? When you say I'm not willing to hear criticism, bro, I've had you on here for like an hour to essentially like anti-fan my fan base. I think I'm being like more, and I'm trying to answer your questions as honestly as possible. I'm giving you a lot of room to talk. I've let you cut me off and finish, and I cut you off sometimes. Like, I feel like I'm being pretty, I'm trying to answer questions honestly as possible. I don't know how somebody could come away from this conversation, and you're like a very small creator. I'm not shitting on you, but it's not like you're like a person who's like, oh, I need to get on their good side. I have nothing to gain right now, okay, from having this conversation with you. Right? It's not like I'm like, yeah. So I like the idea that like, oh, it seems like you're not open to criticism. That's a narrative that Mr. Girl Paris is just. That's.
Do you realize I've never said that?
What did you just say? I'm sorry. What did you say? Could you re-say it? Because that's what I heard.
I get that your parents.
No. Wait. Don't make a joke. No. Don't make a joke. Tell me what you just said. What did you just say? It sounded like you said it sounds like I'm not open to criticism. Did I mishear that? Did I totally strawman that or?
I don't remember saying something like that.
Okay.
If you don't remember, how do you know you didn't say it?
Well, if she doesn't remember saying it,
I'm not gonna lie.
Sure, but wait. If we rewind the tape, it sounded like that was almost exactly what you said. That it sounds like I'm not willing to allow people to bring criticism to me. I think that's what you were on the verge of saying.
No, I stopped myself in the middle because that was not what I was trying to say, anyways.
Oh, it sounded like you stopped yourself because I stopped you. But go ahead.
Well, yeah. Okay. What I'm saying is that it sounds like the way that you're painting it is that people are coming after you, not because there are legitimate concerns, but they have illegitimate concerns, and then they try to turn your fan base against you if they can't convince you of the illegitimate concern.
I mean, I think the concerns, I think the concerns are illegitimate, obviously. If it was a legitimate concern, I'd probably listen to it. So yeah, of course, we have substantial or substantive disagreements. We're actually disagreeing on whether the behavior I'm engaging in is bad or irresponsible, whatever. Yeah. So of course I'm going to fight back on the characterizations that you were making of me. I think that anybody would do that, of course. Like when I say something and you disagree with how I'm characterizing you, you're fighting back against that characterization. I don't think you're doing that because you're closed to criticism. I think it's because you disagree with the way that I'm characterizing your arguments, which is fine. But I think you were about to say that I'm making it like people can't go against me. Like I'm fine with that, but I mean, I'm allowed to disagree with you. Okay. Don't do the 1 HP voice. Fuck you.
You're allowed to disagree with me. Obviously, this is your platform, and even if it wasn't your platform, you were allowed to disagree with me. But this specific like scuffle came from me saying, hey, look, if I can't change your mind, and we agree that we're all malevolent in the way that we're trying to influence each other's audiences, why are you making it sound like there's something bad about me?
Sure, let me explain. And I understand that I've maybe poisoned this community because I've been the most fucking gracious person when it comes to being a large figure, okay? For most content creators, I'm not exaggerating with what I just said, okay? So I'm
sure you're not.
I know, this is the year of boundaries, so I'm trying to reset some of these things, okay? The idea that a person could come into a community, just to learn how to air grievances more effectively against them, to get their fans to be unhappy with their behavior, is something that 99% of content creators would outright insta-ban. Most people would never entertain that conversation. Do you acknowledge that, or do you think I'm being hyperbolic there?
I think that's fair.
Okay, so I think it's okay for me to make you, or at least my audience, aware of that's kind of what's happening. I don't think that's unfair of me. I don't think it makes me closed-minded. That's just a reality of the situation, that if you're going to come here, and do that, then of course I'm going to mention it. You're just trying to turn my head, basically.
Let me ask you something.
Okay.
It's the year of is it the year of vulnerability too, or just boundaries?
What, I can be as vulnerable as you want me to be. What's up?
Okay. Does that hurt your feelings?
Does it hurt my feelings? Okay, define hurt my feelings, I guess.
Okay. Does it make you feel resentful or upset or underappreciated or hurt in some way?
Some of those words, yeah. It's mainly annoying that that somebody would think that their goal needs to be to turn my fan base against me because we can't disagree over like how we feel about a particular action I have, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I say what it feels like as a dick sucker?
Okay.
This,
Oh my god.
it just, Katee, it just kind of seems like really dehumanizing what you're doing, which is like coming on here, you're complimenting him, stroking his ego, telling him he's so smart, but then also telling him, I know I can't convince you, so I'm just like talking to your audience. Whereas
Okay.
I think we understand that he likes these conversations, or probably likes these debates, because people are actually engaging with him. So to have it and to realize like after this long,
This is a base take from Cherry here. This is I completely agree with her. Tom, did you watch her post stream interview with rezzivaer about her discussion with Destiny? No, I haven't. I gotta grab my glasses. I'm getting a headache. I'll be right back. Okay.
an hour in, that you actually don't think that you're going to change his mind, you're just talking to the audience. It's like he's not even there.
Okay.
I think
Is
that's
that
a
how
fair
you
summary.
feel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you essentially saying, you're like writing me off. You're like, okay, well, Destiny's beyond reach. So I'm just going to try to convince his audience that he's like a bad person for these things.
Okay. So
And
you
I think
felt
and just to be clear, I think it's really hard.
Like, why? If somebody said that to me, I'd be like, I don't know why I'm engaging with you anymore then. I don't know why I'm willing to continue talking to you then. Like, why would I? Especially if I'm Destiny and I have a much bigger audience. Like, there's already no benefit to him. Like he just said, there's no benefit to him to have these conversations. There's only the possibility of downside. So why would you have the conversation in the first place? Like, if really the only reason that you want to have the conversation is just because you're interested in the conversation, and you're willing to challenge yourself and you're willing to challenge your ideas, and then the person's like, oh, I'm not even willing to challenge you. I'm just here to challenge your audience instead. So, then they're like, the only reason for me to have this conversation all just went out the window. I don't feel sorry for Destiny. It's that he's obviously smart enough to know he's letting these crazy people weave their web around him, then implode when he starts jumping on it like a trampoline. Wait, what? He's smart enough to know he's letting these crazy people weave their web. Yeah, but that doesn't... I don't, like... This is kind of frustrating. So this is like when we talk about Rape Alley, okay? There's an alley, it's got a sign above it, and it says Rape Alley. And you walk down the alleyway, okay? Do you have some responsibility for walking down that alleyway when you get raped? Yes, you do. But that doesn't mean that you can't be mad that somebody raped you. Like, you can still be upset that somebody else committed an immoral action against you. Somebody else did something wrong to you, right? If I talk about COVID-19 on my stream and then the stream gets taken down, did I know that that was a likely possibility if that happens? Yes. But if I didn't actually do anything wrong, if I didn't actually spread any misinformation, that I have the right to be mad. I have the right to be upset about this. And like, these are two very different things to say. You knew that this was a possibility when you did it versus, you know, I'm not going to feel bad for you, or you don't have the right to be upset, or nobody should care when it happens. Like, these are all very different things. If you go to a party and get super drunk around a bunch of guys you don't know, is that a smart thing to do? No, it's not a smart thing to do. Does that mean that we shouldn't feel bad for you when you get raped? No, of course not. We would still feel bad. That's not a great thing. That's why I don't feel sorry for him. He's addicted to going down that alleyway. Right, but yes, he enjoys going down the alleyway. But again, that it's a very, like, I enjoy going down the alleyway as well. I enjoy talking to people who are interesting. And most of the time, the people who are interesting are going to be people who are very different from me. And, like, it's not interesting to talk to a bunch of people who think like me and talk like me and, you know, act like me. That's not interesting at all. That is boring as hell, dude. That is the most boring bullcrap of all time. And I don't enjoy it. It's like, it doesn't mean I never do it. It's fun sometimes. It's fun to do once in a while, but it becomes, you know, just a never-ending circle jerk that, I don't like doing that crap. I like listening to people who are different from me. I like talking to people who are different from me. I like having disagreements with people. And I talked about this the other day. It's much easier to understand people who are good people, or who you would call a good person, because we all consider ourselves good people. So it's very easy for us to understand people who are good people. That's not impressive. You haven't done anything special by understanding other good people. But if you're capable of understanding bad people, if you're able to empathize with bad people, if you're able to understand people who are different from you, that's actually a feat. That's actually something that takes work. That's actually a skill. That's actually something that you have to work hard to do. That is interesting. That is something that I'm interested in. But I like to sit around and talk about how good somebody else is, or how they consistently do the good thing. Like, that's not interesting. We all like drama for a reason. We all watch drama for a reason. It's because we like watching people screw up. We like watching people do bad stuff. Destiny's not screwing up. Other people are screwing up, and then he's getting upset about it. As soon as I heard Max talk, I got the instant feeling that it was just another person who's in a small community without a police force. You'd need to take them behind a barn at some point. Yeah, sure. I agree, but there's a difference between talking to people with different views and talking to people with obvious mental health issues and pathologies. Sure, there's a difference, but I don't think there's a difference in how we would look at it. How we would look at Destiny. I don't think that we would look at him differently for talking to either one of those people. I think that we would analyze those scenarios the same. I think, like, I think it's good that somebody is talking to those people. I would talk to those people if I had that ability. I would talk to these people. All of the same people that Destiny finds interesting, that Destiny talks to, like, each time he talks to them, the very first conversation he has with them, every time, I end up reviewing it. Every freaking time. The first time he talked to Max, I reviewed it. The first time he talked to Ayala, I reviewed it. The first time he talked to Brittany Simon, I reviewed it. Like, the first time he talks to a lot of these people, I immediately review it, because I'm thinking the same thing as him. I'm thinking, these are actually interesting people. I actually like these people. This is dope. And then they come on over and over and over and over again, because he's thinking the same thing as me. Like, yeah, these are interesting people. These are people who are actually fun to engage with. I like people who have bad opinions and are good at justifying them. They're good at arguing them. Those are the best freaking people. Those are the best people to talk to. Talking to somebody like Mio, talking to somebody like Nick Fuentes, talking to somebody like Big Papa Fascist, talking to people who have bad positions but are good at arguing them, good at justifying them, those are my favorite people to talk to. And so those are the people that I talk to the most. And I think Destiny thinks the same way as I do. He likes to talk to interesting people and he likes to engage with them. People like you, I only have good opinions and good justifications for them. Lav is not good at making a point, neither is Brittany. They are. I would say Brittany's not. I would agree Brittany's not. She's not good at it. But Lav is. Lav definitely is. Lav will talk most people in circles. Lav will talk most people in circles. Easy. She can manipulate people all over the place outside of the internet, where we don't have a bunch of evidence to see her manipulation and her patterns over and over. If she just walks up to you in the streets and starts talking to you these ways, it's going to be hard for most people to break down. Brittany does her own thing. She doesn't debate. She does debate. She's debated a million times. They are just good at justifying their own neuroticism. I mean, that's still the same thing. I think there's much of a difference there. Lav just disagrees with her point damn near every day. Lav is skilled at spewing BS. Humans gonna human in their bubbles. True. Who? Well, Destiny, Abba, Mr. Girl, Lav, Cherry. Like, she's debated Destiny probably like 20 times. I don't know why. I don't know what you're talking about.
To put an emotion on what it feels like to like be dehumanized. So you're asking things like, does it hurt your feelings? Are you sad? Do you feel this? Like, just overall, just the feeling of like not being a person to another individual, very hard to articulate.
Individual.
That's great. Thank you. So
The way that she said that just now is just, it really is. Like, it's very condescending. As the person comes in, it is like, hey, listen, your problem is that you're being super condescending and that you're acting like, you know, the other people don't count. She's like, oh, that's great. Thank you. Moving on. I gotta get more glasses cleaners. The two did not do the job. Ah, crap. I don't know why I stood up with my headphones still on my ears. Alex Jones is someone who's fun but also crazy. Your reaction is gold, Tom. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it.
okay. So you feel that in this conversation, Steven, that I was not talking to you at all.
Steven, not talking to Cherry, you freaking idiot. Talking to Steven.
I was talking to your audience.
Yes.
Okay.
Or in terms of not talking to, you're not trying to persuade me. Because that's why I asked, like, what was the point of this conversation? To try to, like, yeah. And then I said, like, well, usually you're trying to persuade somebody something that you're like, no, you're already a lost cause. I'm just trying to, like, stir up your fan base to get pissed at you instead. That's what it
Let me
like.
ask you a question.
Go for it.
Do you think I could convince you that having sex with your orbiters is wrong and irresponsible?
It's possible if you made the right argument. But I mean, I don't
I'm just trolling you, Katie. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around.
think you can know, because it's a conversation I've had a lot before, and I would be surprised if you could bring up some novel thing relating to that conversation. But I mean, it's possible. You changed my mind on the Jordan Peterson stuff, and I was super against you initially on that. I mean, it's possible if you make the right argument, sure.
Okay. So since that's what you're saying, you think it would be unfair of me to think I don't have a novel argument, so therefore I should just not talk to him about it.
I mean, you can try if you want. I don't know how to make you understand how weird it feels when you say, like, I can't convince you, I'm just going to turn your fan base against you. That's essentially...
Yeah, but the thing is, I didn't say that.
Oh,
Okay.
you also said other things like, well, I don't have proof right now. Even
Shut up,
though
Cherry.
When did I say that?
you
About
have
what?
the belief. The reason why you went into the topic of Fuentes.
When did I say
Like
I
you were
don't have
trying to
proof?
Listen, I'm not gonna deal with your fucking memory loss. Whatever. You guys go on.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I think it was when I was asking for examples of things.
Yeah, I think I supplied examples. But
Well,
okay.
I think
No,
we
you
have,
specifically said you don't have any right now.
Didn't you say you were gonna let us talk?
Ooh.
Yeah, I lied.
Cherry.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Cherry.
So,
That's what I thought.
Steven?
Yep.
I am totally
Steven,
open
not
to
talking to
have
Cherry.
this conversation.
I'll be right back.
I think you misunderstood some of the things I'm saying. That's completely fine. I don't feel comfortable around Cherry, so I'm gonna leave.
okay, wait, hold on. Cherry will step out and we can finish the conversation, okay?
Okay. See ya.
Be careful, bud. Okay.
Okay. Cool. So, you said that when you talk to Fuentes and you're trying, and you want people to listen to him less, that's malevolent.
In a way, yeah,
okay.
from his perspective, yes.
Okay. When you talk to Fuentes, do you feel like you can change his mind?
Given enough time, maybe? But at the very least, I
Okay.
think for his audience, I think I can, yeah. I hope so.
Okay. So you would be fine with Fuentes saying, it's really dehumanizing to me when you're talking to me right now, but you're actually talking to my audience and not me?
No, I'm okay with him thinking that, because we're like political enemies. That's fine. I'm not his friend. If he was like, listen, Destiny, I feel like when we're having conversations, you're trying to like fucking turn my audience to like completely like not like me. I'd be like, yeah, of course. We are ideologically like opposite from each other. But like
Okay.
we're not friends or anything. Yeah, of course I would expect him. But I'm sure he knows that, right? He's trying to do the same to me. Like,
Okay. Am I your friend?
we're like friendly.
Okay. So is what you just said about Fuentes not applicable to us?
Not really, because I view our political like our political goals or whatever, I think are hopefully more closely aligned than me and Fuentes.
I think that's fair. I would hope that our political goals are, well, it would be very hard to assume that our political goals don't align more than me and a neo-Nazi. So I guess that's completely fair.
Wow. Really biting the bullet there. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop memeing.
Yes.
Okay.
So you feel dehumanized?
Yeah, I guess a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So do you feel like the words that I used to describe your feelings were insufficient?
No, I just don't think you care about them very much.
Why do you feel like I don't care about your feelings?
Because you are either incredibly autistic or you're just incredibly inconsiderate in saying things like, oh yeah, like I can't change your mind, but I'm going to make your audience really not like you for the behavior that you engage in.
Okay. So I'm going to explain to you about myself. And you can call me a liar or dishonest or whatever you want, but I'm just going to be very clear.
Okay.
Okay? I don't like lying.
Okay.
And I believe in honesty.
Okay.
And I communicate very directly and as honestly as I can because I want to treat people who are in front of me like equal adults to me.
Okay.
So it would be very dumb and deceitful of me to try to weasel and lie about
Okay.
what I feel and what I want.
Yeah, I already disagree with part of what you said, right?
Okay.
When you say
Do
treat
you want
people,
to tell me that?
that's what I was just doing. Yeah. So when you say like treat people in front of me like adults or whatever, I can't imagine you having a conversation with like a teacher in front of the class or something, and you say something like, the teacher's like, well, why wouldn't you ask me to change the way that I teach or something? And you say something like, well, I'm not here to convince you to change your teaching methods. I don't think you'll listen to anything I say, but I bet I can get your students so upset that they try to get you to change your teaching methods. Like that's like a pretty like dehumanizing thing to say, because you're not even talking then to the professor. You're just like, you're talking at the professor, hoping the students like stir up resentment against the professor.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we can address that thing now, even though I wasn't finished, but it's whatever. In this specific conversation, I'm not talking to your audience. If I was, I would be looking at chat or whatever. Well, that's not true. I wouldn't look at chat either way. Your chat doesn't like me. But I came to talk to you because I need to know what you think.
Yeah, but
all
you're
of
not
my
talking to me for the purposes of having a back and forth conversation about my behavior. You're talking to me in order to become more rhetorically effective at my audience.
which is what your audience asks me to do when I critique you.
Yeah, but I would hope that if there is an issue or something related to me, you could just talk to me about it. And
Yeah, like it makes sense that you would do this. But I think saying it out loud is actually like it's going to be pretty dehumanizing, right? Like I think there are hot babes who assume guys jack off to them. But if I just walk up to a hot babe and I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to masturbate to you tonight. See you later. See you in my dreams." Like all of a sudden it feels like dehumanizing, right? It feels like that actual interpersonal, like you having to actually face that thing in front of you is going to feel a lot different than just knowing that it probably happens, right? It's the same with Destiny, where like he knows people come on and want to convince his audience of something. He knows that they want to pull people from his audience. They want to win them over. They want to be rhetorically effective, but to actually say in the moment, this conversation that we're having, I'm talking past you. I'm not interested in what you have to say or what you think. I'm really just talking to the people behind you and talking over your shoulder. Tom, that's not what dehumanizing means. I understand that's not what dehumanizing means. This is what he means when he says it's dehumanizing. You understand, right? Like, it's, I would say, like, taking away his personhood. Are you aware that Destiny is going to come in and try to convince your audience of something? Yes. I would imagine when I talk to him, he's trying to convince my audience of something. Because she stated quibbles, Destiny being hurt by me saying out loud something we both know is not taking someone's humanity. Like I said, that's what he means when he says it. You're taking away his personhood. You're taking away his yes, you're taking away his ability to interact within the conversation.
instead of saying like, I'm not going to change your mind, I'm just going to get your audience like to hate you.
Okay, so now I'm gonna make my second.
Yeah, he's using a word wrong because it's loaded. It's bullshit. Maybe, but I think it's obvious to everybody that that's what he means. It's not that he thinks you're like, treating him like the Nazis treated Jews or something like that. You're treating him like his personhood doesn't count. Like his autonomy does not matter in this conversation. Just straight up rude AF. Learn some damn manners and people might take you more seriously. It's not taking away someone's personhood to deal with them contextually. This isn't a private conversation they are having. I didn't say that it is. I said to say it out loud is the difference. For me, again, women dress very sexy. They want to look hot. They want guys to want to jack off to them. They want guys to want to lust after them. They like this. This is good for them. They enjoy it. They enjoy knowing that this is a possibility and that this is likely going to happen. But going up to them and saying, I'm going to do this, is very different. It changes it dramatically.
Point.
Okay.
Oh, yes, saying realities out loud is wrong. Literally, Tom, you disagree with this. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say saying realities out loud is wrong. That's not what I said. I didn't say that you did anything wrong. I'm saying that it makes sense that he would be upset about it. Not that it's wrong. That is very different.
I have talked to you
Okay.
several times about issues that I have had with you.
Okay.
I have seen that I have asked you questions in those instances about what you think and what you want to do. It has become clear to me that my criticisms are that I don't have a way to make the novel critiques that you need to be made, or that I have the rhetorical tools to convince you of that. Therefore, I see you as an adult.
No quibbles, but I don't think that's the same. I don't think that's the same thing at all.
Who has agency and ability to make their own decisions. So, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life treating you like a baby, trying to convince you of things that you have clearly stated you are either disinterested in or am not going to change your mind about unless I have a certain argument that I can't make.
Okay.
So,
what do you think my action is from there? If that's what you truly believe, what do you think I should do from that point?
from where?
From what you just said, what should I do if what you just told me is your genuine feelings?
I don't understand.
Like, how should I treat you? How should I engage with you?
You can engage with me how
I know I can, but I'm asking, what do you think is the most reasonable action for me to take? Course of action.
If you don't agree with my critiques.
Yeah.
Most reasonable. Most reasonable would depend on who you are as a person, and I don't know who you are as a person.
Okay. For 99% of people, the most reasonable thing would be to just permaban you from my server and never talk to you again, right? Because you're saying that, like,
okay.
I'm beyond reach to you. You've made good arguments. Apparently, there's no way you can be wrong. I must be incorrect. So now your next phase is to create anti-fans. You're trying to learn my arguments as good as possible to get my fans to be upset with the things that I'm saying so that you can slowly get them to be convinced that my positions are incorrect. So, like, why would I ever engage with you at that point? That's like what 99% of people feel like. Why would I ever have an engagement with a person who's only
So dramatic. He's such a baby. You guys realize he is correct when he says this is what most content creators would do. You realize that, right? Like, if I got a cupcake YouTube channel, you know, I'm making cupcakes, and then people come into my comments and they're just talking about how horrible my cupcakes are and I suck and I'm, you know, I don't know anything about baking and nobody should ever watch my channel. Nobody should watch this stuff because it's horrible. You know, this is most people would just be like, okay, I'm just going to ban you. I'm just going to get rid of you. And that's what I think most everybody understood when he did this with Mr. Girl, where Mr. Girl is like trying to create an anti-fan base against him. Most everybody understood, like, yeah, that doesn't make sense to foster a hateful community of your own. Like, it doesn't make sense for you to turn your own audience against yourself. It doesn't make sense for you to be like, yes, I'm going to help create a bunch of people who don't like me so that I can do worse in my job.
goal is to learn my arguments better, to turn my audience against me.
Okay. Do you think I can never be wrong?
Yeah, he will send his audience to harass another person for the things he's complaining about. Sure, and do you think that other person is going to ban those people? Again, I don't feel like you guys are actually engaging with what he's saying. He's not saying people can't criticize him. He's saying he is open-minded enough to where the people who want to tear him down, he gives them a platform to do it. That is what he's saying. You guys have to engage with what he's actually saying here.
It's kind of the way that you're speaking is, yeah.
Okay, so when you and I have had back and forth, like today's back and forth about like the orbiter thing, or like the retaliation thing, you don't think you could have convinced me otherwise?
It doesn't sound like it. No, it doesn't sound like you're open to being convinced on.
We don't have to think it's a godsend, though, Tom. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm saying the people in chat who are what you just did right there, this is what I'm arguing against. That you guys have to actually engage with what's actually being said, not this straw man version of it.
On any of this stuff. I don't even think we've had like a formal debate on like orbiter sex, but it seems like you already think that I'm like completely wrong about that and can never be persuaded away. So
I think in order for us to have the space the way it is, he has to engage the way that he is. I think he has to be open to criticisms. He has to be able to talk to people who disagree with him. He has to be able to talk to people who want to win his audience over. I think all of us have to be able to do this. So I'm not arguing that he should not engage with these people. That is not my argument right now. My argument is that what he's saying is not what people in the chat are arguing against right now.
And then the way that you speak about like, oh, well, I can't reach you, so I'm going to talk about, yeah, the way that you speak, it makes it sound like, yeah, you can't have a conversation with me, like it's over.
Okay. So maybe I am not making myself clear.
Okay, I think you were pretty clear, but...
No, because like you keep saying that I'm trying to turn your fans against you, and you're saying it as if it's like a bad thing, even though you said it's fine if you disagree with someone.
I'm not
So
saying it like it's a bad thing. Don't normatively load
you
my words.
are.
I'm just saying that's what it is. It's a bad thing from my perspective.
Yeah, I was about to say, for him, it's obviously a bad thing. Like, anybody who disagrees with that, anybody who thinks it's a net positive or neutral for him to lose audience members is living in another world, okay? It's obvious. It's obvious that it's going to be a bad thing. It's going to be a net negative for him to lose audience members because people are critiquing him. That would be a net negative for him and his career, obviously. It's not a bad thing. It's literally his job. It's his job to lose audience members, Quibbles? Is that really what you are stating right now? It is his job to lose audience members. That's what you're saying. Really? That is what you think. You think it's his job to lose audience members. I think you have a very bad understanding of what being a content creator is. To argue with people who disagree with him. I understand. I've already addressed that. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are having trouble addressing what is actually being said. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're having trouble addressing what is actually being said. I have already addressed the fact that obviously it's necessary for him to engage with people who he disagrees with or who disagrees with him in order for him to engage in this space or this space to exist the way it is. I've already said this, okay? Now, when he says it's obviously a net negative for me, and you say, well, it's his job, that it is not his job to foster net negatives, right? It only makes sense for him to engage with these people if he thinks he's capable of winning in those debates, right?
Of course. But it's not like necessarily wrong. Like I said, I do it to other people that I would disagree with, right?
No, but if you then say it's dehumanizing to you, then
It's okay
you're
to be a little
clearly making it
dehumanizing.
worse.
Aren't we supposed to start? Oh, yeah. My bad.
I'm a little bit dehumanizing towards Nick. I don't treat him like, yeah, fuck.
I don't have like terms or anything, so I don't know where he wants us to go. I don't know if he wants to do like a separate call or if he wants us to join the VC or what. Okay, yeah. He just said jump into a room.
I don't doubt that the U.S. can get this done in probably less than 5 years, even less than that, probably less than 2. We're not talking about impossible things here.
Okay, so you have to also, so if the U.S. has that much more resources, yes, but I mean you have to also remember that these guys are also researching, right? Like, they are also going forward. So I believe, yes, I mean I have faith that if the U.S. decided to, we want to catch up, we'll probably do it, but it's not something that's gonna just happen. And it's not gonna be easy for sure, right? So Okay, so who was it that was talking?
Take a huge amount of time to just set up a supply chain. That's like, it's not that easy.
Yo, yo.
Hello?
Hey, I'm waiting on Katee right now.
Gotcha.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you going?
I'm going well.
Cool. Did Katee join?
I just joined.
Oh, well, how's it going?
It's going well. I just had a fight with Tom, so this will be fantastic.
All right, hold on. For August, I'm gonna need some cameras.
Oh, am I allowed to say something to August?
Go for it. We're on Rumble, so you can say whatever you.
Okay, August, you dickhead. I said nothing about abuse. Stop making shitty thumbnails about me. Destiny's audience already doesn't like me. You don't need to prime them with thumbnails that have nothing to do with what I'm saying. Fuck you.
Damn.
Okay.
Hey, she's mad at my editor too, so.
Damn.
Dude, it's like, dude, I get that this space is like about clickbait and shit. I understand that. It's just like, pretty. Let my shitty opinions speak for themselves instead of priming your audience with straw man arguments I didn't make, okay? That's all I'm saying. If you think my opinions are that bad, surely your audience would hate them for what they are and not for what you tell your audience they should think about it. That's all I'm saying.
Big shots already thrown at the big man, Augustus himself. Wow.
And also at Tom's editor, if you hear me, you suck too.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Tom's editor. Tom, what's your editor called?
Contrast.
Wow. Do you want to throw shots at DK as well? Is that Chud's editor?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
DK hates me and he's really mean to me, so I don't want to say anything about him because he's like super hostile and inappropriate, so I'm scared of him, so.
He's going in the article. Thank you.
The one time DK's getting off easy.
I mean, I think it's worse if it's at the point where, like, I feel so uncomfortable I wouldn't even speak about him publicly because I'm worried that he's going to, like, make weird clips of me and shit. Yeah.
Ooh. Retaliatory action by chudlogic's editor that Erudite is not called out and separated us, to be clear, so that you guys don't forget that.
I mean, to be fair, I think, like, him disliking me and him being immature about it is not, like, harassment or anything. It just feels.
No, it's abuse. I would call it abusive. I think we can all agree on that.
I don't care. I just don't want to engage with people who are mean to me that way. That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, where are we at, guys? What's going on?
I sent you a playlist. The playlist is in order of clips that we'll be playing. I can share my screen or Tom can share his and just play it, and then you'll hear it through the speakers. It doesn't really matter. Whatever you want to do.
Works for me.
Tom, be a man. Make decisions. Do something.
What do you want me to do? You have the
lead. Take the lead.
Okay, so we had a conversation
push.
A while ago where Destiny and Katee talked about Jordan Peterson and his take on like owning women or something like that. So we had a debate on this. And one of the biggest disagreements that we had was over whether or not what Jordan Peterson was talking about was actually misogynistic. I agree with a lot of the things that Jordan Peterson says when it comes to gender dynamics, and she does not. She's not saying that he's intentionally misogynistic or that he actually hates women. It's just more about the outcome and the attitude that he has towards women. Is that correct?
I guess, yeah, or that it's less it's about what his rhetoric and type of like things that he chooses to say in public, what it creates in terms of outcomes towards women. It creates a misogynistic world, whether he's misogynistic in his heart or not.
I feel like that's the same thing, but awesome. So the so when we had this conversation, yeah, I disagree that like a lot of this would be misogynistic. And so we created parameters for what we thought would help us decide whether or not he was misogynistic, and basically we're trying
to... You're doing this badly. Okay. We're going to talk about the parameters later because we might not need it. I got clips. Tom got clips. We're going to play Tom's clips first because it's basically Jordan Peterson saying that he's non-misogynistic and that he is for equality. We're going to play that so he can have his ass covering. And then we'll talk about the more questionable ones and we'll just debate the clip.
Okay, so yeah, so we both came up with clips as evidence so that we could have this conversation again and decide whether or not he's actually misogynistic. And so, yeah, that's why we have our clips.
Also, I have two big points, Tom, that I talked to you about that I'd like to make that are less about whether he's misogynistic or not and more to do with, I guess, inconsistencies in his worldview in terms of, like, his approach towards equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome, and also some of his take on the whole, like, Scandinavian paradox bullshit. So...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we did talk about this. We seem to agree for the most part. I am not a big Jordan Peterson fan, so I just happen to agree with him on his points when it comes to gender dynamics, but or sex differences, patriarchy, a lot of that stuff. But I don't agree with him overall. I think a lot of the stuff that he says is pretty out there. So yeah, we can still get into that and talk about it. So where did you want to start then?
Do you want me to play the clips?
That works.
Then I'll just share my screen with you.
Okay.
Okay. Should be right. Okay, just let me know if you can hear it. Should be this.
Equality a myth.
Hold on, let me watch.
What do you mean by the question?
I can't really hear it. It sounds like it's coming through your speakers and back into your mic.
It's not. It's just that I added the audio slightly so it wouldn't get cut up on like fuck.
Okay. I turned it up.
The thing that is called
copyright.
Yes, that. Okay.
Is gender equality a myth?
I don't know what you mean by the question. Men and women aren't the same, and they won't be the same. That doesn't mean they can't be treated fairly.
Oh. So you're saying give people equality of opportunity, that's fine.
It's not only fine, it's eminently desirable for everyone, for individuals and for society. Well, I can give you an example very quickly. So I worked with women who worked in high-powered law firms in Canada for about 15 years, and they were as competent and put together as anybody you would ever meet. And we were trying to figure out how to further their careers.
Women less intelligent than men?
No, they're not. No, the data on that's pretty clear. The average IQ for a woman and the average IQ for a man is identical. I think that equality...
Okay, Tom, this was your clips. Do you have anything to say or do we just move on?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it seems as though he's pretty liberal. He believes that women's intelligence are just as good as men's intelligence, or their IQs are similar. He's worked with women to help them compete with men in business. He thinks that they're capable of being competitive with men, obviously. And so that was kind of what I was trying to get at there, is that he believes in equality of opportunity in these areas, and that he wants to help women succeed and compete with men.
Yeah, I guess like the only thing that I find interesting about that is that he says that consistently, but the pushback he gets in that regard is that he wants women to succeed under the existing power structure, like a patriarchal power structure, because he believes that like it's a meritocracy type of thing. It's about like your competence, not about your masculinity, or like your the fact that you're a dude that makes it easier. So I guess it kind of like, I mean, yeah, if you accept the power structure of like dominant male traits are what decides who's successful in the workplace, then obviously men would do better, and then you just need to teach women to be more masculine, right? It's just that you don't have to accept that.
So what would we change then? Because I still think that generally businesses are going to look for people who have more masculine traits. What are feminine traits that you think businesses should start to lean towards instead?
Well, this is like kind of crazy. I don't think that like masculine and feminine traits exist, right? So that's like already a difficult question for me, you know. But from what I heard him talk about specifically, and even that Kathy Newman interview, he was saying that like the two determining factors for success in like the business world in terms of like CEOs and stuff like that is, what was it, intelligence and conscientiousness. But women don't lack in conscientiousness. Like men are not generally more conscientious than women.
Is that true? Wait, real quick, can we just fact check that? Is that true?
I mean, let's fact check. I do think that's relevant. I assume it's not significantly different, but maybe I'm wrong.
First, the findings indicate that women tend to score higher on conscientiousness than men. Okay. Yeah, I thought he was saying the other way around. Maybe I'm wrong, but
wait, what did you just say that? Hold on, I'm sorry.
I just Googled, are men more conscientious? Google's first result, or what Google actually says is, first, the findings indicate that women tend to score higher on conscientiousness. This is from Springer.com.
Okay, interesting. I just came up, this is a 2011 thing. Gender differences in personality across the 10 aspects of the Big Five. I see women reported higher in extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism versus men. For extroversion, openness, and conscientiousness, the gender differences were found to diverge at the aspect level, rendering them either small or undetectable at the Big Five level.
Okay, so women are either as conscientious as men or more conscientious than men.
Okay.
And since Jordan Peterson already agreed that there's no intelligence differences, under Jordan Peterson's own metrics, there shouldn't be a disparity. But he also mentions something really important. He says that agreeableness or like disagreeableness is like, what did he call it? Like a negative relation. So the more agreeable you are, the less likely you're going to climb up in like the success hierarchy. And since he argues, and we generally agree that women are more agreeable, that would track, right? The problem with that is Jordan Peterson attributes a lot of agreeableness of women to biological factors, not necessarily societal factors, which we don't super have to delineate right now because we have more clips that would go into that. If you want, we could. So there's the one element that we think agreeableness is like higher in women, like biologically and not societally, which is an interesting take. And the other one is that if we're talking about how to change the current dominance hierarchy to lead to better equality, then I don't know why necessarily agreeableness would have to be a negative quality. Well, it would have to be, because even if we look at something like the streamer world, there are certain behaviors that are acceptable and certain behaviors that aren't. You can be disagreeable in some ways, and that's legitimate, and you can be agreeable or try to be agreeable, and it's not legitimate, right?
Okay,
So,
real quick. So
yeah.
do you think that, like, women, whether socialized or biological, do you think women tend to be more agreeable?
I think it matters why, but probably, yeah. I mean, socially, there's no doubt women are socialized to be more agreeable. I'd have to agree with that, yeah.
Okay, so I don't think
Of
it
course you
matters
would.
why.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think it matters why, because when I'm asking what businesses would have to change in order to be more accepting of women, or allow women to rise up within their hierarchies, I don't think that it would matter whether or not it's biological or socialized, or sorry, not whether or not, sorry. I don't think it would matter if they're still going to expect people to be less agreeable, then we would socialize women to be less agreeable, which is what he does, is when he has conversations with them and coaches women on how to be successful within male-dominated businesses. He coaches them to be less agreeable, to demand raises, to demand promotions, things like that. And so I think it doesn't, it wouldn't matter, because the businesses are still going to have the same expectations either way, and he can help them appeal to what it is the businesses are looking for.
So I think that's valid. I guess how I'd address it. First of all, Destiny, you said something and you smiled, but I didn't hear what you said.
I was just laughing that you were agreeing with him that women were more agreeable because you're a woman and you agreed with him. It was like a joke.
So I'm gonna address it.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna address this in two ways, right? I think, Tom, what you're saying, the obvious solution is then to socialize women to be less agreeable. The problem with that is that, first of all, I think that a lot of people who would want women to become less agreeable in the workspace to accommodate the current like work environment don't necessarily want women to be disagreeable in other areas, right? If you take something like more red pillish type ideas, obviously their whole complaint is that women have become incredibly disagreeable, and that's a huge problem, right? So there's a double standard here where society expects women to both be less agreeable, to be more successful in the workplace, but also they're too disagreeable because now they're all uppity and stuff.
But do you think red pill is representative of society? I don't think they really are. I think that
they're not representative of society. They're representative of certain biases within society that exist in some people. So I think it's like undercurrents that can like exist in people. So just general vibe checks, and they just take it to an extreme, you know. But I
Well, so I think that, yeah, they're representative of old ideas that are dying out. I think that that's what they're representative of. And so our liberal ideals that we're working towards and we're progressing towards, I would say that, yeah, they're representative of people who are just kind of staying stagnant and not progressing with the rest of us. And so generally we're going to move past these ideals one way or the other, is what it seems.
Tom, is it okay if I make this spicy now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my God.
Okay. Before we started this debate, you were on your panel reviewing something, okay? And I was talking during that something, and you had a certain issue with my behavior, did you not? You said I was condescending, correct?
Sure.
Would you say condescension is a disagreeable type of behavior?
I suppose it could be categorized that way, yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's maybe possible that behaviors when we say women should be more disagreeable, what we mean is women should be more disagreeable in ways that men find okay with dealing with?
Because otherwise they'll call you snarky and bitchy and,
Exactly.
you know, all these other things. Okay.
Yes. So when I'm disagreeable, but I'm disagreeable in my own way, my attitude is bad, the way I talk is bad, I'm not making good arguments because of my tone, right?
Mhm.
When you're disagreeable because you're being a dick, that's fine. That's just you being a good content creator. So being disagreeable in a professional environment is clearly not the issue, because the standards are male related standards about the acceptable behavior. For example, I think NotSoErudite is a great example. She talks about being a not very disagreeable person, but I think she would agree that the way she presents her disagreeableness has like a masculine type energy to it. Like her mannerisms are similar to Jordan Peterson's or to Destiny's, which means that her disagreeableness is a lot more accepted in the audience than my disagreeableness. So it's not really about being more disagreeable, it's about being more disagreeable according to male standards, or more disagreeable in the way that men are.
I don't even. I
Wait,
wouldn't.
can I offer a
Yeah,
quick
go.
grenade? I'll toss in here for you two to deal with. What I would say that like isn't disagreeable both good or bad, irrespective of gender. So, for instance, a woman could be disagreeable in an obnoxious way or agreeable in a good way. A man could be disagreeable in like a President Sunday way where people are upset with him, or you could be agreeable in a good way where they just view as combative, but like not like in an overly obnoxious way. Can't agreeable or disagreeableness be like good or bad, irrespective of the gender it's coming from?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is I don't think it's disagreeable based on male standards. I think that like men can't walk in and be like, "Give me a fucking raise, bitch." Like, what do you, they can't be disagreeable however the hell they want. They still have to be disagreeable in a way that is socially acceptable. And you call it male standards, but I think that like it's possible that men have just been socialized to fit into business culture a bit more than women have, and it's possible that women will
Tom, it's
slowly
the
be
other way
socialized
around.
differently.
It's the other way around. Business culture was tailored around man mannerisms.
Well,
So
that's
it's
why I'm asking. So like I don't.
let me answer what Destiny said. Okay.
I
The
okay.
oh,
I
I'm
don't
not
think it's different. I don't think what he said is much different than what I'm saying. But go ahead
I'm
if
not
you think there's a
disagreeing with
difference.
you. I'm answering the question. Shut up.
Okay.
Okay. So I think that's a valid thing to say. So when I talk about changing like work culture, we can say maybe work culture shouldn't be related to how disagreeable you are. Maybe it matters if you're agreeable and disagreeable in the right ways. That's valid. But if we're going to say people have to fit into the already existing work culture, then disagreeableness or agreeableness does correlate with the more agreeable you are, the less likely you are to succeed. Very generally, I think that's an oversimplification, but just to make this conversation like easier, okay? So we have to pick one. Either work culture needs to change, and like the way we engage with disagreeableness and agreeableness needs to be treated differently for men and women, or we recognize that the disagreeableness is through a man's perspective, which means that women would have to masculinize themselves, right?
Well, so I brought up a couple examples of types of disagreeableness that Jordan Peterson brings up when he's coaching women. So things like asking for a raise or asking for a promotion, that women are less likely to do these things. These are types of agreeableness that he thinks are downsides for them. I don't think that these are necessarily masculine features, or that you asking for a raise is a masculine trait. I think these are just, yes, it's more about agreeableness and disagreeableness, or sorry, whether or not you are or are not agreeable. And so, yeah, I think that like those two areas are not things that I think if women started asking for raises more often or asking for promotions more often, people would look at it as snarky or bitchy. I think that that would be perfectly acceptable.
Okay, so let me ask. So I'm generally okay with that statement. The problem is that even when a man asks for a raise, it's not, they don't automatically get the raise. It's about how you ask for the raise. That's where your disagreeability truly comes into place. Or I guess your assertiveness for men, the way they present themselves as they're asking for things from their superiors. So for women, you would train them to speak a certain way while asking for things, because women, being more agreeable, would preface things in a certain way that would be that would make them less likely to actually get a promotion. So it's
So-
not just about asking, it's also about how you ask.
Sure, but I'm going to go back to the same question. So, what is a feminine way of asking the question that might be unacceptable for business culture?
What is a feminine way to ask for it? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, what is a feminine way of asking for a raise or for a promotion that generally a business owner or a boss might look at as feminine and therefore would not fit within the male standards?
Oh, but okay, so it's a feminine way, but men can do that too. So just people who are less confident would probably say something like, "Hey, so I feel like I've been doing a pretty good job, and I don't know, I've been putting a lot of hours, so I think maybe I deserve this." This is a lot more hesitant and less confidence inducing than a more like active approach. And that applies to a guy who's going to ask for that raise and a woman that's going to ask for that raise. It's just that generally speaking, women are probably more likely to talk like that in that setting than men, right? Or
Mhm.
do you disagree with that?
Yeah, that women could be perceived as less confident in those settings. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, even if they are. And when women, and this is the worst part, I guess, it's less about people who aren't confident. And let me demonstrate this. Do you remember before Biden got elected, Kamala Harris was debating the guy who ran for the vice president for the Republican side. There was a debate, and like it was very much talked about how much training she had to do because she needs to come up as assertive and as confident, but as a woman coming off as assertive and confidence would be called often shrill, having a tone, having an attitude, having a condescension problem, having a condescending nephew voice, stuff like that, you know? So it's not that being not confident is a woman issue. It's just that when women display those quote unquote masculine traits, they are more likely to catch backlash that actually tells them that they're doing it wrong because women are perceived in a different way than men. So if I start yelling at Destiny, it's going to be perceived differently, my behavior, if Destiny start yelling at me, even though we're both engaging in the same behavior. I have a different voice, I have a different attitude. So it's just going to be seen differently, even though we're both raising our voices at each other, saying the same things. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree.
Yeah. So when we are able to recognize that reality, we can like start to counteract for it. Now, I'm not saying we need to change work culture, like make it so every time a woman talk, you like it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like recognizing the fact that when women do try to be more disagreeable, society generally has some sort of, or like people generally have a bigger issue with it. It's like it's not an unreasonable ask, you know?
It's not, but I think especially when we're talking about getting a promotion, like confidence is something that you would be graded on. Confidence is something that they would be looking for in order to give you that promotion. If they want you to be in charge of other people, if they want you to lead, confidence is one of the things that they would especially be grading you on. Yet you would categorize this as a male feature when, like, yeah, this is something that is kind of necessary for business culture. So it's again going to go back to the same thing. Like, what is it that business culture would actually change in order to be more accommodating to women?
No, Tom, listen. What I'm saying in terms of being more accommodating to women is that it's fine if we want to say that part of the competence requirements is confidence, even though that's silly because just because someone's not confident doesn't mean whatever. The point is, if we decided that confidence is one thing, one trait you need to display, but we don't recognize that when women display confidence, people, and especially men, but also women, I guess to an extent, are more likely to perceive that confidence in a way that it would be perceived negatively or like differently than if a guy displayed that confidence. So we can recognize that confidence doesn't manifest in the same way for different people. Like when you're confident, it doesn't look the same as when Destiny is confident, right? So even between individuals, we have different conceptualizations of what the confidence looks like. If you're confident a certain way, people might think you're condescending. But if Destiny is confident, they might think he's highly endearing and just super assertive, right? But women generally tend to be perceived when they are more disagreeable to have a negative attitude and stuff like that. And when we don't keep that in our consciousness, we can't counteract for it when we make decisions. So, for example, if someone is annoyed by my tone because I'm condescending, but they're not annoyed by you being a dick, maybe they should ask themselves why they're so bothered by me being condescending, by you not being a dick, because we're both disagreeable.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
what
so
I'm
then if we
saying.
take this back to Jordan Peterson, you're saying that when he expects women to be more assertive within business culture, that them just being more assertive isn't going to be enough because they would actually have to change the culture and how they're perceived at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Telling women to be more assertive doesn't matter if when women are perceived to be more assertive, it creates negative reaction towards them.
Okay.
We must be able to recognize women being assertive as like an okay thing that they do. You know?
Sure.
Okay. So next one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You're really gonna give her that whole argument, Tom?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, if you disagree, you can fight me.
I'm just moderating.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's fine. What do you think? What would you disagree with her on?
Well, I don't know. It sounds like she's trying to say that masculine and feminine versions of agreeableness are completely socially constructed things that are rewarded arbitrarily in society based upon their social construction. That the reason why society favors masculinity, or I'm sorry, the reason why society favors disagreeableness in men is just because we've decided that. There isn't an actual advantage there. It's just something we've decided. But in women, we've also decided to punish them for it. But in the reality, there is no advantage or disadvantage. But a question that one might ask, maybe, would be, well, hold on. Maybe there actually is some underlying fact of the matter that, like, being disagreeable is actually a good thing. And it's not just like a random thing that's valued in society for some random reason. It's not arbitrary at all. There is some actual value there. What's up? Oh, love you.
Yeah, we did argue that point. Like the fact that getting a raise, being disagreeable, or being confident in these areas would actually be beneficial to the business. She's saying that the way that a woman
the only reason it's
perceived
beneficial isn't because the act itself is beneficial. She's saying it's beneficial because people choose to value it.
No, but instead of both of you saying what I'm saying, I'll just say what I'm saying. So see, me being disagreeable. How annoying is that, right?
Nice.
Okay. So what I am saying is that I think it's valid to say maybe we value disagreeableness because it has utility to society. The quote unquote nuanced thought terminating cliche in this is that it's not the disagreeableness that's the issue. It's just when women engage in disagreeableness, it is not perceived as valid or has utility, but it is perceived as like a negative thing, and then they are punished for it.
Yeah,
So
but
they
could it
can't
be that
engage
they're
in the
but it
same
could
way.
it be that they engage in disagreeableness in a way that's different than how men engage with disagreeableness?
They most likely do, which then raises the question. So which then proves the point that I was trying to make, that we want women to be disagreeable, but in the way that men are disagreeable.
Maybe men
So
are
it's,
better at being disagreeable.
well, if we say that disagreeableness is fine, but then you're saying men are better at being disagreeable, that's like, no, you can say
Well,
that
why
there
can't
are
that be the
different.
case?
Let me explain. So, if women and men both engage in disagreeableness in different ways, are you saying that one is a good way to engage with disagreeableness and one isn't?
I'm saying it could be. Maybe that explains why they're perceived differently.
Okay. So it's like a meritocracy type or a competency type issue.
It could be, yeah.
Okay. So what we need to do, which is again was my initial argument, we don't want women to be disagreeable. We want women to be disagreeable in the good way that men are.
Yeah, you're saying that, but I don't think you're saying anything there. That's always going to be true, right? Like when we say we want somebody to be open-minded or conscientious, we want them to be open-minded or conscientious in a good way, not in a bad way. That's a granted, or that's given for any particular trait you ask somebody for, right?
Okay. So what I'm saying is that, like, what can you maybe then clarify for me what's a good way to be disagreeable that men are more likely to engage with, and a bad way that women, like, maybe like substantiate this for me with an example or something.
Sure. So this could be an example. A guy comes into a meeting and he doesn't really like the products that are being offered at a given meeting. He doesn't think it's a good fit for the company. The guy says, listen up. I think that we've made some mistakes here and we need to go back to the drawing board and we need to figure out what we're doing because this is not a good direction for the company. That could be something that a guy says disagreeably. Let's say that a woman comes in. She could make the same statement, but because of other socialized aspects, she might come in and she might go, okay, guys, I don't think that this is the best way forward. I think that maybe we should probably consider like a different path. It might be better if we maybe reconsider like this product line, just like through ways of talking, through ways of inflection. It could be intonation, it could be vocabulary. She is disagreeable, but it comes off really condescending because of other socialized aspects of the woman. So in this case, you've got two people acting disagreeable, and people might say, well, we're stereotyped against the woman and not the man, but it might just be that the woman has other ways that she's presenting herself that make that disagreeableness, where if the man had come in and said it in that intonation, he would have also had like a similar reception, possibly.
Yeah. So I think that there are two interpretations. So I don't think that's completely unreasonable. I think that just depends on what we think good versus bad disagreeableness is. This is why I think disagreeable as the term is quite meaningless, and I think people should hold less value to it because people are disagreeable in different ways. And like to determine what's good disagreeableness and what's bad disagreeableness, when we understand people are being disagreeable based on a host of different factors of their personality, kind of renders the concept of disagreeableness in terms of like the attitude in which you choose to engage in disagreeableness, it just becomes completely convoluted and incoherent.
Is it though? Because he's saying that it's like about your body language, the way that you deliver it, you know, whether or not you're rolling your eyes, things like that. But what you're communicating is going to be like the value of that communication is going to be based on the interpretation from the audience. So if other people are interpreting this in a negative way, wouldn't that mean that it's a negative way of communicating?
Yes, but my point is that people are less likely to interpret men being that way negatively, not because it's just a better way of being, but because that's just the convention society has. So
yeah, but that's my question.
wait,
Though. And I'm not.
just let me.
Well,
Can I
just
just
before
complete
because.
it?
Okay.
Okay. No, it's fine.
Okay, yeah. So I think that what the argument that I'm making, and I'm not saying I necessarily believe this, I'm just because I'm only the moderator here, but what I'm saying is that like it could be the case that a man and a woman could present something identically, and it might be taken the same, but women tend to intonate differently versus men, so it's taken negatively from the woman, not because she's a woman, but because of things that are like the intonation, things that theoretically she could change. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but I guess what I'm asking is, and this is what I was trying to say. When we treat like, I guess men's behavior or like mannerisms as the default, and then we say, well, a woman is deviating from that, and that's why it's not a good way of being disagreeable. I mean, you could say that that's valid. I obviously, as a
Wait, hold on.
feminist, would say.
I understand what you're saying. Wait, real quick. Hold on. When
Okay.
you say treating men's way as the default, you're either subconsciously or you're intentionally reverting back to that all of these things are arbitrary. It might not be that we only treat that way because it's the default. That might actually be a fact of the matter. There might be an underlying biological fact there that makes the male communication interpreted better by people versus the female intonation. So for instance, it might be a fact that when we hear people intonate on an upwards inflection at the end of a sentence, we tend to hear those things as questions. And if you present commands in the form of questions, we're always going to interpret that across languages, across whatever possibly, as like being condescending, right? So I'm saying it's not like we choose to value one because men communicate that way, but maybe that's legitimately like when we communicate, when we give commands with certain intonations, they always come off as condescending. That might be the case.
I
don't
agree
know.
with what you're saying, but the reason that I didn't argue this is because I believe the reason that that's likely the case, the reason that their body language is different, the reason that the way that they deliver it is going to be different is likely going, especially in a business setting, is likely going to be due to confidence. And so if it all comes back to confidence, then I think that I would have to end up just giving her that point. So that's why I didn't argue.
Well, I would need to ask you a question then. Do we think that, for example, condescension and being perceived as condescending is somehow, I guess, categorically or qualitatively worse than being perceived as like a douchebag or like an aggressive person?
I think that would depend, but not
asking
categorically,
Destiny.
no. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. Both are probably perceived as negative. I don't know what would be worse, but
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is because it's absolutely a fact that people get very upset with condescension. My question is, if people get very upset about a certain type of what they perceive to be a behavior, but they are fine excusing more like other types of behaviors, I can draw a distinction on like gender lines there. So
yeah,
I can
but
say,
I don't know if that is the, yeah, I need an example of that because when men are authoritative, they're not considered, the impression is not one of a douchebag or asshole. Usually it's one of like authoritative, commanding. It's not like, wow, that guy's an asshole, but like he's a good leader. Like I don't think that's true. It's more like, wow, that guy's very authoritative, very commanding, like he commands a lot of respect.
yeah, would argue that a woman, you basically make the argument that a woman could be saying the same thing because of her body language and intonation and other things, people wouldn't perceive her as a good leader. And I'm asking, is that reasonable? And then you would say, well, it's possible if there's a biological underpinning for that interpretation, right?
Yeah, some fact of the matter, irrespective of gender. But I don't know the answer. I was just something to consider.
If you ask for my personal opinion, I think that's probably not true at all, especially since human communication on that level, like to claim that there's like a biological feature there when we're talking about like very nuanced stuff of like linguistic and like intonation type stuff when biology was constructed when we were cave people who were ooga oogaing. I don't know about that.
I mean, I brought this back
but we don't know the answer.
Well, I brought this back to confidence, and I think that even when he's giving his examples, it's still going to come down to confidence. Like a commander in an army screaming and yelling at everybody's faces, it'll likely come down to confidence, and I think it's likely or even expected that a smaller woman in a room of a bunch of bigger men will probably be less confident in those areas, and that would probably come down to a biological difference.
You could even say that she's just as confident, but she will be perceived as differently than a guy because there's our physical differences, which would make her be perceived as like more pretentious or like confused about her position because she's a tiny person yelling at a bunch of big guys. You know, there's a lot of stuff going into that. But yeah, we don't have the answer. If there's,
I mean, there is, but I literally see on Twitter like every day a bunch of women posting videos of how scared they are every time they're around men because men are biologically bigger and stronger, and so they're always scared every time they're around men. Like, I think it makes sense that women are going to be less confident when they're around a bunch of men.
Okay, Tom. So like, you probably don't know this about me. I know that that's an argument that people make. I just don't make it because I personally can't identify with that to any extent at all. So like I can't even like, I would like to steelman that. I just can't because I'm so far removed from that type of thinking. Like I can't even. I do think that there's like some level of subconscious fears, but to take that to the extent of like having any conscious thoughts relating like to fear of like size, I want to steelman that, but I can't, so I'm just not going to. Like,
yeah, I shared on Twitter a video of a woman where a guy approached her in a parking lot yesterday.
Right.
And yes, and she starts screaming and yelling, "You do not approach a woman in a parking lot. You do not approach a woman," and just like completely spazzed out. It's so good.
Do you want to talk about that?
I mean, we don't.
See,
It's
this
up
is
to
what
you. I don't care.
frustrates me. Like, I know that it's unreasonable. It's also not feasible for society to
Mhm.
conduct itself that way.
Yeah.
So it's perceived as like, well, to an extent, I agree. I understand why people call it lunacy because it
Mhm.
feels like hysteria. But again, like, I think it's a really good example to how, let's say she is hysterical, okay? Let's say she's being completely unreasonable, completely unhinged, whatever you want to call that. It is really interesting that the way that we judge that is so, like, through an upset lens. Like, you can just see that as like, oh, this woman has a very unreasonable fear of men, and she thinks men should never talk to women in a parking lot. um that doesn't seem like a very reasonable way to engage with reality.
Mhm.
Guess there's something wrong with this person. But instead it's like, these women are being hysterical. It's like, yes, this lady has issues.
Well, no, I mean,
Okay.
I understand like the idea of like, it's scary to be around people who are bigger and stronger than you. But my argument is the reason I shared it is because Lav defended the entire thing. And so I was like, this is ridiculous. And so I said,
Wait, is
you
Lav
know,
still doing panels?
no, she shared it on Twitter. So she
okay.
posted this video on Twitter. And so I reposted it. And the kind of my argument is like the one, because she's saying like women really do get abducted by men, and it's more likely for a man to abduct a woman than a woman to abduct a man, and they're bigger, they're stronger, blah blah blah. So it makes sense for her to be afraid. And so I was like, okay, well, do you know that like black men actually commit crimes at a higher rate, violent crimes? Do you know that they're actually like they have higher testosterone levels, so they build muscle more easily, they have lower body fat rates, they actually do better in sports where you run faster and jump higher. So does it make sense for white men to be afraid of black men now if this is the way that we think about these things? And I would assume she would still say no. But yeah, go ahead.
Question. So, is the issue that this lady did a TikTok and she said men should never approach women in parking lots, or the issue is that she got spooked by a dude and then she yelled at him, "Don't come close to me"? Are both an issue? One of them is an issue? What's the exact issue here?
The woman said that men should not approach women when they're alone, especially not when they're with their son. But she said women should not approach women, or men should not approach women in parking lots as well.
Yeah,
But yeah.
that's like simply not a way we can tolerate as a society, and I'd also argue it's not the best way to move forward in terms of like gender relations and dynamics. I think that if she had a fear response and she was like establishing and just saying, "Hey, don't come near me," I think that's a bit aggressive, and I would think, "Whoa, this person's a bit woo." But people are allowed to do that, so I guess I think it's completely valid to say, hey, you can't make like societal prescriptions like this. It's completely unreasonable. Like, what if you dropped your wallet and a guy is trying to give you your wallet back and it's like, never approach me in a parking lot? No lady, no. But so I guess if you're saying that it's not about like her establishing and having like a fear response, and it's just like the prescription, yeah, I agree, the prescription makes zero sense, and it's
Yeah, I think it makes sense that people like get attacked by a black person and maybe irrationally are afraid of black people, but we wouldn't allow that to be a prescription afterwards. We would still say that that's not an okay thing. So, yeah. But all right, you want to go to the next clip?
Yes. The next one is this.
I think that equality of opportunity is a perfectly reasonable proposition. I mean, I have a daughter and a wife. I do everything and many female clients and who I've consulted with and helped, and in many cases helped accelerate the development of their career tremendously. It's obviously of great utility to encourage forward striving in young people and people in general. That's not the issue in the least. The issue is the outcome.
Yeah, well, then why do you think the outcome and these countries where the outcome is more equal, why do you think that leads to bigger differences between
because there's only two reasons that men and women differ. One is cultural, and the other is biological. And if you minimize the cultural differences, you maximize the biological differences.
Excuse me, what does it mean? Does it mean that Scandinavian men and women are having more difficulty meeting each other, talking to each other than other places?
No, not necessarily, but it does mean that there are reasons for differences in participation rates in different occupations that aren't a consequence of socialization. So, for example, this is especially true at the extremes. So, for example, on average, men are more interested in things and women are more interested in people. And so you get differences in occupational choice that are also, by the way, quite great in Scandinavia, especially in the case of engineering and nursing, that are mostly due to biological differences. And you cannot minimize that by social engineering. Female humans.
Whoa. Okay. I probably should have said this before. Like, I hope people know that's like these clips are edited for convenience. So like
When you say edited, you mean edited, right?
yes.
Okay, sorry, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to worry about copyright issues when she brought up playing the clips, so she's edited them.
No,
so that they...
I don't mean that. It's also like it's chopped, right? Obviously, we didn't watch the whole Katee Newman interview. We chopped the things that we want to talk about. So
Oh, I thought
like,
that was the whole interview.
Yeah, that was the whole Katee Newman interview.
I feel like we need to start that over then.
You know, if we started the Katee Newman interview over, like it's not good. You picked the best part out of that interview, Tom. That was like, there's a lot of shady things that were said in that Katee Newman interview. Okay.
By Katee Newman, sure. But yeah, okay. So what? This was your clip, right?
That,
yes.
Okay.
This is your clip, right?
Yes.
Okay.
One of my clips.
So what's the issue?
So what's the issue? Let me look at my notes because it's like it's related. Okay. Equality of opportunity. Okay. So this clip, first of all, like relates to what we talked about earlier in terms of like Jordan Peterson being very like hard pressed on equality of opportunity. And then I want to play another clip and then we'll talk about like the difference between equality of opportunity versus like his take on male reproduction.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll play this. I don't know why it's so loud though.
They're much different than that. They're picky. So they're choosy. It's a big deal. It's a big deal that they're choosy. Women also seem to evaluate men for their fitness. Now, so lots of men have no sexual partners and they have no children. That's not the case with women. Almost all women have one child or more. And it's a rare woman indeed who cannot find a sexual partner. So it's more or less a truism that if you take a male dominance hierarchy, the probability that the men at the top of the hierarchy will leave offspring is much higher than the probability that the men at the bottom will leave offspring. That's true in many, many species. Now, there's a much higher probability of the average female leaving offspring than the average man. So now then imagine that there's characteristics that push a man up a dominance hierarchy. Okay, and then imagine that there are characteristics that push a man up a set of dominance hierarchies. So that each dominance hierarchy has something in common with all of the others. It's sort of like the idea of a good player of a game being a good sport across games. So then imagine that the idea of the successful male starts to become encapsulated in biology, because the species is going to, the male part of the species at least, is going to be adapting to the selection pressures placed on the male by the male dominance hierarchy. So what happens is you have a competition between men. The men that win the competition find partners and mate. So that the male is going to start to adapt to the fact of the selection that's implemented by the dominance hierarchy. Then you can imagine that that's going to take place across dominance hierarchies, because this is happening in many, many situations spread across time. And so then the idea of how the proper man should act starts to become incorporated in the biology and also in the expectations of the society. And then that starts to loop. So as the expectations become clearer and clearer, the notion of what it constitutes success becomes clearer and clearer as well. And the two things get tangled together.
Words, as he tends to do. So after like doing the prep for this, I realized that like I have to ask you what you just heard, because you listened to this. Does this not sound like he's saying social expectations are being incorporated into our biology? Did I mishear that?
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
If that's what he said, then how can we argue that biology determines the social expectations?
I don't think it's going to be one or the other. It's going to be both.
No,
Like,
I agree that it's both, but that's not his argument, right? He claims that a lot of gender roles
you
are
just said that he
dependent on
said both.
biological factors.
Yeah, you just said that he said both, though.
He didn't say both. I just asked you what he said.
Yes, so you said that he said one thing, and then you said, didn't he also say this other thing? And I'm saying, yes, he said both.
Let's restart this section.
Okay.
Tom, I heard from what Jordan Peterson just said in this clip that he thinks that social expectations get integrated into our biology and it creates a loop.
Correct.
Did you hear that? Okay.
Yes.
Do you feel like anywhere in that statement was it said that biological factors determine social expectations or affect them significantly?
Yeah, I think he said that as well, yes.
Wait,
Am I wrong?
Both? Wouldn't he start to like loop on each other?
That's what I'm saying. If it's a loop, he is saying both.
Okay, so you guys are saying it's not a chicken and the egg problem because they're looping. I
Right.
feel like if you recognize the social expectations affect our quote unquote biology, which would be a ridiculous statement, but let's say that's true. Then that would imply that fixing social expectations would fix our biology. So then any argument about biological difference falls apart.
I don't think so. I think that biology is part of it. If it's a loop, it's like, socializing people changes their biology, and your biology dictates the social expectations. So
Wait, Tom just messaged me something different. He meant to say that might be true, but a social change can happen like pretty quickly, but a biological change that might be on the time span of hundreds of generations to see those play out differently from a genetic level. I think is what Tom said.
Of course, but yeah, it is both. Like over time, yes, they're both going to take place.
So the argument is that potentially societal role influenced human biology, and now the differences won't be solved by us tackling socialization because it's part of our biology.
Or it could be, but it would take a long time theoretically to dramatically change that.
Well, I'm really glad you said this, because then we might have to we could like skip a video, because I was gonna bring up Jordan Peterson loves talking about the Scandinavian paradox, and he loves talking about it in the sense of like, hey, Scandinavia is more egalitarian now, and yet we have biological differences clearly showing in this. So obviously, societal engineering is not the issue. Tom, do you agree that's a fair characterization of what Jordan Peterson says about that shit?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization, yes.
If we then understand that societal expectations can affect biology, but it would take very long stretches of time, I would argue that claiming we tried this for 30 years and it didn't work, so we must concede to biology and stop with the social engineering is retarded.
Well, so I don't know that he actually says we need to stop with the social engineering. I think that he says when people push the idea that pushing for equality of outcome isn't what's actually going to change things. It's going to be both, that it's not just one or the other. And so when he talks about Scandinavia, which I don't agree with his assessment of Scandinavia.
No, it's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it does seem as though he is talking about both, and it's not even just on long term, but also like within your lifetime, the way that you're socialized changes your brain and the way that you interact. And so I think he's saying, like, when we talk about wage gaps right now, it doesn't actually make sense to like keep pointing at wage gaps right now when these are things that take a really long time to see changes in.
Discuss like this.
Hold on, sorry, your audio cut out. Can you start over?
Meow 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 meow. Okay. Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, first of all, I'm not for like forcing complete.
Femboys. Oh, sorry.
I'm not for enforcing femboys. I disavow. But okay. I'm not for an absolute like how's it called? Equality of outcome thing. I'm fine with things being not properly representative to an extent. So if you have like a quota for women that are supposed to be on a board of director, but you can't find any women, I don't think you can take a random woman and put her there. Like that doesn't make a lot of sense. It's just it's not even like effective, and it's like it doesn't mean anything. So just to make sure that that's not what we think I'm arguing for. But if we understand that women are less likely to reach those positions where we have women who want to be on a board of directors. Wait, Tom, do you support quotas and shit like that?
No, but I was going to say, like, when you say that that's not what you're arguing, I just want you to understand that is what he's arguing against. He takes the extreme of the left and argues against them. So he'll argue against people who say, like, oh, well, we had 50 male presidents, so now the next 50 presidents all need to be female, right? Like, he's arguing the crazy freaking people. And so those are the people that him and Ben Shapiro and all these other people, they'll find these clips, and those are the types of people that they think are representative of the left. And then those are the types of people that they end up arguing against.
For some real life pop examples of this, this reminds me of when, was there a picture of was it Twitter offices or some other company where there was a picture and they're like, look at how diverse we are. And was it Huffington Post? And it was like 99% white women. Am I making that up? That was a tweet that got a lot of likes and a lot of people.
I don't remember that, but that is the way the word diverse is used by the types of people that we're talking about.
Can we just like explain to me? Well, I think I know my own understanding of why that's stupid, but can you tell me what that tells you? Like, what am I supposed to get out of this?
That's not actually diverse. That is actually, you're talking about the diverse women that the example that he just gave?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not actually diverse. That, like, when they say diverse, they mean not white, straight males. That's what they mean. It means anything but that. So you could have, like, an entire black cast of people and say, wow, look how diverse this is. Well, it's not really diverse. You have one type of people there. It's not really a diverse group of people. But when they say diversity, they mean anything but white, straight males.
I don't know how to...
It's worrying that you didn't know that, right? Like, just from listening to what he said, that you're like, well, is that not diverse? I don't know.
No. I am not worried that it's not diverse. Diversity doesn't conclude in a lot of white women. That's not what diversity is for me.
But it's not males. It's not a white straight male, right? So it is, as long as it's women, it is something else than a white straight male, right?
Why do you think that is?
Because of because men happen to dominate at the top of the hierarchies, generally speaking. So that's why
it's their version of punching up. So they're like congratulating themselves on like pushing out the dominant
No, it's the idea that when we use diversity, we say we want more diversity, right? Well, generally, if white straight males are the people who are represented the most, when you say we want more diversity, you are saying we want more of everybody but white straight males. But then if all you have is the same group of people that are not white straight males, you now still relate this to diversity. You still think, oh, this is diversity because it's not white straight males.
Okay.
Can I just real quick, to macro this out, I think the worry that Tom is getting at and that most people are getting at is that sometimes these diversity, equity, inclusive initiatives or whatever, sometimes they end up feeling like a vengeance protocol instead of like any type of push for progress, where it's like, okay, like white men have been at the top, now we're going to fuck them all over. And that's like the new plan. I think that's like the worry that some people have.
I don't even know if I would go that far. I just think that
I'll go that far.
It starts to, I think that what they relate the word diversity to just starts to mean anything but this, but the word diversity should mean like a wide array of different types of people. That's what diversity should mean, but it stopped meaning that to some people. And I think that group is still a small group of people, but yeah, that's who Jordan Peterson is arguing against.
Okay, first of all, Tom, this whole bullshit about Jordan Peterson picks like a very extreme Twitter crazy version of some leftist, and like he's a smart man, and then I'm supposed to like
You know that I have a bunch of issues with things that he says, though. So you can't just say he's a smart man, therefore I'm going to expect him to be right on a lot of things. No, I think that he has a degree that I respect
Tom,
and that I
that's not
think
what
he
I'm
has
saying.
a lot of knowledge in.
Don't
And so
add
there's
me,
one area.
Tom.
Hold on. There's one area that I think that he happens to have a lot of valuable information in. Not everywhere, but just yes, in this one area. Yeah.
I will now clarify what I meant.
Okay.
Okay. I'm saying that if you're fighting against the straw man of the craziest person you can find, and not about what the actual intention behind like inclusive and diversity programs, then you are either disingenuous or stupid. Because you're not arguing when you're arguing against inclusivity and diversity programs, but you're just taking the most extreme batshit version of that. That's not arguing against inclusivity and diversity. That's arguing against someone who doesn't understand the concept themselves. Okay,
I don't
so
know that he's arguing against inclusivity in diversity.
I would also say real quick, I know that people like to point to Twitter crazies, and I do this a lot, but like I would argue it was really problematic and stupid when Biden said that he wanted the next Supreme Court justice to be a black woman. That's like a very problematic and stupid statement that probably hurt that conversation on a national level.
And he seemed to put quotas on a lot of his cabinet members and whether or not his vice president was a black woman and things like that. Like, yeah, these are...
So I'm moving this conversation forward, Tom. Can we just talk about what we think about quotas and what we think about general diversity? So the whole like white women shtick, I want to address that. It's just like if you're telling me Jordan Peterson just addresses this Twitter crazy person who wants the next 50 presidents to be women, like I don't even know how to respond to that. Okay, like I'm not gonna dignify that.
I'm not saying
like,
one
sorry.
crazy Twitter person. I'm saying that these are the types of people that he sees fairly often. These are the types of people that I engage with fairly often. And I have to go touch grass fairly often in order to realize that this is just a small group of people on the internet who don't actually have any sort of political power. But they do have
You
like
should
media
continue to do that.
representation, and they're people who are very visible. And when they say these things, then they get clipped, and then they start to seem as though they're representative of the overall group, just as people do with the right.
Tom, they're not very visible. They are made visible by people who have an agenda, like Jordan Peterson, like Ben Shapiro, like other people. Okay, they're not very visible on their own. Please, let's talk about the diversity nonsense. Okay. Do you think... Okay, I'll just preface this. I'm going to try to run defense, but I want to make very clear that I'm not super on board with this. I'm just checking the vibes, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do we agree that straight white males are considered the default in society?
Not just the default, but the best of the best of the best.
Is this the Giga Chad moment?
The Giga Chad moment?
Just being honest.
Well, I was told that sometimes he's Giga chatting, and I don't think I know the difference, so I need to ask.
That means that you're on the spectrum.
Moment. I'm sorry, that was a Giga Chad moment. I do not think that white people are the best of the best.
I assume. I wanna be the fairy. Okay. Yes. Okay. So straight white guys are the default. So we agree that a board of directors that is strictly dudes, specifically white dudes, is not diverse, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Do we agree that that has been the case for most of, like, I guess, corporate history, and nobody was like, there's no diversity in that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good. So I think when people have misguided notions about what diversity is, it comes from the perspective of, if we have an all-female cast, people say, hey, that's not diverse. You are all women. And like, yes, it could be more diverse, but when there's like an all men cast, no one's like, oh, there's no diversity in this. You know, like we don't put men. I mean, progressives try to do this thing where they're like, this is an all male cast. You realize there's no representation here. But generally, society doesn't look at a group of men and is like, oh, this is all representative of the same group. Like we see them as individuals representing different parts. But then when it's an all women cast, suddenly it's like, this isn't really diverse. Or when it's all black people, this isn't really diverse. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do, but I don't agree with the premise that we don't look at a group of all men and say that this isn't or that this. Yeah, I think most of the time, if there's a group of all white men, people would say this is not a diverse group of people. Yeah.
Or generally?
Like generally, I think that that's the case.
I think this is gonna get me in hot waters, but we'll see how it goes. You know the remake of the female Ghostbusters?
I know it exists. I never watched it, but sure.
How do you feel about it? Do you know the thing that was around it? Destiny, do you know the uproar that was around that?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay. Did you feel like
when you say the uproar, you just mean the fact that it was that they like kind of forced a bunch of women into it and everybody said that it wasn't funny and that they were just
Okay, let's talk about forced diversity. What do you think forced diversity is? Is it when you take out white dudes and you put other demographics instead of white dudes? Is that what forced diversity is?
No, it's where like diversity is the goal. So like normally if I want to make a comedy, but the comedy is not the goal, it being funny is not the goal, having women in it is the goal, then yeah, I would say that that is forced diversity. Or if I'm saying, hey, you know what, I need the next president of my company to be a black woman, no longer is the goal to get the most competent person, it's now to get a black woman to be the goal. I would say that is forced diversity.
An appeal to competence. Tom?
Was that a question? All I heard was an appeal to competence.
So you're like prioritizing competence over like other things. But to do an appeal to competence, you have to believe that the people who get roles in movies that aren't forced diversity are getting those roles because they are the most competent. And not because there are other societal factors.
When I used the word competent, I said for like president of a company. When I was talking about the movie, I said if we want to make a comedy and it being funny is not the goal, but getting women to act in those roles is the goal. That would be forced diversity.
So what does it mean when we want to make a comedy, but we want to make it a women's comedy? Is that forced diversity?
It depends on what it is. So like if the comedy is like there's actually something based around women, right? So like what was the movie the Bridesmaids? That was a freaking hilarious movie. That was a really funny movie, and the premise of the movie is based around it being women. But instead, Ghostbusters, I haven't watched it, so maybe it's freaking hilarious. Maybe it's the best movie of all time. I have no idea. But when I'm talking about forced diversity, I'm saying you're taking something else and then shoving this political agenda into it. So like a black Ariel or whatever, like these are obviously political agendas that are going to take away from your goal. It doesn't mean that it's automatically going to be bad, but it does mean that you're not testing for the thing that is actually going to be successful.
Does either of you have me on screen, by the way, right now?
I do. Yeah, you're not about to.
We both have you on screen, but you are still cutting out at the beginning of your sentences. Can you lower your sensitivity on Discord?
Yeah, I'll do that. The reason why I'm asking is because I got kind of giddy and smiley, and I think it's because I'm like slightly releasing tension, so it's not meant as like a malicious upfront. It's just me handling my anxiety. Like
I generally view feminine characteristics as bitchy and condescending anyways. So.
I mean, I don't doubt that. Most men on Twitch do, so I wouldn't expect nothing less of you, Tom.
Base.
Lower sensitivity, input volume. How do I tell me what women?
Just FYI, I was giga chatting that moment. I don't know if I need to make that clear.
Giga chatting
She was
too.
Giga Stacying that moment, don't worry.
Yeah, like what?
Well, see, I know when you're Giga Stacying though, but you don't know when other people are Giga chatting, so I have to make sure
Okay, so I assume it's just that like I've learned. Wait, do I need to increase sensitivity or reduce it?
reduce.
Reduce. Okay, I can do that.
Or wait,
Okay.
no, it is increased sensitivity. You push it all the way to the left.
It would be reduced. It would be reduced sensitivity.
Okay.
To the left. Okay,
Yeah.
put to the left. Okay. Yeah. I Giga Stacy all the time, but sometimes I think someone isn't Giga chatting, and then people tell me no, they were Giga chatting. So I'm just gonna ask now because I can't tell. Okay. Anyway, did you watch the original Ghostbusters?
Mm-hmm.
What about the original Ghostbusters was a comedy about men?
What about it was a comedy about men?
Yeah.
I don't know that it actually was a comedy about men. Where like you're
Then why-
taking a comedy from yeah, go ahead.
Then why did they insert a political agenda of having all men in that movie if it's not revolving around men?
Well, do you know that their goal was to make sure that it was all men, or did it just so happen that all men filled those roles?
I don't know what their goal was. Does it matter?
Well, would you say that was the case with the all-female cast? Do you think that their goal was to have an all-female cast?
Probably, yeah. Does that make it a political agenda?
Well, it's literally what you asked me before. Like, what is forced diversity? This is what it is. And so you're literally explaining what the differences between one movie and the other could possibly be. I don't know one way or the other.
Okay.
But
I'll try to explain why I'm asking what I'm asking. Having it so a movie has an all-female cast by itself does not mean that like it is forced diversity unless the movie is specifically about something relating to women, because we don't hold that standard when there's an all-male cast. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do. I don't. I am okay. I don't think that any movie with an all-female cast is automatically bad, though. I gave you examples of all-female casts that are good.
Yes, but the example that you gave is a female comedy related movie. So I'm asking, can there be a movie when it's all female cast, but it's just about like adventure hunting? I don't know. Like an all female Indiana Jones.
Sure, but like, so movies are generally going to reflect culture, right? Like they're trying to communicate something to us. So generally, if we think of people fighting bad guys as like a masculine trait, it's more likely that they're going to have masculine people in those roles. Now, representation is important, which is why they're getting more people like Wonder Woman and, you know, other female superheroes in there. But we didn't really worry about this in the 90s or the 80s, and so that's when Ghostbusters was coming out. I think that it would be like a different example when you're talking about what our expectations are today. I think it's going to be a little bit different. But I think, yeah, if we're talking about Bridesmaids, generally we're going to expect it to be a bunch of women. And if we're talking about people fighting off monsters, we're generally going to expect it to be men. It's possible that other people would fill these roles as well. Okay. Why would we expect it to be all women in Bridesmaids movie?
Well, you said it's because like it relates to like it's a women's comedy, so it makes sense there will be an all-female cast. Right?
Well, I said that these are like traits that we would consider to be feminine or masculine, and so they're just trying to relate back to us what it is that we categorize this way.
Okay. Destiny.
Hi.
Do you understand the disconnect, or should I try to explain it again?
Katee is making the argument that if I were to cast a movie of a bunch of crime fighters and it was all men, we wouldn't question it. It'd just be a movie about crime fighters. But if I cast a movie and it's all crime fighters and all women, now it's political. Why is that?
For the same reason that if you made a movie about Bridesmaids and you made it all men, I think that would probably be political as well.
Ghostbusters' main goal wasn't to have all women. A goal was to have all women cast, which is fine. Ghostbusters is gender neutral.
Why?
We don't bust ghost.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Why would it be political?
Because I think that you're like, even, and I'm not saying that it being political is bad, just to be clear, but sure, her question starts off with why would we call this forced diversity, and it's because generally this is not a reflection of culture. Now
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Do you think I feel like forced diversity is a loaded term that is meant to convey something bad is happening. Do you disagree with that?
I say probably that probably is the case. I don't know that I necessarily mean that this is bad. Like, I think that if people put, like, a trans woman into a movie, is it impossible that you'll come across a trans woman? No, but it's very unlikely. And so you're putting that trans woman in there for representation. That's probably a good thing that they have representation, but it's not really like a common reflection of culture, though.
Wait, so anytime a trans woman is in a movie, that's political?
I would say that it's probably some type of representation, most likely.
Is representation, do you see that as political?
Yeah, probably.
But then how can you make the but that, if you have that mentality, it makes my point for me that anything that isn't like the white dude default is political.
Do you think it's not? Like, do you think that if we're fighting back against the patriarchy, would you say that that's not political?
No, it is, but I'm asking.
So we agree.
Okay, as fighting against the patriarchy goes, questioning why men are the default and why we see diversity and representation as some kind of, yes, it is pushing against the status quo, but most people would say forced diversity as in they are trying to imply that that's not good or unfair.
But I think diversity is good.
Okay, let's talk about quotas then.
Okay.
Okay, how do you feel about quotas?
I think quotas are bad.
Okay, why?
Well, so the reason I think like diversity is good is because generally I think that it's likely that it's going to be representative of our general population if all else is equal. And so, like, yeah, if all else was equal, we would see a bunch of different types of people in all sorts of positions. So I would like all else to be equal, and so that's generally something that we would want to fight for.
So if the population is generally 50-50 for men and women, and we can't get a representation of 50-50, for example, in Congress, wouldn't it make sense to make a quota so there's proper representation of 50-50 in Congress?
No.
Why?
Again, because the quotas are not, like, you still have a goal for that position. It's still going to be, like, the goal for the position is probably the important thing. You want to make all else equal when you're looking for somebody to fill that position. But to say, well, no, now we're just going to forget the goal of the position, forget the requirements of the position, and just now make the representation the only thing that matters, that would be ridiculous.
I see. Yeah. So remember how when we started this, I said that if there are no women to sit on a board of directors, it makes no sense to like grab a woman off the street and sit her on the board of directors.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Are we saying that there are no competent women to fill up 50% out of like Congress? There are no competent women who can fulfill that goal.
No, we're saying that all else is probably not equal.
What does that mean? Clarify that for me.
Okay, so when I say all else equal, I'm saying, like, if we're looking for specific traits for a position, it would be great if we just actually graded people on only those traits, right? So if, like, we want the person who's smartest at math to come and fill a position, okay? Well, we would expect that, like, men and women both have an equal chance to go to school for this position and have, and then they're both going to be looked at equally when they apply, and that, feminine and masculine characteristics aren't going to matter as much, and it's going to be based on, like, how good they are at math, right?
So diversity is important, but when filling out certain positions, there are higher things to consider than diversity.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, while and trust me, as a Giga Stacy, it hurts me to say this, but I will say it anyway for the sake of the conversation. Would we agree that a man who is superiorly qualified to do a position, while he might be more qualified than any of the other women that are competing for said position, would we then say that the women who are competing for that position are not qualified? Or are you saying that we must prioritize, quote unquote, the most qualified person?
I'm saying that we would try, yeah, we should prioritize the most qualified person, and in the meantime, we should try to make all else equal.
Oh, okay. I think that's interesting considering you argue that diversity is important, but I respect that. So in that case, I would just say that there are other societal factors that make it so women are perceived to be less competent.
But you understand that's
So,
what
yeah.
I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
But when you say
Yeah.
when you say that there are other factors like social factors that would change this, you understand that when I talk about all else being equal, that is part of all else.
But okay, but so you understand that maybe I can't engage with that the way you want me to because things aren't equal, so it seems like a non-statement.
Things aren't equal, but that's why I say we would want to try to make all else equal. So instead of saying, "Hey, we need to make sure that we have this many women fill these positions, regardless of their ability to fill those positions," instead, Instead, we would want to try to make their ability to fill those positions better. Right? Like we would want to give them the tools to fill those positions earlier on so that later on they are going to fill those positions and then they will be more representative of the general population.
That's great. But what I'm saying is that there are already competent women who are capable to fill those positions. But when I say that, you track back to, well, there are men who are more capable, which doesn't mean. Mod! Mod! You're the moderator. Do something.
She's saying that I said that men are more capable of certain positions, but you also said that.
That's not what I said. Okay.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on. What did you just say?
Can you hold on? Can you guys summarize what exactly are we disagreeing on?
I have no idea.
Wait,
Katie.
I need a second to adjust my tone.
Okay.
Okay. I feel like what we disagree on is that, as I said, I don't want incompetent people to fill out positions, okay? What I'm saying is that it feels like you, Tom, you say quotas are, I don't support quotas because I want the most competent people to fill out those positions. And I'm saying just because, and again, it hurts me to say this because it's not true, but just for the sake of the fucking argument, even if a woman is not the most qualified for X position, it doesn't make her unqualified. So, if we care both about competency and proper representation, there is no harm in letting her in instead of the most quote unquote competent guy. Which, again, I reject the notion that there aren't women who are most competent, but okay.
I didn't say that. I don't know where you're getting that from. But yes, if that's what you're saying, yeah, I think that would be ridiculous. I don't think that we can.
Okay.
I think that we always want to put the best person for the job in each position. We always want to find the person who is the most qualified and who's going to do the job the best. And I think, yeah, just saying like, oh, well, you happen to check off this, diversity box for us, so we want to put you in instead. I think that would be harmful. So when you say there is no harm that comes from it, I highly disagree.
Okay. Do you agree that that person that I'm saying checks off a diversity box is competent, not just as competent as someone else that you think? I'm just making sure because it's like a pedantic argument that I need to make.
Say that again?
Yeah, what was that? I didn't understand that phrasing at all.
Sorry. Okay. you framed it as it's not about like someone checking the box of diversity. And I'm saying they're checking the box of competent and they're checking the box of diversity. And you're saying, I don't care about both of those boxes. I want them to check the most competent box.
Yes.
You were okay. Okay, good.
I say I want them to always check the most competent box, but I want, yes, all else to be equal, meaning that women would be just as likely to check off the most competent box and therefore fill those positions at a higher rate. At the same time, I mean, I guess it's worth mentioning that quotas, I believe, are illegal in the U.S., but yeah.
Okay, that's cute.
Wait,
so
what do you
then,
mean that's cute? That's true, no?
No,
I think quotas related to protected classes are illegal in the United States, aren't they?
when I said that's cute, I mean like, of course it is. It's America. Like, it's an insult.
What's wrong with having quotas being illegal?
Anyway, so
we don't want to discriminate based on immutable
Wait, do you think people should be able to
characteristics,
hire or
right?
fire someone based on their race? Okay, never mind. We're not doing this.
No, it's like I'll answer. I just want to like wrap this up, and then we can do the fucking race thing. Also, I guess you don't consider affirmative action as quota, which, to be fair, it's not quite, but it's like a similar idea.
It is. It is a similar idea.
Okay. So I guess Destiny, that would be my answer.
Affirmative action can be okay depending on how it's implemented, for my opinion. But yeah, I understand that's not okay.
I think generally, if you're gonna have two people who are just as qualified as one another, but then you say like, oh, they both have the same qualifications, but one happens to be black, so we'll pick that person. I think that generally that's perfectly fine.
But that's what I'm saying about the 50-50 representation in Congress. That's what.
Okay, yes, but when we talk about most competent, you are not saying most competent. You are saying, you did say that we can like not care about most competent as much and just care about competency in general and get somebody who is competent.
The reason why I said that is because of your framing, which I said I reject generally. So let's just do that instead. When I think about quotas, I come out of this delusional place in my brain that there are women who are just as competent as men. Okay? I know it's a crazy thought, but that is the crazy feminist world I live in. That being the case, quotas are there to ensure that you actually properly make sure those women get representation to avoid other societal factors that would hold them back, even though they are just as qualified. That is what quotas are for. If that's not how they're implemented wrong, and I do not support them.
Okay, so let's think about like the STEM fields where women are not going to school at nearly the rate as men. You would implement a quota where they are not nearly as qualified and they are not nearly as educated, and then they would just have less competency within those positions, right?
I would do that?
Well, that's what we're talking about, right?
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm actually so fucking lost here. Okay. Are either of you in favor of hiring somebody for status not related to their competency?
Status?
Yeah, like being male, being black, being a League of Legends player, whatever. Like, is anybody here okay with like enforcing mandatory hirings of people that are not related to their competency?
If they're not qualified for their position, they shouldn't be hired.
Not just qualified, but most qualified. So for instance, 96% male company has a choice between two applicants, a male and a female. The male is more qualified, but the female is qualified for the job. The male is more qualified. Should they be forced? Should there be some kind of like mechanism to say you should hire the female because you're 96% male, just because she can do the job, even if somebody else might be more qualified for the job?
Let me think how I want to answer that. I don't think all businesses should be enforced for that. I think in some places it would be appropriate for representation purposes. Yes.
Well, the reason that I brought up the example with STEM is because you are saying, I don't believe that women are actually less competent or actually less qualified. And so I'm bringing up an example where they are obviously less competent and less qualified, and therefore quotas would not help in those areas. They would actually need the competency and the qualifications. And so that's the point that I'm making with STEM.
Yes, but what you're saying and what Destiny is saying is, as far as I understand it, not quite the same. Because there's a difference between not qualified versus not the most qualified. And maybe,
I agree. No,
wait.
you are correct. No, you're correct. No, you're correct. We are making different points. That I'm saying the reason that I brought up STEM is to say, because you keep saying, well, I don't agree with the premise that women are actually going to be less competent and less qualified for these positions. And so I'm saying that I think your premise is incorrect. And if you implemented quotas in these areas, it would actually be detrimental.
It depends on what positions. Obviously, there are different factors. This is not like a sweeping statement. And just to clarify, because I think the disconnect is coming from like an assumption or like a way of viewing the world that I have, and I don't think you guys are aware of it, so it's not coming across. So I don't believe in a meritocracy. So the nonsense of the most competent person is the one getting the job is a ludicrous premise to me.
I don't think anybody believes in pure meritocracy. They do believe that there are tons of other factors that put you into position to be more likely to get a job. But like outside of like, pure communism, that's just always going to be the case. Some people are going to be in better positions than others. And so we want to try to make all else equal as much as possible.
Tom, if that is the case, that a pure meritocracy does not exist, it makes complete sense that doing the bullshit about most qualified when you understand other factors obviously contribute to who you perceive to be the most qualified, regardless of their actual competency, is simply like a delusion. So there's no harm in taking someone who's qualified. Just, okay. Let me like give an example just so you'll understand what I'm talking about. Obviously, it's not a sweeping, it's just like a thing. So, if you have interviewed a guy and a girl, and they both have the same qualifications, okay? But in the interview, the girl just seemed kind of like off. She seemed kind of like lethargic. I don't know. It just seemed like she's not very charismatic, okay? On the other hand, you and the dude were talking about sports, and he seemed really passionate. He seemed to have a lot of energy. You would obviously get the perception that this person is the most competent one for the position if you're looking to fulfill like a leadership position. And that could be a correct assessment. It also could be that you just had a bias, that she had an off day, that guy was pretending for the interview. So just because people have certain notions, that doesn't make the guy actually more competent. And that's what quotas are there to fulfill. Quotas are there to say, hey, we don't trust people filling up positions based on their biases. So if these two people are generally qualified, make sure that you're properly representing.
Okay.
That is the proper implementation of quotas. If you're doing it differently, I do not support it. You know?
Okay. So I disagree, but just real quick. We're at an hour and 40 minutes. We're almost at 2 hours at this point. We've gotten through 2 clips, I believe.
I mean, I'm enjoying
I gotta go. I have to go at 9, just on you guys know too. So
yeah. So what would you like to do from here? We got probably about 20 minutes left. So
let's do the makeup video.
Okay.
It'll be fun. Wait.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay, Destiny, you're our guest of honor. Do you want to do makeup or do you want to do women on front lines?
Well, we're his guest of honor, but yeah, go ahead.
Do whatever you want, fuck it.
No, you pick.
Women on front lines.
Hello.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, who is that?
Women on the front lines. Let me find it.
Okay.
Or not.
Now, one other question on the female front. So one of the things that's disturbed my conscience with regards to women on the front lines is that there's always the possibility that you'll fall into the hands of the enemy. And it wasn't very much fun for, let's say, British and American prisoners of war in Nazi camps in World War II, although there were some Geneva Convention arrangements that were still in place. But I can't imagine what it would be like to be a frontline woman who fell into enemy hands. I mean, that's a level of absolute bloody catastrophic hell that I think that we should be very, very cautious about exposing anyone to. And so I have a proclivity to think that women are differentially susceptible to exploitation on the captured enemy front. And I don't know exactly, given credence to what you say about making sure we have the most qualified people, maybe you can ask people to face their death. I don't know if it's okay to ask them to face endless gang rape and
Jesus
then death.
Christ. Sorry.
That's pushing the envelope. And so I don't know what you think about that.
Okay. So I'm happy you picked this one. I feel like it's more spicy. It'll be fun. Also, Pixie, if you hear, fuck these guys. If you want to join. I could use company.
Yeah, she can join. I don't have an issue with her joining. Can you summarize this for me? I don't understand.
Endless gang rape.
Endless gang rape, bitch. The way women like it. Okay. Yes. What, Tom? What don't you understand about this?
I think I missed the beginning of this. What was it that he was what was he talking about?
He's talking about women in the front lines and why he thinks there's an issue with having frontline like warrior women.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, he's making the argument, Destiny, let me know if I'm saying this wrong. Specifically, his the point that he's most accentuating in this case is that there's the risk of getting captured when you're a frontline warrior, which means that you will face endless gang rape as a woman. So he doesn't want to ask that of women. And then I believe the implication is that maybe we should consider not having women be on the front line, but that might be an overreading. Okay. What do you feel about this clip, Tom?
I don't know. I
Don't you care about women getting gang raped?
Endlessly gang rape.
Endlessly, yeah.
It's not just once or twice. It's endlessly.
So my issue is that I don't know that women should be on the front lines for like ton of other reasons, but I suppose that is a good argument for why torture would be a lot worse for women than it would be for men.
Tom, are you saying it's a good argument because you're trying to? If you're gonna say it's a good argument, I'm gonna go hard at you for it. So
wait, why can't men get gang raped? Didn't we learn that in Autograph? Didn't we watch a video of the Russian people doing that to Ukrainians or Russian?
I think men can get gang raped. I think it's probably more likely that women are going to get gang raped. But
wait.
Go ahead.
Okay. Wow, I have so much attitude running through me right now. I'm trying to. Okay, Tom, I can discuss reasons why women shouldn't be on the front lines. If you think what Jordan Peterson claimed is a good point, I want to go at you for it because I think that point is disgusting. If you want to talk about other points, we can talk about those. But if you want to defend Jordan Peterson's stance on this, I have shit to yell at you.
He wants to defend it.
I'm not sure. It sounds like a good idea to me. Why don't you tell me why he's wrong?
Yeah.
Why does it sound like a good idea to you, Tom?
I just explained.
Because gang rape bad?
It is,
do you think gang rape is good?
Ooh.
Come on,
First
Katie.
of all, gang rape is the only way to have sex. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Turn down the edginess. Jesus Christ.
I thought we were on Rumble.
Yeah, but... Okay, go ahead.
Apparently you're not allowed to make jokes anymore. The woke progressives are like ruining comedy. Okay. First of all, Destiny made the argument of why do men not get gang raped, which is not the best argument because we would generally say that men are less likely to be targeted of gang rape. But I also think it's kind of like racist of Jordan Peterson to assume that because a woman is captive, probably by like a Middle Eastern army
Okay,
at
you're
this
reading
point.
way too hard into that right now.
Okay, I'll make another argument. How about that? I think if Jordan Peterson is going to talk about equality of outcome being bad, I don't see why he's trying to argue that like women and men should have equal outcomes in terms of their service on the front lines.
Wait, what? You said that he's making the argument that men and women should have equal outcomes when it comes to service.
He's saying men and women probably won't have equal outcomes in captivity as a
Mhm.
result of them being on the front line. Therefore, maybe better not have women on the front line because we can't guarantee their outcomes, which is an interesting take to make when most of your brand is about guaranteeing outcomes is not the proper way to engage societally.
What? I feel like that. Okay. So, okay, I get what you're saying. Okay. So you're saying he doesn't normally like equality of outcomes anyways, and so he doesn't care about outcomes, he just cares about the opportunity. I I guess I guess that's true, but I think that like the outcome is always going to be part of it, right? So like what it is that you're testing for is going to be based on the outcome, right? So we say like less women are currently on the front lines because like they're just incapable of passing the physical barriers that get them onto the front lines, right? It's still about the outcome there, but we're using like a metric of.
So using the competency test, if the army determines that a woman is capable of being on the front line, and we understand that adult humans are capable of consenting to go on the front lines, men and women, and people are signing their lives away, potentially agreeing to be captive and dying, why is it suddenly reasonable to be like, women getting gang raped? No, no, no. Women should not be on the front lines.
I guess I don't know. I guess if women want to get gang raped, they can. I suppose. I think that it's true that it's probably more likely that women are going to get gang raped, but I suppose if they're signing up to die anyways, then it's probably a good argument to say that it doesn't make sense to say that they shouldn't be on the front lines because they're likely to get gang raped.
So you're taking back that it's a good argument that he made.
Well, I mean, it might be a good argument, but I don't know that I
then
agree
make
with
it.
So. Well, no, he made the argument. I'm saying the argument might be good,
You
but I don't know
said
that
you defend it. Mod!
I didn't say I'd defend it. I literally did not say that I would defend it. I said I agree with I said it sounds like a good argument. So you can tell me why it's incorrect.
Like a good argument to you?
I already told you because it is true.
So did
he was
I
right.
convince
Yes, I said that I agree with you
then take it back.
No, it's still a good argument, but you are correct on.
Mod, what is this?
I don't know how it can be a good argument, but you don't want to defend it. That's kind of weird. It's a little sus.
I think that he's probably wrong on the overall, like that women shouldn't be in the military, but I think it's a good argument to say that like maybe women should be less likely to be on the front lines because they're going to get gang raped. But that doesn't mean that I actually don't think that. No, I agree that like women can get gang raped if they want. If they want to go get gang raped, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, we have a mod here to call out bad faith actors, and I think the mod will now take you to Destiny. Do something.
I'm saying that I agree with the logic of what it is that he's saying, but you are making other arguments that pertain to like more.
The logic of what he's saying is inconsistent with logic that he applies to other things.
Yes, and that's what exactly, and that is what I'm saying. Correct.
Okay, so he's first of all a hypocrite that doesn't apply his values equally, which you can argue is fine depending on the severity of the consequences.
I don't know if that's true because like the testing for an outcome, like generally we're still testing things for an outcome. His testing for the outcome is based on whether or not you're going to get gang raped, whether or not you're on the front lines is going to be based on like the outcomes that you want stronger people. That is the outcome that we want.
I think the fundamental question
right?
that she's asking is, it seems like right now he's opposed to this because there's a difference in the outcome. And it seems like Jordan Peterson historically says nobody's guaranteed to have the same outcomes. He doesn't care about equality of outcomes. But now here it seems like he's very concerned about equality of outcomes.
And it just happens to be in the case that like relegates women from less traditional roles as well. How
Yes.
surprising.
I understand, and I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is that I think that the outcomes are still what it is that we're testing for anyways. Like
Wait,
what
so if the outcomes is
my
what we're
goodness.
testing for, then okay, sorry, I interrupted you. Go.
Okay, the outcome is what we're testing for anyway. So if we're saying that like we want the biggest and strongest people to be on the front lines, we are testing for an outcome that we're trying to get, right? So one way or the other, even if it ends up with less women, it is the outcome that we're testing for. Right there, he's testing for less people getting raped, and so he's saying women should not be there because it's still an outcome. So when people say we should have equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome, I told you that he still says that we're always going to bring in the equality we're always going to bring in the outcome anyways. Like it's always part of it, but he doesn't like the immutable characteristic part when it comes to equality of outcome. So I agree that he is being like I agree that he's being hypocritical in this scenario, but it's not just because he's grading on the outcome. It's because he's using an immutable characteristic to grade the outcome.
Okay. I think that, well, I first of all, of course I agree that he's a hypocrite, right? The problem is that because of that, I feel like it invalidates other things that he says, because it seems that outcomes matter only under certain circumstances.
I would say that it's inconsistent with the things that he says, for sure.
Okay. But what you're defending is that you think it's a valid argument in terms of if we're trying to prevent gang rape, then women.
I'm not even saying that it's a valid argument. I'm saying that the way that you worded the problem with the argument is incorrect. I'm saying that the problem is not that he's worried about the outcome, because he's always worried about the outcome. The problem is that the outcome that he's worried about is inconsistent with other outcomes that he says we shouldn't be worried about.
Tom, I love you. You're being a weasel. It's okay. It's okay. I still love
Okay,
you.
wait. Let me rephrase what Katie's saying. Okay. The reality is that nobody's really inconsistent. Truly, people only appear to be inconsistent because they are stating something, and it seems like they're not following it. When somebody states something and they're not following it, it seems like there's some underlying motivation that's driving it, and not the logic that they're actually giving. The problem is Katee thinks that Jordan Peterson is misogynistic. You would disagree, obviously. Well, we've come up against a friction point where it seems like Jordan Peterson's stated beliefs, such as not caring about equality of opportunity or equality of outcome, it seems like he's abandoning that principle. Well, if we look at what he's abandoning the principle for, Katie's going to say, well, look, he's abandoning this principle here because he's able to disenfranchise women. So what Katie's saying is Jordan Peterson isn't actually inconsistent in what I think he believes. I think he's misogynistic, and I think it's fully explanatory of his actions. So when he states a certain principle, he doesn't actually follow that principle. The actual principle is the depriving women of certain rights or liberties. That's what I think, and I think that's more explanatory of his actions than you saying that he's principled about this equality of outcomes thing. That's what her argument is. So she's
that's what I'm trying to explain to her as well, is that yes, like your issue is that he's going to discriminate against women in this area, whereas generally he'll say that he's not discriminating against women, but right here he is willing to discriminate against women based on the outcome.
Tom, it's worse because using Destiny's framework that he laid for me, instead of taking Jordan Peterson at his word that he just believes in equality of opportunity, and suddenly he doesn't, you can look at his prescriptions and say maybe he doesn't care about the pay gap, not because he cares about equality of opportunity, but because he doesn't care about making things more equal for women, because that's just not a concern that he has. That's a lot more consistent when he applies his values not equally across different issues. Another example of this is where he'd talk about women being able to have sexual partners and have offsprings, and suddenly he's very worried about equality of outcome about how some men don't get to get laid, and that bothers him tremendously. I don't know, seems like a competence issue to me, does it not? Seems like a skills issue. But suddenly that's a big issue that we need to address because there's a disparity in outcome. So it seems the only time opportunity matters is when women are being disenfranchised. But when it's about men being disenfranchised, it's about outcome.
And that's an amazing spot for us to take a break. And by break, I mean a 1-day break. Do you guys want to reconvene tomorrow? It's been 2 hours, and I've got to eat tonight with Melina's sister. She's going to kill me. So.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, I'm fine calling it like quits. Or because like I can't do tomorrow. I have a panel.
Okay.
Whatever you guys want, I'll DM you. It's good.
That's fine. Steven, I had planned on talking to you today about Max's articles, so I'm probably going to hit you up on Thursday instead then if you're on
What are
Thursday.
you doing tomorrow?
I have I'm touching grass like we talked about earlier.
Yikes.
Okay. Thursday works then. Yeah, just DM me whatever I'm streaming. You can do it. Okay.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Later. Okay. I feel a little uncomfortable with that ending because I didn't get to make my argument at the end there, but the this is something that her and I talked about already, and we agreed not to include that part. Not the last one, not the one about the military stuff, but we agreed not to include the part, and then last minute we decided to put it back in about the about like, so he's made an argument before that like it's possible that we should get men like we should assign men wives or some bullcrap like that. I don't remember what it was, but he said something ridiculous like that. Okay. And when asked about it, and they said, well, isn't this inconsistent with your idea of equality of opportunity instead of equality of outcome? He said, well, not really. Like, I'm always doing, he said, everybody is doing a balancing act between equality of outcome and equality of opportunity. And that, like, one way or the other, there are always going to be some things where we're worried about the outcome. So, like, if we're talking about, Social Security, like, it's not equality of opportunity in this case. It's just about the outcome. We want old people to get their money so that they're capable of continuing to live after they've expired in their ability to work. Okay. So there's a bunch of examples within government, within politics, where we're going to be worried about the outcome. And he says, but it's always a balancing act where you want to try to minimalize how often you're worried about just the outcome. And as much as possible, you want to make things about the opportunity everywhere that you can. But if society ceases to exist because people are having less and less kids, we could actually have like a collapse of the stock market and collapse of the economy because we are not replacing the workforce. So like at this point, there's not much of a choice. If we want things to continue on, we would have to worry about the outcome at this point. I disagree with this. I don't think we're actually at a point where it's that serious. But if his point is, yeah, like, yes, I'm in favor of Social Security. I'm in favor of giving poor people money. I'm in favor of not allowing kids to drive until they're 18 or something like that. Like all of a sudden it's not about equality of opportunity anymore. Now we're doing a balancing act of like equality of opportunity with equality of outcome, just in areas where we can. We want to make it about opportunity. I think that this would fall in line with his beliefs on that, but I didn't get to make that argument, so it is what it is. I saw. Thank you, Sass. All right. I got an interview coming up. He wants to talk to me, or I guess not an interview, but a conversation, a debate. rezzivaer wants to come on. He doesn't like my interview with Max, and so he's going to come talk to me about it. I got to run to the restroom real quick, so so I'm going to talk to him in just a second. I will be right back. That is not what I wanted. Okay.
Okay, right now. Let's try some old shit. All right.
Glancing. Goes with that bounce down.
Okay. I'm ready to get railed in the butt. rezzivaer's not here. Use lube. Let's go. Population growth and degrowth happens in every species. We are just witnessing in ours. Well, so my point was to say that, like, yes, I believe this one thing is inconsistent with what it is that he normally argues, but I don't think that you can say that because sometimes he's worried about the outcome, that now this is inconsistent with everything that he argues because he's always only worried about the opportunity. That's just not true. He's not always only worried about the opportunity. Generally, he's always taking the outcome into consideration. And that was, yeah, there was another clip of him like with Jordan Peterson was talking to, I told you guys I screwed my brain up, dude. I screwed my brain up by getting way too much caffeine and eating like big juicy burgers with too much salt, too much fat, and now it's going too fast and too slow at the same time. Okay, what was I saying? That yes, the one statement I would say is probably inconsistent with everything else he says. But I don't think that it's a good marker to say that now everything else he says is disingenuous and he doesn't actually believe it, because he always believes that we should take the outcome into consideration when we're talking about these sorts of things. So it's always a balancing act. But when we're talking about like private businesses or the way that like people interact with businesses, especially cultural stuff, he's going to be pretty staunch on equality of opportunity, which I am as well. But like the one issue that I had with the debate is, am I crazy? Like, I felt like 2 or 3 different times, Destiny's like, okay, Tom, so listen, this is what it is. And he explains to me almost verbatim what I just said. Like, I felt like every time I'm like, yes, that is what I'm arguing against. Yeah, thank you. But I can't tell if he's saying, Tom, listen, you don't understand, I got to tell you. Or if he's like, listen, Katee, you're not arguing this well enough. I got to steel man what it is you're saying because this isn't making sense. I can't tell which one it is, but either way, I was still like every time he would explain it, that's what I'm arguing against. That's what I'm talking about. So I felt like even him steel manning her, if it was for her benefit, still wouldn't have made sense. yes, it was both what Katee is saying and what you are saying for it makes sense in the convo, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, because it felt weird where like there probably wasn't much for him to do. And so that's why early on I was like, no, go ahead, like tell us what you think about this. Because yeah, I realized pretty quickly, I'm like, Katee and I have pretty amicable conversations. I don't know if it's necessary for us to actually have a moderator, but it's beneficial to be on Destiny's platform and argue this here. So I figured like, yeah, let's get him included so that this isn't completely pointless. I think he was steelmanning both of you. He only ever steelmanned her. And it felt like it was because I didn't understand. So that's why each time I'm like, yes, I know. That's what I'm arguing against. Thank you. Like, Tom, I clipped when Destiny made his fun ooh sounds. Are you wanting me to play the clips? Is that why you keep bringing them up? Oh, here we go.
Talk.
Hello?
I think he dragged us in. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
You are very quiet. Oh, he just jumped out. You there?
Hi, my Discord just crashed. Give me a second. I'm almost...
You are insanely quiet.
Am I?
Yes.
All right, is that like a little bit better?
Yes, that's better. Here, I'll turn you
All
up
right,
some
cool.
as well, so you don't have to.
Yeah, that's
beat your mic.
probably for the best. I mean, I could think I can boost myself a little bit. Like probably like that much will probably be good for you, I'm guessing. You can hear me now, or okay, cool. And Discord didn't crash. All right, cool.
Beautiful.
Can you?
How's
hear
it going, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well.
How was the Destiny Katee talk? I didn't watch much of it.
It was exhausting because at a bunch of parts, like it seems like we're just arguing past each other, but that like I understand what it is she's saying, and it feels like she's not understanding what I'm saying. It feels like I'm arguing against what she's saying. She's not arguing against what I'm saying. But then Destiny would be like, "Okay, Tom, let me explain Katee's argument to you for a second." I understand her argument. I feel like it's not the other way around. Okay, thanks.
I mean, I think that it's like kind of it's the Katee meme that it's like, how do you get through to Katee is like it's rough, right? Like it's something I've thought about because I've known her for a little bit, right? I adore Katee. I think she's fantastic. I am a person of pure, how do I put this? I am a person of pure desire to disrupt people, get them a little bit off balance, because I think that it shows like who they actually are, as like deep as they possibly can be. It's like something about like kind of like the shedding of a Matryoshka doll, if you will, right? Okay. So I guess, and that's actually like a little bit of what we're talking about today. But let's dive into Katee more, because I think this is fun, and I think it'll be good for us to go in on it a little bit more, right? Okay. So with Katee, right, here's what you have to understand. Katee's rhetorical style is that she is her entire point of having these conversations is to get you to agree with her side, right? Mm-hmm. Like there's it's an absolute zero-sum game. Like, did you see the feminism panel Friday that they did?
No.
Okay. All right. So this is like something I've noticed from Katee. I think she actually ended up talking about this on one of the vaush interviews she did or something like that, right? Is understanding like what somebody's trying to get out of it. And like with Katee, I think it's like a level of domination. All right. And I don't know if it's like because she's got like strong femdom vibes or something like that. But like ultimately, I've got leather straps, and Katee, you are not welcome to use them. You're weird. All right. You scare me. I think I will wake up. It's going to be Lorena Bobbitt 2.0. I'm terrified of it. Right. But that is like a lot of what her conversations are. You're not going to really be able to move her on much. And that's like kind of, I think, why people get so frustrated about. All right. So I think that this actually is really good because I have criticism of the Mr. Girl interview, right? Through this lens of it, that you're I don't know if I want to call it an interview because I think it was a talk, right? And everything. I watched like a little bit of it, and like we can get into like the differences of those two things, right?
Yeah.
And then also just about like tactics and the usefulness of as I would call it, schizo posting on the internet, especially in these like kind of weird politics spaces. But also, I wanted to meet you, say hi, and formally
We've met
introduce myself,
before, right?
Yeah, I know. We met before. Like it was like I came in to be like, yeah, Zonia was on your side, Lab.
No.
Can you chill out?
No.
No.
We had a long conversation. Are you streaming?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Okay. My last day on Twitch, you and I had a conversation.
About what?
So there was some guy.
That was like 2 years ago.
You and somebody else, you guys wanted me to like do a dating show. And you guys brought me on and started like talking to me about my panels, and I was running panels at the time on Twitch, and so you guys liked the panels, and we all sat around and just screwing around for a while. Who was the guy who was doing the dating shows again? He hosted them.
Yas?
Yes. We were in a Zoom call.
Oh, dude, I was okay. Sorry, keep going.
And so yeah, that was my last day on Twitch. Like we all sat there
No
talking,
shit.
and I couldn't go on the show afterwards. I couldn't do it anymore, and yeah, we all sat there for like 3 hours talking. It's still on my YouTube channel somewhere.
That's amazing, and I had no fucking idea at all. I was smoking a lot of weed then. That was pretty much what we would do. Is like me, Yas, Earthly, Woggles, sometimes Clint, and a few other people. They would all get like shit-faced drunk or stoned, and that's what we would do all the time. And then every once in a while we'd be like, let's do like a dating show or something. That seems like fun, right? Like, why don't we do that? That's awesome. I have no idea. I am terrified to look at it. I will probably find that and watch that. I didn't dig too deep because like I mostly like wanted to see why you got banned, which to be honest, like that sucks, dude. Like that sucks like really, really, really bad. The gate is F, right? Now I'm cutting out. Oh my God. I hate this. I just got like an actual microphone, and I'm trying to do this where I don't have to wear headphones and shit. I think that's fine, right? I think that's fine. That should be good there. All right. So, yeah, we used to just do that shit like all the time, where it was just like we would just dick around every night, and we were just trying to do like random shows about everything. But like the most I look back on your shit was when you got banned, why you got banned. And I think it's bullshit. Like, I don't think you should get banned for that comment. That sucks ass. And I am so sorry. I hope someday you get unbanned, because that was like the dumbest thing to like completely ban somebody out of context for, right? Like, I am 100% on that page with it, right? And then I watched your interview with Mr. Girl. I watched a little bit more of that. Like right before we came on here, because I want to like kind of familiarize myself with like watching the first 30 minutes of it and like have the criticism that I have. And then after that, I don't know, just generally talk about, I think that you were making this argument. I don't remember who it was to. Was that because Mr. Girl answered your questions, you thought you did a better job? And I wanted to talk about hostile interviews and the issues that come from legacy media, specifically like the Marjorie Taylor Greene interview that recently happened. There wasn't like a lot of pushback on a lot of what she said, even when it was lies, and generally slander, which again, for how quickly you did the interview after the article came out, I can understand it to a point, but I feel like there was this moment when you were talking to Mr. Girl and you're saying like, I don't know if Destiny is innocent or whatnot, and I want you to explain to me like where you're at and whether I agree with it. And then you kind of just trailed off from that, right?
It wasn't
And
really
that
that.
kind of
It was so he was talking. Just FYI, check your DMs while I'm talking. But
oh yeah,
go ahead. I was I wanted to gather what everybody had issues with his article. The main things seemed to be, one, that he didn't include links, two, that he was wrong about the Anna situation, and three, that he didn't explain what abuse was. And so the first thing I wanted to get into is, what is abuse? What does he mean by abuse? Why does he call this abuse when nobody else calls it abuse? I wanted to understand his article, and that was the main thing. So anywhere that people had misunderstandings or seemed to be strawmanning him, I wanted to hear him actually explain it so that we could actually engage with what it was he was really talking about.
So I guess I want to go further in on this, right? How familiar are you with the Destiny Anna situation?
I'm pretty familiar. Yes,
Okay,
I know.
so like you were watching it, like every breakdown, because like it was, it was entertaining. It was a shit show, but it was entertaining, right? Like, in like that degenerate sense of like what internet commentary or interactions are when we fight with one another. It's entertaining, right? So I feel that like there is like a mutual abuse form, right? Like I think that's like, we can call it a codependent relationship, for instance, right? So, and I don't think like you're going to be able to like, I think you can go into that and say, yeah, I think both of them were probably doing bad shit to the other one. Right?
That is
like,
my position. They were both
but
abusive to one another, and they were both reacting as abuse victims to one another as well.
Yeah, they just had a toxic relationship, right? Like
Right.
that's not really much to say about it. Now, mind you, their current relationship seems very non-toxic, right?
Mhm.
And I think one of the things that I feel it was like your fail press on that interview was that Mr. Girl, after moderating the debate between Anna and Destiny about the OCD stuff, after which Anna and Destiny seemed to get along a lot better, it seems like he manipulated her OCD, right? And like I think Mr. Girl isn't going to evade any definition of abuse, which is why like I think you probably should have pushed him harder on getting him to define what abuse was, right?
I did, though. So he talked about what abuse was, and one of the things that he talked about was the fact, and this is why I think that it was such a success, is the answers that he gave explained so freaking much. Like, one of the things that he said was that in order for it to be abusive, it has to feel like abuse. So when you see the thing, it has to be like shocking. It has to feel like this is such a horrible wrong that you're seeing. And when he sees Anna messaging Destiny afterwards saying, "You ruined my life," this feels like abuse. So his empathy, the way that he feels towards somebody, the way that he sees the scenario, that is a huge factor in whether or not he calls something abuse. Then on top of that, he also he gave a definition that was kind of broad, so I tried to get him to narrow it, and he didn't. So that's when I started pushing him on like different scenarios, saying like, well, would we call this abusive? Would we call that abusive? And it seemed to make a lot of sense when all of a sudden, he says like, oh, well, if it seems like abusive, when you see it and it feels like abuse, that's when I would call it abuse.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's like assuming that there's some like level of feeling behind what abuse is, right?
Right.
And like we can't like abuse, at least for me, right? When I hear that term, I assume that there is like some grand evil, right? Like, and I think that when we're going ahead and looking at perspectivist takes like that, we're just basically, Mr. Girl did an article where he wanted to claim to be non-partial, right? Or committal to like either end of it. But at the same moment, the only way you glean anything of value from it is if you're looking at his perspective, which is what he also was saying he was trying to remove, right? So I think there's like a huge issue there where it's like realistically, like, was the point you were trying to prove is that he's kind of delusional or like completely misses the premise of what this was, or
none of the above? It was more so to see it from his perspective. So like you just said, if you so I read the article and thought, I don't understand how I could see this as abuse. I don't understand how anybody could see this stuff as abuse. Most of the article seems to show Destiny in a light that says he's interacting with people in a really responsible manner, and he's checking on them, and he's trying to do things the best way possible in most of these scenarios. And so instead of like, there are some bad things here, sure, but the pattern that he tries to show us doesn't exist. But then once you put on his Mr. Girl goggles and you see like, oh, well, actually, it has to feel bad. It has to feel like abuse. You have to, it has to be something that's like, that is bad no matter the context, which is one of the things that he said. Like, now all of a sudden it starts to make sense that he's willing to take out all other context, that surrounding context cannot change the abuse. It can't change whether or not it's abuse. Now everything makes sense. Like, and nobody else is going to look at it that way except for him. So it makes sense why he sees it so differently from everyone else now.
And like, so did you, I didn't get through the whole thing, right? I got through most of it. Like, I watched it a few days ago, had like watched your Zonia conversation. I was like, yeah, I think this sucks, but whatever. I'll talk to him about it, see what's going on. So it's basically like, if it feels bad, then as long as it's societally accepted, it's not abuse then, right? Like, for what it's worth, or at least like through your, like his level of socialization.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like, yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Because
I started arguing, I said, I was like, when you explain these things, the first thing that I want to do is I want to intellectualize it. I want to start comparing it to other things that I would call abusive. And I want to see if it's going to be consistent with that. But you're saying the consistency doesn't actually matter all that much. It's just a personal feeling. When you see it, it's going to feel abusive.
Okay. Do you agree with like what you believe his definition of abuse is?
No, because that's why I started pushing him on the definition early on. Because I started saying, like, by your definition, me just calling somebody stupid would be abuse. And so he starts saying, okay, well then, if you call somebody stupid every day and you're screaming it in their face over and over and over a long period of time, then we would call it abusive. And I said, okay, so then now it sounds like you're saying it's something that's going to cause long-term damage. Would you agree with that? And he's like, oh, I don't want to narrow the definition. So I started having to move in different directions to get him to narrow his definition more and more, and that's what he ended up doing.
Yeah, okay. So like, and that was like, so effectively, I think that was like, so the goal of your talk with him was just to try to understand what the hell he's thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, yeah, if that's the case, then I think you did a great job, right? I'll give you that. If that was your goal, I think that you did a great job, right? I know that that's like,
I don't want to downplay it though, because right? I think that was the goal of a lot of other people as well. They just weren't able to do it. They weren't able to get it done. They weren't able to get him to actually answer the questions. And anytime they gave pushback, it immediately veered off into something completely different. Whereas each time he would say something to me like, I don't like the way you're asking that question, or you're playing defense for Destiny. You're just trying, blah, blah, blah. Every time he would do these things, I would just pivot to a different way of asking the question to get to the same answer, and each time I would get to the answer. So it was no like simple feat. Mr. Girl is a complicated guy to get answers out of. He's a difficult guy to talk to, and so I think that it was a difficult thing to maneuver and to actually get answers from him. I was happy that I was actually successful at it.
I mean, you got the answers that you want to get. I think that actually is like a good clarification, because I think the largesse of people that, read the article, reacted to it, whatever, like the goal was to actually ask like questions like, you realize like what you did to Anna was like consciously, in my opinion, I think consciously worse than what Destiny did to Anna, right? Because he was aware that Anna, the way her OCD manifested was by going ahead and hearing people lie about her, aka Mr. Girl saying Destiny's going to call you a stalker, and using that to extort information from her, right? Even though she resisted for 3 some hours until he enlisted Shaylin and Lap, right? Like, I think that that's what most people were pushing to, was that he really did go there. If you were literally just trying to figure out like what the hell he means, then yeah, okay, like yeah, I can accept that. That's fine.
Yeah, well, and then even on top of that, when he says that like it's about like how you feel, I did bring up the fact that I was like, you realize that lots of people would look at these videos of you with scary music playing in the background and the way that you're talking to Shaylin and say, this feels abusive. But for me, I was like, when I reviewed this on stream, I started to intellectualize it. I started to compare it to other relationships. I started to see, look and see if we could use this line of abuse consistently. And then I turned around and ended up defending you in the way that you interacted in those conversations, because I didn't think that they were actually abusive. So why would yours not be abusive when they feel abusive, but his were? And yeah, his answers from that, just I don't even think. He started saying that he didn't want to compare different types of trauma. He didn't want to compare what he was saying to other things. And so, yeah, at that point, like, I felt like I already understood what he was talking about. And that's when we moved on to Anna.
Yeah. And I think, like, that's the issue, is that ultimately I think Mr. Girl is trying to draw this comparison, right? This comparison of, like, function or whatever to, like, what abuse is. Like, and I mean, that's the whole point of what he does, is he tries to compare what he believes to be, in my opinion, a utopistic, idealistic society compared to where we're at now. And, unfortunately, he's not a revolutionary, right? Otherwise, like, I think he would get somewhere maybe with what he's doing, right? But it, like, would require some level of, like, full revolution to even get close to the function that he wants to get from society. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, which is why, like, one of the things that I was saying to him is I want to understand this, because I feel like you have a point to make as far as how we should interact with one another, and the fact that we could, like, rework our streamer ethics. Like, there's probably possibly a point to be made there. But once you make the point, I have to be able to compare this to real world interactions and the way that other people interact within jobs or within society, and see if this is even possible. And one of the issues that I have with what he talks about is he even mentions things like having an HR for streamers. Well, HR within the real world is there to make sure that the business is not culpable for anything that you do. They're not there to save you. They're not there to help you from being sexually harassed. They're there to make sure that you don't sexually harass anybody so that the business doesn't get in trouble. YouTube is not culpable. YouTube has Section 230, which makes it so that they will never be culpable. So there will never be an HR for streamers like there is for them. And so we're able to interact like we would in the real world and not like we would in a business.
Well, have you been following any of the Anissian drama by chance?
The what?
The Anissian, he has a federal court case. I think it's actually directly against Section 230, that there's something that the feds were, like, arguing about this, or something like that. It's a federal court case. I read about this, like, briefly. I had more notes on it before I got my shit hacked and lost my Discord and everything, and now everything's way better, and I have a better Discord, and it's awesome. And I love it. I love everything about it. I have, like, a way better community now. It's so good. It feels so much better. Anyways, I just need to talk myself up. It's fine. So the thing that I was, I guess I have to ask is, what if, like, that Section 230 is ruled null and void? Even if we were to go so far in as to be looking at what's occurring in Florida right now under DeSantis, where, news organizations are going to be opened up to lawsuits based on the reporting that they give, that there is, like, a culpability that media corporations have towards these things. Do you think with a change with that would be closer to the Mr. Girl reality, or, like, would somehow function to there?
Maybe. Yeah, I think that if there was something that could exist that might be beneficial in some way, like, so when I say there's a point to be made, I think that it makes sense that, like, there are differences in power levels to where somebody like Destiny is similar. He's not their boss, but he is similar to a boss in the way that somebody would have trouble saying no to him if he asked them for sex. So if he talks to a smaller streamer,
more like a mafia boss than like a McDonald's boss.
Well, the analogous part is that they would have trouble saying no because of the benefit to them, right? So a person who works at McDonald's, their boss comes up to them and says, "Hey, you want to have sex with me?" Well, if they say no, they don't know if they're going to lose lose their job. They don't know if they're going to get fired. And lots of people say, well, there's laws against this. Well, not necessarily. Like, lots of times you could get fired for showing up late one day, or maybe you show up 100 days late and nobody ever cares. Like, there's a wide range for where you can actually get in trouble. So you don't know if that next time you show up 2 minutes late, that's the time you're going to get fired because you said no to having sex with the boss. Same with Destiny. If going on Destiny's stream is very beneficial to you and you get a lot more viewers and you're making a lot more money off of it, and then Destiny propositions you, it's possible that you would have trouble saying no to him because now you don't know if he's going to stop bringing you on stream, he's going to want to stop talking to you, and maybe even he'll start talking crap about you and make it to where people hate you and not just have like to where they just don't care about you, right? So there is that there is that difference in power to where it like there is something there. I just don't know if there's any way to actually regulate that would make sense.
Yeah, I think it's like part of the entertainment industry that makes that. I mean, that's just how it's always been, right? Like it's connections, it's networking. I think networking is the death of like intellectualism, but like that's a whole separate conversation, and I don't really feel like getting too angry about the cognoscenti right now, which is my new arc.
But Hollywood did add in a bunch of laws and regulations to start protecting people from this sort of stuff. And so it does seem a little bit analogous to like a casting couch sort of thing, where new streamers come in and now they're all of a sudden put in this position where they would have to make a decision. I don't know that he's actually doing that. It doesn't seem like it, because it seems like when he doesn't have sex with people, he still brings them on, he still talks to them, he still has relationships with them. But it does make sense that they would feel like that is a possibility, and they would feel like they can't say no and therefore consent under duress.
Is that like a purport of like our socialization towards these structures more than anything, though, right? Because then it's like ultimately, if we do anything about it, we're just infantilizing and essentializing that, you know, small streamers don't know how to run their own shit, how to, you know, stay within those bounds, or how to resist larger forces. I don't think that we get anywhere with that without infantilizing. With Hollywood, I think the difference is that there are literal contracts and everything like that that are signed and on the line, versus like right now, if you wanted to leave the conversation to go do something else, you could. I could do the same, right? You know, there's no like contractual obligation here, nor is there a proximar value that in the future there will be, right? So I think that's like kind of where the analogy, at least for me, where it falls apart there.
I don't know if that's the case. Like, I don't know that the contract makes all that big of a difference, because I think somebody who works at McDonald's can just go get a job at Wendy's. Like, those are really easy jobs to get. Normally, all of those companies are always hiring. You can easily just go get another job, but generally we won't like, we still want to protect the employee who's being propositioned by their boss and make it to where they don't have to go get another job.
Yeah, and I mean, like, and that's like, I think that that's reasonable. I just think that it's like, it's not a job. I think it's like the part of streaming that a lot of people miss out on is that a lot of the connections that we grow do have like some tinge of personality there within, like, you know, friendships and shit to begin with, right? I think even going as far back as like when Mr. Girl started coming into the Destiny fold was when Destiny's like, hey, I'm 35 and I need friends, you know, like that sort of thing, right? And I think that's the arc that he's been on. So to assume that there's anything more than that, I guess, I don't know. I just think that like it's where streaming gets muddied. Whereas like Hollywood, it's like, you know, having like access to like specific concentrations of where power is. Streaming is still like, you know, you have this double lens of like, you know, sociality, parasociality, and then like just, you know, having it be a business. And I think there's a lot of complications that get there. Do you think Destiny is unaware of the power that he holds over people in this regard?
No, I don't. And I think generally he tries to be like cognizant of it, and I think that he tries to act proportionally. And I think that that's what most people are looking for, is like like I said, when a lot of the article actually makes Destiny look good, when he's like messaging Lav saying, hey, just so you know, our sexual and our streaming careers or interactions are completely separate. One has nothing to do with the other. He's checking on her. Are you okay? How do you feel? Like stuff like that. I think that that's generally what we would expect of him in these sorts of scenarios. Some people would say, well, you don't even know if, so like, I have a mod who starts like working for me or modding for me when I'm like a 2 viewer Andy, right? We become friends, and then over time, I eventually grow to have a channel as big as Destiny's. Well, is now the parasociality different within that scenario because I'm bigger, or do we say, well, she knew me before there was any sort of parasocial relationship, and so we'd assume that it didn't grow into a parasocial relationship? I don't know that we have answers to this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think that I mean, that's like the same as like we look at the growth of Mr. Girl and the fall of Shaylin Jornigan, right? You know, you look at the kind of artwork that Shaylin was doing previous to them dating. She started she started, I don't know if it's she or they, I'm not totally sure. I apologize if I fuck that up. They went ahead and they had Mr. Girl come in as a collaborator, so to speak. And then, you know, we look 2 years later, all of that stuff has been scrubbed from the internet. Her website, or almost any remembrance of what there is, right? Yes, Aiko, you're an offline chat on the screen. All right, I haven't figured out how to do chat for YouTube yet. All right, chill. All right. So, I think that that's like, I guess, where my issue is, right? When I go ahead and look at everything with regards to Mr. Girl, is that I don't think there's a way he's going to be able to define abuse that doesn't also include him. When I say that, I mean, I look at abuse as like, you know, let's say him and Shaylin, it's all an act. It's all a game. It's all a stage. It's a play that we're all playing on, right? That one situation where they're in the parking lot and Mr. Girl starts demanding that the person take the tip showed me enough to say that I think Mr. Girl oversteps boundaries in even the most basic, simplistic of relationships. And I think that is a better way to look at abuse, because again, yeah, if I'm going to practice like BDSM, like, you know what? It's fun. Okay. Like, is that like, would somebody look at that and say that's abuse? Sure. But if I want to get punched in the face because that's the only way I'm going to shoot the thickest of ropes, then like I want to get punched in the face, right? But someone would look at that as abuse. And I don't think that, I think that it's not necessarily like just feeling, but I think there is like consensuality that comes within abuse.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I when you jumped into the conversation where Lav and Katee and all of us were talking, the conversation at that point was about the fact that I believe, like Katee was talking about how toxic the space is and how we need to rework the way that we interact with one another. And I was arguing that we already know what space we're getting into. We already know that it's toxic. We already know how we interact, and we choose to consent to this anyways. And she would say, yeah, but if this is interacting in a bad way, wouldn't we say that it's still bad? And I said, well, generally we would say that stealing's wrong, but on a basketball court, they all consent that if you steal the ball from them, they're not going to go call the cops afterwards. Or if you're on a football field and somebody comes and tackles you, they're not going to go call the cops and say that you assaulted them. Like we all agree to rules and consent to them ahead of time so that we all know what it is that we're getting into. And I would say in this space, generally, that is what we're doing. We are consenting to a specific type of interactions where we all agree that it's okay to yell at each other, talk crap about each other, try to tear each other down, make each other look bad. Like that is the game. That is what we're doing. And that's what we all enjoy most likely if we're going to consent to doing it.
I also disagree. I don't think we're all in this to make each other look bad, right? I think that there are some aggressive parts. I think that there is.
I don't mean that we're all trying to do that. I just mean that we're we are consenting to that type of scenario if it happens.
I look at it as like it's pugilism, right? It's like wrestling, because like the way I've always looked at internet shit is that at some point, regardless of who you are, you will have a drama and somebody's going to be coming at you, right? And it's almost like a inoculation, a vaccination where like you have friends that say like tear you down a little bit. This is what like the Zerka community taught me, like for better or for worse, right? That's like what I learned from them was like, yeah, this is how you like just jump around, how you don't take things like too personally. And like I think it's worked out relatively well for me. I've liked it. You know, like the recent stuff has been at times confusing. And you know, like I worry for my boy, but you know, it's I think it's what happens when people get banned from Twitch. All right. So I know you have another thing that you want to do. I don't know if you wanted me to do it as well, or anything like that. But if it's just you, that's fine. So I'm gonna rail out some memes real quick. And then like, cause I really just want to hammer in on the Mr. Girl thing. I like doing these short, bursty conversations, higher energy, you know, rather than dragging it out. I've got a few memes questions. Okay. All right.
Okay.
First, what do you think of Filbert from Rocco's Modern Life, and why are you cosplaying as him?
I don't even remember which one was Filbert.
Look it
I
up.
watched
Just look-
Rocco. I don't remember which
Okay,
one was
just look
Filbert.
it up. Just trust me. Just look it up. Okay.
Oh, what the hell? That's messed up.
Is it messed up? Is it
That's
messed up?
messed
Show
up.
your chat. Show your chat.
I'm
show
showing
mine.
my chat. That's messed up.
Messed up.
He's
Okay.
got blue glasses. Okay, I'll give you that.
It's like he's got blue glasses. He's got this like at times nervous energy, which is why I like this conversation. You're not as nervous as you usually are, and I like that. It makes me feel good about myself as well as about you. And I hope you actually like engage generally a little bit more rough with things, right? Like if you're just having a talk, just have it be a talk. I think honestly, like labeling that beforehand as a talk rather than an interview, I think it honestly maybe even would have been able to like get you to expand like into even weirder lenses of all that shit. So
I mean, that's what
I
it
don't
was.
know.
When I messaged him, I said, "Hey, do you want to talk on this day?" He said, "Sure," and that was it. Like we didn't even like agree to parameters like he did with everybody else. We didn't agree to what we were going to talk about. None of that. I just said, "Hey, do you want to talk on this day?" That was my title. Is talking to Mr. Girl. Like that was pretty much it. It was just a talk.
All right. Next, do you think child porn is good?
Do I? No, I don't think.
All right, sick, awesome, great. Twitch, you fucking heard it. All right, you know, all right, get him fucking unbanned. Let's goddamn do it. All right, right from the horse's mouth, he's changed his mind. All right,
I
next.
changed my mind. Thank you.
All right, why do you wear a hat indoors, and why does that make your grandmother sad?
I don't have a grandmother, but I
You
generally
at some point did.
Yeah, I don't always wear a hat.
Well,
I shave
yeah.
my head fairly often. If I don't feel like shaving my head, I wear a hat. I am balding. It just looks messy. Like I didn't brush my hair just like anybody else. They don't want to brush their hair. They just put a freaking hat on.
Yeah, I got a pack of brushes. I've just been growing my hair out and brushing it constantly on stream. It seems
looks
like a
good.
Fabio thing. It's
Yeah,
been
I
working
like it.
out pretty well. So yeah, all right, cool. At some point, watch the MTG thing. I want to continue talking about this, but I also want you to get your bag as good as you can get it. And I think that'll be what you were telling me about is a good idea. So go do that. All right.
Awesome, man. I appreciate it.
Right, cool. Yeah, don't worry about it. Literally, just like it's a good deal. It's a good deal. We'll talk more.
If
all
you
right?
watch more of my content, I go hard rarely often or
I'm gonna
fairly often.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
turn you into a fucking Antifa super soldier by the end of us communicating.
I think
okay?
I have
Like,
too much self-awareness to be an
I think
Antifa
that
super
you
soldier.
have. I think I'm gonna get the vaccine serum, and God damn it, you're gonna be fucking beautiful, baby. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, wait. Okay. I gotta pee again, but I'm gonna go pee and then we're gonna jump on with NotSoErudite in just a minute. I drank way too much Red Bull, so. Where the hell are the rules? Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining. We got my Twitter. Oh, I'm not on screen. We got my Twitter. We got my Discord links all in the description. Make sure you join. Don't miss out on all the fun. We might do a movie night later. We'll see. Yeah, I don't see where her rules are. And I don't see a VC where she is.
Hello, hello.
Yo, yo. You're
Hi.
Rummy?
What?
Said you're Rummy?
Yeah, sometimes I change my name to a sneaky secret name so that people don't bombard me when I come into the Discord.
Okay.
No, it's not secret or sneaky.
So you were watching the conversation. What were you thinking so far?
Ooh. Tell you what, I'm gonna not give you my opinion so that I can save it for when Katie's here. Okay? I'm
Fair enough.
not gonna do her dirty like that and poison the well. Why don't you tell me? Didn't you talk to Max or have an interview? You were bringing up something about Max content that was coming up. Did you interview
I
him?
just talked. Yeah, I interviewed him. I was like literally right after Wick interviewed him. I interviewed him and talked to him, and I feel like it was like the best one so far. I mean, I really wanted to get the information out of him, and I saw how difficult it was for Wick to do that. So I kind of changed it up and just kept switching tactics to make sure that one way or the other he answered the questions, and I got every question answered by the end of it. So yeah, it turned out really well.
Oh. Okay.
Were you just dancing or something? You're out of breath?
No, I'm exercising.
Oh, okay.
I do sets for donations now because it makes me really good at my exercising. Actually, it has been look at my abs. I have abs again. I haven't had abs in so long. I know it's been really good for my fitness journey. Actually, just waiting on Katie. She said she'll be right there.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? I haven't seen your interview then with Max. So what are your thoughts on the whole Max drama? Tell us, Tom.
It seems to be a bit incoherent. One of the things that I wanted to talk to him about is what is abuse, and he said that like the reason he didn't define it in his article is because he feels like he can just give you all the information, show you where he thinks the patterns are, and then you can take your definition of abuse and apply it to this and decide whether or not you think it's abuse. But he feels like abuse is something where you're taking a position of power over somebody and then using that to your benefit. And then he also said that it also has to feel like abuse in order for it to be abuse. So when he sees, Anna messaged Destiny saying, you know, F you, you ruined my life, you know, you bastard, blah, 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 that felt like abuse to him. And so therefore it was abusive. And so, yeah, there was a lot of things that made it really make sense from his point of view. Because that was my issue reading the report is I don't see what possible perspective I could look at this through and understand how he's coming to these conclusions. But then after talking to him, it all made perfect sense to me.
Okay, so do you agree with him?
No.
Is Destiny a dirty abuser?
No. The one part that I agreed with him on is where he asked me if Destiny was abusive to Anna at all. And I said, yes, I think that he did some abusive things to Anna. But I also think that she was also abusive to him. And I think that they ended up being like two abused victims reacting to one another over and over. And it just ended up being a really bad cycle. So, yeah.
Was he bothered by that answer? Because, like, did he feel like you were being defensive of Destiny then?
He did. He felt like I was being defensive of Destiny. And every time he would say something like, I don't like the way you're asking that question, or you're just trying to defend Destiny, or something like that, we got out of it fairly quickly and moved on to the next thing. So it
How did
didn't
you
seem
feel
to
getting out of it?
So a lot of things I was willing to like, so like one thing he knows that I have like a bunch of content where I actually like talk about things I disagree with Destiny on. And, and he's even like sent me messages in the past saying like, hey, you're the only one to push back on him when he's making up lies about, you know, Lav or my wife or something like that. So I knew that he knew that it wasn't the case, that I was just some like Destiny simp who was going to say whatever I thought would get me in the good graces of Daddy Destiny. So, so yeah, we were able to move past all that fairly easily.
Hello, Katie.
Hi.
Hi, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
Good. Tom, just quickly, I was told that the jabs I was taking on you seemed like gotchas. You know, it's just my playfulness, right? Just to make sure.
I don't know. You are hurting my feelings.
Oh,
I
that's
think
fine
you
then.
need to
Okay.
stop doing all that.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna keep doing that then.
All
That's
right.
fine. Cause like I was confused. Cause yeah. Okay. Good. So you know I'm trying to hurt your feelings.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right. You guys ready for an engaged moderator?
An engaged moderator. Let's go.
I know, right? He wasn't even fucking listening. Oh my fucking god. He always does that too.
So I'd be curious. So the clip, Katie, the clip that you showed, is it a short or was it a timestamp? Because I found this, I found like the Tulsi Gabbard thing. Do you mind if we maybe rewatch from there just to kind of get my chat oriented on the conversation? Because it felt like you guys left that conversation midway through.
Absolutely. Do you want me to send you the clip, or you can just find the original one? I just clipped the part that matters because it was very contained, so I didn't leave any context out. So whatever you want to do is fine.
Yeah, I think I have the clip.
Okay.
Did I lag out?
No.
Oh.
There we go. I'm back.
She did.
We'll try it one more time to see if I can share my screen with you guys. I'm not. There we go. Okay. Does this look correct? So
let me look.
So I found the full context of them talking about stuff. Do you guys just want to talk about the rape thing, or do you guys want to talk about? Like,
I mean, I clipped that specific part because that was the only thing I wanted to talk about. We can talk about the whole thing, but I can tell you, like, I might not have much to say about it because, yeah, we were working off very specific clips. So yeah.
Sure. Let's. I'll start maybe then with just the clip. I think this is the clip.
Okay.
One of the things that's disturbed my conscience with regards to women on the front lines is that there's always the possibility that you'll fall into the hands of the enemy. And it wasn't very much fun for, let's say, British and American prisoners of war in Nazi camps in World War II, although there were some Geneva Convention arrangements that were still in place. But I can't imagine what it would be like to be a frontline woman who fell into enemy hands. That's a level of absolute bloody catastrophic hell that we should be very, very cautious about exposing anyone to. So I have a proclivity to think that women are differentially
susceptible to exploitation on the captured enemy front. And I don't know exactly, maybe you can ask people to face their death. I don't know if it's okay to ask them to face endless gang rape and then death.
All right. Okay. So that's the original one. There is obviously more context, but let's start there, actually. And then we're going to get into more context. Do we get a camera?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm trying to set up something for my chat and then I'll cam up.
Sure, I'll do the dirty shilling beforehand then. Okay, guys, so while we're doing this, donations and stuff are still open. If we complete dollar amounts for sets, I will continue to do so. Please help me get my fitness on while these guys fight and entertain us, okay? Dirty shilling for a dirty content whore, all right? If you're enjoying the show, Tomfoolery, are you on Twitch as well or just dominantly YouTube? I usually find you on YouTube, but...
Just YouTube.
He got
Just
banned.
YouTube? Oh, you're a bad boy. Just YouTube. Katee, you were on Twitch and YouTube?
Yes.
Or just Twitch?
I'm on mostly Twitch.
Okay, and it's Dat Katee?
Yeah.
Okay, and Tomfoolery Show, correct?
Yep.
All right, so you guys can find those people there. Make sure to give them subs. And remember, if you're watching on YouTube and you type !sub, you can throw me a Twitch Prime for freezies, okay? Make Twitch gobble up that $50 million a month budget by giving me free $5.
Oh yeah, I'm just giving a heads up. So I will have my cam on. My Discord crashes a lot, so it might crash and shit. Oh, it just did? No, it's fine. Okay, so just so you know, I might dip out sometimes because it crashes and then you'll have to bring me back. So that's just like a warning.
You're all good.
Okay, cool. Then I'll set it up. Okay.
All right, I'm changing my title. So where do you guys want to start? So do you, Tom, still think that that's good reasoning that Jordan Peterson gave for why women shouldn't be in the military?
No, I don't think it. I didn't think it was good reasoning for why they shouldn't be in the military. Her argument was that this is inconsistent with his other beliefs, where he's actually focusing on the outcome. And so that was...
My argument is both. It's a bad argument regardless, and it's worse because it's like ideologically motivated on his part. Like, it's not a good argument. It's a shitty argument.
Okay. So I let's just start with the inconsistent part. So he talked about on Joe Rogan recently that or in another interview where he says that there's always times where you're going to care about the outcome. So I think one of the examples that he gave is like somebody, older people getting, damn it, I'm blanking on the word for it, where they get money when they get old. I'm
Like
senior
welfare?
citizens, or Social Security, sorry. So where they get Social Security, obviously this is something that is about the outcome, not as much just opportunity. He's more worried about the outcome here. He's in favor of welfare. He's in favor of things where the outcome is the only thing that matters. But generally where we can, he wants to make it where it's only about the opportunity. So I think I don't know how he draws those lines on where he's going to make it about the opportunity and where he's going to make it about the outcome. I think literally everybody does something similar where they want the opportunity to be the most important thing, like in private business and hiring, but also there are going to be times where they care about the outcome.
Can give you some theories about that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I think that I think that him saying that there are times where he's worried about the outcome is not necessarily inconsistent with his beliefs on outcomes versus opportunity.
Okay, let's I think I actually have a good example for this, and I randomly came across it when I was searching for a thing. So I watched him talk to Joe Rogan. And he was talking about how he had that position that you shouldn't force a baker to make a cake for a gay couple. And then someone pushed him on it and they said, so if someone didn't want to make a cake for a black guy, would you say they shouldn't? And Peterson said, yeah, I guess I didn't really think about it that way. I would say they should be forced to make the cake. So that's like an inconsistency that I have on this position. I guess it's more complex than I gave it thought at the time, right? So I think that's me coming to your end and like saying that yes, he does it differently, but my critique is that where he differentiates is based on his own personal biases against groups that he doesn't care much about, like trans people, gay people, women, stuff like that, you know? The good stuff.
Okay, so there's a couple of topics baked into this that you guys should discuss, and you guys can go wherever the fuck you want. Obviously, you can derail as much as you'd like, but what I see is tackling it is there's a couple of different things here, which is there's one question about just how you broadly feel about women being on the front lines, just like the actual broad topic that Jordan Peterson's discussing. There's also the discussion of basically, it sounds like, Katee, you're saying Jordan Peterson is motivated through like his misogynistic views of women or sexist. I'm not sure which label you're playing out. I think he said misogynistic though. Views of women.
Tom did, and I agreed. Doesn't matter.
To have an inconsistent standard of equality of outcome when it comes to female soldiers versus like he's very opposed to equality of outcome in like workspaces, like standard workspaces. I think that's the analogy that you're drawing there. And so that might be another
sexual reproduction outcomes as well.
So there's two things in there. Number one, is he drawing in is the inconsistency existing? And number two, if it is, or even if it isn't, is Jordan Peterson misogynistic? If it's inconsistent, she would claim that it's coming from the inconsistencies being driven by the misogyny. Those are kind of like the two main topics I think for now would be the main ones to focus on.
Okay.
So overall, the
Wait,
overall
Tom.
topic is about whether or not he's misogynistic. That is like what all of the clips are supposed to prove. My clips are supposed to say that he's not. Her clips are supposed to say that he is. So yeah.
Okay. Just to very quickly clarify, I'm not a mind reader. I can't tell you what Jordan feels in his heart. Okay, I also don't give a fuck about that. We're talking about in terms of his public advocacy and discussion. If that leads to misogyny, if that promotes misogyny, like both materially and thinking wise, that
Right.
is what I
The
mean
question
by
is
misogyny.
is it reasonable to conclude that Jordan Peterson is misogynistic based on his expressed opinions and his public appearance?
Advocates for misogyny, yeah, for sure.
Sure. Advocates for misogyny, sure.
Yeah. So, Tom, I quickly wrote down what Erudite was saying. So, I think it's really easy to just address all things. Generally, women on the front line, TLDR for you.
I don't think that they're normally going to be fit enough to be on the front lines.
Okay, but the question was, should women be on the front lines? So, I assume you wouldn't say women should never be on the front lines.
Yeah, I wouldn't say women should never be on the front lines. No.
Okay, you just say it's probably not likely to be on like a large scale. What exactly are you saying?
Yeah, I would say that it's unlikely to happen. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if women pass the criteria that the army sets forward for them being on the front line, I don't see any issue. Obviously, I have an issue with people being soldiers generally, but that's a much broader context that we don't need to bring into this discussion. So yeah, we're both good on that, because I think what we agree is just that like women shouldn't be actively like there shouldn't be a rule that says no matter what a woman cannot be on the front line as a warrior. I think we both agree on that. Cool. So the next thing Erudite brought up is there inconsistency? Does it exist? And after we establish that, does that point towards misogyny? Yeah.
Is it reasonable to conclude that misogyny is driving the inconsistency?
Yeah. Okay, Tom?
Do you agree, Tom, that it's an inconsistency?
I don't know. So I think based on like the fact that he admits that there are going to be times where he's going to be more worried about the outcome than he is the opportunity. I don't know one way or the other. I don't know that it's an inconsistency based on however he judges these things. But I would first want to know, like, if this was, let's say he does get his way and women are not allowed in there or in the military because they're likely to get gang raped. Like, what is it that you think? Do you think that that's necessarily misogynistic?
Wait, so we're jumping to the second one first?
No, no, I'm asking first, like, if that was, like, because that would be the inconsistency, right? is the misogyny, the fact that like he's willing to, because your idea is that he's willing to be inconsistent because he is
we're jumping. He's
misogynistic,
jumping to the
right?
second one first. He's
Okay.
saying, let's say he's saying, I don't really care about the inconsistency. Let's say it is an inconsistency. Would that actually prove that he's misogynistic in motivation?
Yeah, I guess because I don't think that I can
that on
argue
its
whether or not
own-
it's inconsistent.
That on its own does not prove it. I think that considering other types of inconsistencies and other types of behavior, so the entire context of the presence of Jordan Peterson online is absolutely enough to make that claim. That on its own, no. But Jordan Peterson is not. This is not the first time that he spoke about this specific issue.
Okay.
What I brought up to further substantiate, which I think would still not be completely enough, but I can bring up more stuff afterward, is like, I think his general stances on like equality of outcome in terms of sexual reproduction is very interesting and creepy as fuck. And same with the equality of opportunity nonsense with the pay gap and stuff like that. So this is two cases of, let's say it is inconsistency, and both of them seem to disenfranchise, well, it's not even disenfranchise women, it's privileging men. It's very patriarchal, which he is. He's a patriarch. He admits that, like, that's not a hot take.
Yeah, I don't know that I can argue the consistency part, so I suppose we would have to get to another example then, because if you need the other examples in order to continue making the case, then
Well, one thing we do have to agree on is the inconsistency happening. That has to be at least somewhat quibbled on. I mean, we can obviously move the conversation forward if we can't agree on it, and I'll do that. But there has to be some conversation, because if Katie's correct that this inconsistency has occurred, that will be a point that she can use as evidence of her case that he's at least possibly reasonably presumed to be misogynistic. That doesn't prove her point that he's advocating for misogyny. She'd have to do that like separately, but it would at least be some evidence to her. So we're going to have to deal with, is the inconsistency happening?
okay, I mean, that's what I'm saying is I don't think we can argue that. I don't think, like, I don't know what the basis on is. I don't know what
Tom,
it is
let
that
me
he's
ask you a
being
question
consistent on one way or the other. Go ahead.
Okay, Tom, I feel like when you say, I don't know if I can distinguish inconsistency from this, I feel like you're being, and I know you're not doing this purposefully, but it kind of sounds to me like, well, this person says the N-word, he doesn't believe in reparation, and he votes Republican, but he says that he's not a racist. So is that inconsistent? Are those positions inconsistent? And I think that you can draw certain conclusions, like so what the reason why I'm making this analogy is because, not because Jordan Peterson has done all these awful things, right? It is because when you're saying, well, he says that sometimes he cares about outcome and sometimes he cares about equality, but he doesn't specify where that line is, it's not unreasonable for me to then say, you're not specifying what that line is. And from your behavior and advocacy, it seems that it is possible to draw a pattern of where that line is coming from. So if you're not willing to actually explain where your line is, which I think he does with his explanation of gender roles, do you see where I'm going with this? Like, it seems not unreasonable. Like, if the guy says he believes in dominance hierarchy of the patriarchy as like a signifier of competence, you can infer certain things. Like, he's an academic. It means something to say that,
Yeah, sure. I mean, and if you want to talk about that, that would make sense. But I'm saying on this one thing, I don't think saying like he believes this one thing, therefore he's inconsistent. We would have to get to other things for him to be inconsistent on. So, like, I understand that like lots of people are going to look at this and say, well, this is discrimination against women, therefore obviously it would be inconsistent if he has any sort of liberal values. And I think that obviously we discriminate.
So the inconsistency she's pointing to, just to be clear, the inconsistency that she feels like she's seeing, I'm not saying that I agree or disagree, by the way. I'm saying wholly neutral right now, okay? You don't know my opinion. My chat does, but you don't. What she's saying is she's drawing an analogy between two things, which is equality of outcome. And he says that he's very opposed to equality of outcome. He's not interested in it. He's not really a consequentialist in this way when it comes to outcomes, right? And he says this particularly when this originally got brought up when you guys were talking about quotas, right? Jordan Peterson's extremely, for example, very opposed to quotas because he's very opposed to equality of outcome, but he is for equality of opportunity. He makes this distinction all the time in his rhetoric, right? I'm for equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Outcome being getting equal amounts of jobs in like STEM, 50-50 for men and women, et cetera, et cetera. So she's
Right.
saying, in this case, he's saying an argument against women being in the military is that the outcomes of being a prisoner of war would be dissimilar, that women would experience like much more severe consequences if they were a prisoner of war, whereas men would maybe have lesser, they would just be like killed or tortured or whatever. So she's saying in one case, when it benefits men, he's opposed to equality of outcome. But then in another situation where maybe equality of outcome would more disproportionately like be an argument against like women joining, all of a sudden he's all for equality of outcome. He wants to make sure women aren't going to be exposed to a worse circumstance. Is that correct, Katee? Am I understanding you?
I think so.
Yeah, but that's my point, is that I've already explained that he is not always against equality of outcome, and that he had, like, I've already given numerous examples of where he is in favor of equality of outcome. And so I'm saying again, I don't know, unless we're going to argue about the discrimination, I don't think we can argue on this one point, because I don't know what it is that he's being inconsistent on.
Tom, which is why I said that you're being a weasel, because if someone says, I'm a Democrat, but sometimes I also support fascists, just sometimes, but I'm also a Democrat, but I also sometimes support fascists, but also I'm a Democrat, then you can't go, well, he says both, so I guess it's not inconsistent. Like, what?
No, I'm saying that there's obviously a delineation. He is honest about the fact that he is okay with equality of outcome sometimes, that he is honest about this, that this wouldn't be inconsistent with what it is that he tells us about his beliefs on equality of outcome. There is no world where he is only okay with equality of opportunity and never equality of outcome. There is no way you think that is always going to be the case.
So what is disanalogous then here? Are you saying that these are disanalogous, or that he's changing his opinion? Do you think that the equality of outcome for like quotas is the same as equality of outcome for prisoners of war? Do you think that these are analogous or disanalogous? That's what we're asking here. Are these apt comparisons? Because if they are apt comparisons and he's applying the principle here but not here, then it would be it would principally be an inconsistency, right?
That is what I'm saying, is that I don't know what it is he's inconsistent on. So if I don't know what is the principle that he is delineating, I have no idea. Right, but okay, but you understand that he is in favor of equality of outcome sometimes. So it doesn't, like, you can't just say it's equality of outcome. There is some sort of principle that says this is when he is in favor of equality of outcome. This is when he thinks it's more important to focus on equality of opportunity. I don't know what that is, where he says one or the other, but I do know that he is in favor of outcomes a lot of the time. And I do know he's in favor of opportunity a lot of the time. This one example is not enough for me to know whether or not he's being inconsistent on some sort of principle.
Okay, why don't we broaden this conversation? Because I think we're just going to circle the drain.
Yeah, I'm just going to make sure that I don't know how to resolve this
there's two resolutions
Tom is taking. So I trust you to handle it, because I don't have a path forward.
The one option is Katee is drawing a false equivalence. She's drawing an analogy here that doesn't exist. That the quality of outcome applied to quotas is dissimilar from prisoners of war. That it's not actually an inconsistency because they're not analogous situations. That is one resolution to this. Or the other resolution is they are analogous, and therefore he is applying a principle in one situation that he's not applying to another, that is analogous in like what's going on, and therefore he is being inconsistent. Those are the only two options. So we can kind of move forward, because there's a broader question about like, is he advocating for misogyny, which is what you guys were originally talking about, and there were more clips attached to it, like the makeup and stuff like that. But Katee, I know you had a question.
Tom, I am fine broadening this into Jordan Peterson kind of advocating for equality of outcomes in terms of sexual reproduction for men. Except I don't think that would help you. I don't think that would help us resolve this dissonance, because you would just say, in these two instances now, where I see an emerging pattern, you'll say, I don't know what he's judging this based on. So I can expand. I can give you more examples of what I see are inconsistencies. But if you're saying, I don't know why these inconsistencies are happening, so I can't say they're inconsistencies, then I don't have a path forward with you on that. You get what
I
I'm
agree,
saying?
which is why we did talk about this before we had this debate and agreed not to do this specific thing for this specific reason. But if you want to do it, this is the position that I'm going to take.
I'm gonna leave it to Erudite.
Yeah, I said no. You guys can take the direction. I said
I
there's
mean,
two resolutions to your inconsistency problem, but we can also move forward from here because there's a broader
Yeah.
conversation that's more interesting, which is Jordan Peterson a misogynist and
Mhm.
advocating for misogyny? That's a much more
Right.
interesting topic.
Yeah, I don't think there's I think me and Tom are just, this is the core of like agree to disagree. So I don't see a path forward on this. So moving on is fine for me.
Okay. So, Tom, Katie, who wants to make the claim?
There
Jordan
was
Peterson?
there was the list of clips that you had pulled up earlier. Do you want to go back to those, or
Do you want to do more clips? I have more clips.
it's up to you. I think
It would be better, right? If we're claiming he's misogynist and then we have no
Mhm.
receipts for it, that would be kind of weird.
Oh, let's do it. Let me pull up my thing. Obviously, just to clarify, it's like what, at worst 5 clips. Let's be honest, even 5 clips of a human being doesn't make them misogynist, but we're
Sure.
just saying that these clips are like indicative of a broader like conversation that he has regularly. I
Mhm.
think, can we agree on that? Because
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
we
let's use the
can't, we
5
can't
clips.
actually determine it from
Yeah,
5
let's
clips.
use the
That's fine.
5 clips and then let's talk about like the social culture aesthetic of Jordan Peterson, because like
Good.
you can have clips and receipts, but the way that people experience and react to that individual can be also really important. Both are real, even though one's kind of like more arbitrarily created.
Good. I'm down with that. Erudite, I'm just gonna send you the playlist that I made.
Sure.
We already went through clips 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have 5 and 6, and then 7 and 8 are unrelated topics. Oh, we also went through 6. Okay, we only have the makeup one left.
Okay.
So that's fine. The makeup one is a bit long though, so.
Are all the clips in the same video?
No, there's a playlist. Can you see the?
Oh,
the
yeah.
playlist on the
Sorry.
side?
I didn't see that.
Yeah. So we were at number 6, and I believe number 6 actually has, it should have 2 clips within it, because it's the conversation about the makeup and then him talking to Joe Rogan about that. But if not, then I'll find that.
All right. Hopefully. Let me know. Scream if that's the wrong one. Ready? Both watching?
Yep.
This is the wrong one.
This is the wrong one. Okay. This is 6. Which one do you think it is? 7? 8?
Oh, no, then 5. Sorry, I apologize.
5. No, you're good.
What?
All right. Both watching?
To clarify, I clipped this for it to be like Destiny friendly. The conversation is a bit longer. There's more context there. I just took a very concise element of that conversation. So
Sure.
Are the rules that govern sexual interactions between men and women in the workplace?
Yes.
The answer is we don't know. Right. So I'm throwing out some questions. How about makeup? Oh, that's okay. Is it? Why? Why is it okay?
Well, I would think that there's certain ownership over one's body that they can take without.
How about negligees?
Well, look, if you
That's
had
going too far.
If you had a workplace with negligees, I think that there would be some sort of standard idea that maybe that would be a sexualized.
Okay, so there's some line between lipstick and negligees that we don't want to cross. Okay, fair enough. Where exactly is the line?
Well, I think that, much like Justice Scalia said with pornography, it's something that you can feel, or that you know it when you see it. I would say that maybe that sort of, but what's confusing to me, and I really do just mean this in sort of a debate sense, which is that like these sorts of big collective ideas, they're things that you feel like are sort of derived through evolution, that people do come to a consensus that is meaningful. I don't think that anyone would say that wearing makeup to the office is in some ways like sexually deviant or something like that, or that it's inviting a sort of atmosphere of sexuality within the workplace.
I would say that.
You
The
would
second
say
part, sure. Exactly what it's doing.
Okay,
Why
so-
else would you wear lipstick?
Complete the thought for me then, because that's the part that I'd like for you to do. Like, complete the thought. A woman.
I'm not saying that women shouldn't do it. And I'm also not saying that it should be banned. But I'm saying that you're absolutely naive if you don't think that that has anything to do with sexuality.
Or
Obviously
sexual
it does.
harassment? Does it have something to do with sexual harassment in the workplace?
I don't know. Because I don't know what the rules should be that govern the interactions between men and women in the workplace.
I don't believe it.
Should people be allowed to flirt in the workplace?
Do you feel that, let's just, yes or no question, do you feel like women wearing makeup in the workplace contributes to sexual harassment in the workplace?
Sure, it contributes.
And so what should be done about that? You as a clinician who believes that there should be prescriptive ideas that don't mandate behavior, but that will guide behavior.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Do you feel like women shouldn't wear, do you feel like a serious woman who does not want sexual harassment in the workplace, do you feel like if she wears makeup in the workplace that she is somewhat being critical?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do think that.
Okay, let's move on.
I don't see how you could not think that. Like, makeup is sexual display. That's what it's for. Say, well, I want to look more attractive. It's like, what do you mean by attractive exactly?
So then what is a better outcome for you then? A workplace with no sexual harassment where women wear uniforms and don't wear makeup, much like the Maoists, like you were saying, or a sort of freer workplace in which sexual harassment is an inevitability because women wear high heels and makeup?
Well, I don't say that sexual harassment is an inevitability because women wear high heels and makeup. I didn't say that.
Or that it is more likely?
I said that it contributes to the sexualization of the workplace.
What's the difference between more likely and that?
Okay, more likely. I'll go with that.
Yeah, more likely, right?
Sure, okay.
Okay, so which one do you prefer?
I don't prefer either of them. Oh, which one of those two would I prefer?
Yeah.
Oh, I prefer the one where people have the freedom.
And so within that, so we've gotten to that point that people should have freedom to wear makeup, right? But that will inevitably lead to, not inevitably, that it is more likely that sexual harassment happens in the workplace. Isn't that sort of saying that if women wear, like, how is that not saying that if women wear makeup in the
That isn't what I said. Like, you're pushing it past what I said by a substantial margin. I said that we don't understand the rules that govern the interactions between men and women in the workplace, right? We don't understand the rules. And so I was pushing a limit case. That's what I was doing. I wasn't saying women shouldn't wear makeup.
No, I was
saying
never
we
saying
could
that
have
you
a
said that
question
either,
about,
though.
there should be a question raised about that. And there is often. I mean, companies have dress codes, let's say, you know, and they have a reason for that. But the fact that we got tangled up in this conversation is an indication of exactly how difficult it is to have a reasonable conversation about exactly what rules should govern the interactions between men and women in the workplace.
I would object.
Now, one of
Okay, just very quickly, Erudite, I'm going to send you another thing, which is, I timestamped it. It's Jordan Peterson talking about this interview with Joe Rogan. If we're all patient enough, I think it's worthwhile to examine that as well. And also Tom, like, wanted that presented anyway, so I think that's fair. This is what it is. I timestamped it for when...
That's totally okay. Sorry, I was muted. I told my chat that it was fine, but not you. Right. One more. Hot. All right. Ready?
Yep.
How long should I play for? Will you just tell me to stop? Or is it the whole way?
Stop when it's not relevant. Yeah.
Hey.
I'm not saying that women shouldn't be allowed to wear makeup in the workplace. I said that
know.
explicitly.
Well, that was why people were so angry when they saw the full version of it. I mean, the full version was released. Someone leaked it, right? Someone who felt like you were being misrepresented and that the editing was unjust decided to leak it, and people were absolutely furious.
Yeah, well, I think the Vice people actually released it, but other people took the full release and clipped it with the clipped release and showed how it was being misrepresented.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, but so okay, so the makeup thing, it's like, all right, look, here's the first of all, I make a mistake sometimes in treating journalists like I would treat my graduate students. So when I'm having a conversation with my students and we say, well, here's a problem.
It's an intellectual exercise.
A sexual behavior. How do we regulate? What are the norms around sexual behavior in the workplace? So that's the question. It's a question. We don't know. Okay, here's a bunch of possibilities, possible rules, right? No flirting, no hugging, no eye contact for more than 5 seconds. That's Netflix, right? No hugging. That's
Is that
NBC.
what they have?
Damn right.
They have no eye contact
For more than 5 seconds. That's right.
Holy shit.
NBC, no hugging.
Was that real?
It's real.
What the fuck? What if you're having a conversation with a woman who's your boss and she's asking you questions about things?
Then you look down every 5 seconds.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yes, it's real. It's real.
Well, that's so bad. That's such a terrible idea.
Yes, it's it's a terrible idea.
But there's a lot of women that I'm friends with that have never had any sexual interest at all, and we look at each other in the eye.
That's what you say, but you're a potential rapist, and you're a manifestation.
Christ.
Yes, you get the whole picture.
One, right?
Yes, you get the whole picture. So if you have a discussion, you say, well, look, what are the rules governing sexual behavior in the workplace? Okay, can you come to work in a negligee? No. How about boxers if you're a man? No.
Okay, so there's
What
some.
about a short skirt?
Well, this is the thing. The devil's in the bloody details, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you can't come to work naked. You can't come to work in boxer shorts. You can come to work in a suit. Okay, so the line is somewhere between boxers and suit. Where exactly is the line? Exactly.
Can a man wear shorts?
Well,
if he can't,
look,
why can a woman wear a dress?
The way that men in professional organizations, the way that men solved this problem was that everyone wore a uniform. And a uniform makes you uniform. That's why you wear it. And the uniform is the suit. And it's a derivation of a military garb. And so the idea was, well, we want to get rid of excess diversity, right, in clothing. Wear your damn suit. Then we know you're playing the game, and we don't have to be distracted by what you're wearing.
Pretty sure.
Okay, so
Tom,
that's what men did. Okay, so now women come into the workspace.
Right?
It's like, what do they do? Well, there's business professional dress, right? And there's some rules around.
Yeah, I think we're good.
I think we're good.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think something important that Tom really wanted to address is that part of the reason why he grants a lot of charitability to Peterson is because I think, Tom, is this the only clip of him you heard when he does this? You know, like the intellectual stuff? Is that where you got
Where
that
he talks about like that he treats them like a classroom, like his students. It's an intellectual exercise. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, was that the only instance that you heard him talk about it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, so like in the original conversation that I had with Tom, I was like, aren't you being exceedingly charitable to an unreasonable degree? And Tom was like, look, I heard Jordan Peterson explicitly say that he sometimes engages in these ideas not as like trying to propagate anything, but just as like an intellectual exercise. And I think Tom having that conceptualization of him like leads into like a lot of charitability he's willing to grant, when other people are like, hey, you're saying this publicly, this has implications, you know?
Yeah, it wasn't even that I had heard him say it. It was that I was saying that like this is a lot of what I do, and a lot of what other people do in this space is we just talk about things and explore ideas. And I think that that's what Jordan Peterson is doing a lot of times, especially when he's just asking a question like, well, I don't know, should women work in the workplace with makeup? Like he's obviously asking a question. I understand that he could be dog whistling, but that's why we're going over these things, is because I think that there is evidence that there's a pattern of behavior that says otherwise. I do think that Jordan Peterson is irresponsible in his rhetoric fairly often, but yeah, just not the same way you do.
I think like in this specific case, I wouldn't call it dog whistling because I think dog whistling is a really loaded term. But when me and Tom agreed to do the debate, we said that like just asking question is not a valid thing. Like you have to have some sort of utility to why you're asking this question. Otherwise, it's just like, are Jews really evil? I'm just asking questions, like have a material point. And I'd argue that in this specific case, I think I can make a really strong argument that there is no utility to this question. And that's what I would like to demonstrate, I guess.
Okay.
Why do you believe there's no utility to the question? And let's be precise. The question being, I'm going to paraphrase it and then clarify with me if you think that this is not the question. The question that he's asking is, what contributes to sexual harassment in the workplace? What role does makeup have in the sexualization and therefore sexual harassment in the workplace? That's his question, is my understanding.
Okay.
Would you agree?
I would separate that because it's two questions in one, right? So
Yes,
I think
yes, it is.
Yeah, so I think they're distinct. I think obviously asking what plays a role in sexual harassment in the workplace is an important question that we need to contend with. Bringing up makeup as a way to like, with the type of framing that he put into it, serves one utility, and that utility is not. Oh wait, are we assuming that the utility of asking what causes sexual harassment in the workplace is so we can reduce it?
I'm assuming everyone's goal. I think even Jordan Peterson would say his goal would be to
He said so explicitly. Yes.
Yes, he says it's to reduce it.
Since the explicit goal is to reduce sexual harassment in the workplace, bringing up the role of makeup in it, I argue, serves very little utility. Now, if he was a 5-year-old and he was asking that question, then yeah, I wouldn't say that. You get what I'm saying. Okay. So,
Like,
do we?
Okay, so do you not? I'm sorry. I want to make sure I understand you. You're
Yeah.
saying that you don't think it's a useful. So there's kind of question A and then A.1, right? Question is, how do we reduce sexual harassment in the workplace? A1. What role does makeup have in contributing to sexual harassment? That would be like A1. It's a sub bracket of the first question.
Yeah.
And you're saying
So
this question doesn't have utility in the framing that he offered it. He's acting like it's question A and A1, like a scientific thing, but that's not really what's happening. Is that what you're saying?
yes, I'm saying that the jump from A to then claim that A1 is the next logical conclusion is not only it serves a utility. The utility is not to reduce harm. So there are questions that need to be asked before that, but he doesn't frame it that way. He says, how do we reduce it? And then we jump to makeup. Or to not make it too strawmanny, we jump to what type of sexual gesturing in the workplace has to do with a sexual harassment.
Yes.
And that could be, I think that's valid to ask. So we would have to talk about that and then define what considers like sexual gesturing. So I'd argue that okay, I'm gonna virtue signal and then I'm gonna talk utility. My virtue signal is this. To imply that sexual presentation or sexual provocation allows or encourages sexual harassment is destructive and bad. My virtue signal is done. Okay. Do we think that if a woman sexually makes herself sexually attractive in the workplace, what do we think about that, Tom? What do you think that means?
Okay, let me lay this out for a second. Okay, so generally I would say that like sexual harassment in the workplace is normally going to be unwanted sexual interactions with somebody. So sexual harassment could be like coming up and asking somebody out, hitting on them, saying, hey, you look good in that dress, or something like this, right? I think that the more you try to look sexually appealing, the more inviting you are going to be to those sorts of interactions. So yes,
and that's prescriptive, yes?
That is descriptive.
Yes, that's a descriptive, yes? Okay,
yes.
So I agree. Do you think that's good?
Do I think it's good that
yes.
wearing makeup makes men more likely to approach you?
Well, your descriptive is, if people find that you...
Nope, I think we lost her. You're still here, though?
I'm still here.
All right. I think okay, maybe I'll pick up where she left off until she comes back. It sounds like what she's saying, again, I am not weighing in. This is not my opinion. If somebody signs this opinion to me, you'd be wrong to do so. I think what Katee is saying, I think her argument is this. The way that he's framing this, when he's saying, the broad question is, what is sexual harassment? The fact that his immediate second question is about makeup is an implication in an interview, because it's not just asking intellectual questions. For example, I don't know if she gave this example, but I'll give one. I think I'm understanding her question, which would be, for example, if he was interested in talking about how sexual gestures increase the likelihood of sexual harassment, why didn't he bring up multiple other things that like men perhaps do to sexually gesture that might increase sexual harassment? For example, like talking around, like kind of broing out and bonding over how fat, like, you know, Brittany's ass is, the like receptionist, right? And how fuckable she is. Like, how about that? That's kind of like sexual gestures and behaviors that are probably contributing to the sexual harassment. No, Jordan Peterson decided the next thing that he's going to bring up was women wearing makeup. Doesn't that feel a little victim blamey? That's, I think, what her question is.
I think you're right for the most part. I think she was
not
going
me.
to take it.
Don't
I know.
me.
I think you're right on what it was that she was trying to say, but I think she was going to say that instead of, because she said like, well, is this descriptive or prescriptive? I think that she's trying to find out, am I saying that like men should be more likely to approach a woman if she looks better, and that why can't women just look better without a man approaching her? That it probably should be on the men to change their behavior instead of on women to change theirs.
Katee, did you happen to hear my summary of what your argument was?
No, I'm sorry. I was
Okay.
trying to adjust my computer.
No worries. Since your Discord's crashing, it might be helpful to have like my stream open on your phone, just so that if you do crash, you can unmute. Because probably what I'll do is when you crash, I'll just re-summarize what you were arguing and get him to
Okay,
respond. You
sure,
can at least
sure,
listen to it,
sure,
just
sure.
just to increase the flow a little bit.
No problem.
So Tom, why don't you restate thing so you can respond to her, and then Katee can respond back to you.
Yeah, I was saying that somebody who is, I think generally sexual harassment is unwanted sexual advancements on somebody. And so if you wear makeup, I think you are likely signaling that you are more welcoming for somebody to come talk to you because you are trying to look better sexually. And so I think it's more likely that somebody would advance on you if you are looking better. Yes.
That's a descriptive. I'm asking you what your prescriptive is. Do you think we should accept society being that way? Or do you think we should say, I get that you feel this way. This is an inaccurate, this is not a functional way for society to interact.
I think that we should likely try to make the workplace I think we should take sexuality out of the workplace as much as possible.
Oh, so you do think it's okay. You think we should minimize sexuality instead of saying sexuality does not imply that you can make assumptions about like the availability of the person.
I don't think it's necessarily making an assumption about the availability of the person. I think that somebody who looks better is more likely to be approached. So I'm not saying
That's
that
a
you are assuming. No,
Tom.
hold on, chill. I don't think that just saying that they look better, that means that I can approach them. I'm saying that I think that if you know that wearing makeup means that you are more likely to be approached, then yes, it would be on you to probably make yourself less approachable if
Why?
you do not want to be approached.
Why?
Because you don't want to be approached.
Okay. So instead of saying if you know people, okay. Let me try to think of an analogy. Let's say I carry around a huge sign that says, I'm a bitch, kill me. Okay? It's like, and I walk around the street with it and I wave it around and I shout at people, I'm a bitch, kill me. Okay? That's going to make some people have certain feelings towards me. Some of them might even be like, oh, you're a bitch, maybe blah, 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 blah. Okay? Or, so we would argue generally, societally, hey, maybe don't do that because that's going to drag a lot of consequences, right? That's a societal prescription that we'll generally make. I'm saying we could also choose to do, hey, no matter what a sign a person is carrying is saying, you should not act in X way about them. And both are valid ways of looking at things. It's just that we prefer the first one. And I'm asking why.
Because I don't think that it's acceptable to tell people not to approach anybody at work at all, or make any sort of sexual advancements whatsoever. So I think I think most people are going to end up being with people that they're around. It seems like most people do meet people at work. This is how people end up interacting and getting married. This is like the most common way that people end up dating. And so I think that like to just say like, hey, you're no longer allowed to consider these people options anymore would probably not be the best option. I think like, yeah, I think that if you're because it is a balancing act. So it is both. Like women want to look attractive while not being sexually harassed, right? I think it's a balancing act between both where like, yes, you want to make yourself look good while not looking like you're available or while not trying to attract people if you do not want to attract people.
Tom.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'm sorry for my attitude. I'm a bit agitated. That is all. I apologize. I will try to rein it in. So, personally, I do think that we shouldn't completely limit people being allowed to flirt in the workplace or even ask people out in the workplace. I think the signs that we should find acceptable to what is like, oh, this person made a mistake versus, oh, this is an infringement that is inappropriate. I think the line could not be as this person sent aesthetic signals that they are approachable. I think that is ludicrous. So I think the line has to be somewhere else. The line can't be you wear makeup makes you more approachable. So if you want to be approached less, wear less makeup. I can substantiate this in two ways if you want, very quickly.
Well, let's back up. Do we both agree that makeup sexualizes women more? It increases sexual attraction. In many ways, it is a bit of a. It makes a woman more beautiful, and therefore, women are mostly rated on their sexual appeal by their beauty. Do we agree that it's sexual?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so that's literally what I was about to ask. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Tom.
It's okay. It's just, yeah, I feel like we skipped a step because, yeah, I think like when we're saying you wear makeup to be attractive, it's because you are attracting something, right? So I think that generally, like, there's other reasons for wearing makeup, like you want to cover something up or, whatever. But in the end, it's still going to be to look better. I think that if a woman shows up to work without makeup on at all, we would probably look at her like she just showed up, naked or something. We'd probably look at her like, what are you doing? Like, this is unprofessional. It's an expectation of women that's become normalized. And so now it's still something that they would probably do, even if they don't want to look more attractive. And so I think this is something that still plays in to how they interact within the workplace as well. And it's something that should also be taken into consideration.
The reason why I'm doing this with my head is not because it's the framing that I take issue with, not with your words. So everything we do creates a certain level of attraction. You are wearing a hat. You are trying to look attractive by wearing that hat. You are wearing a shirt. You are trying to look attractive by wearing that shirt.
Correct.
Once you start applying this to this standard, it kind of becomes, what's the thing where you reduce something to absurdism?
I don't think it is. If I say that it's a balancing act, like it's not just going to be one or the other. As I've already mentioned, like, yeah, go ahead.
Would we agree not all things worn are necessarily directed at upping sexual attraction? For example, if I wanted to be more sexually attractive, I could probably wear a very, very tiny bikini with little triangles or stars over my titties. That would probably increase my sexuality. In fact, by me choosing to wear a shirt at all, I'm choosing to be slightly less sexual but more appropriate. And I'm wearing a shirt that's still semi-sexual because it's a halter top with like the neck.
Yeah, so this is where I was about to go.
She mentions actually.
Okay, so so this is what I'm talking about, is where I say, like, it's a balancing act. This is why Jordan Peterson brings up uniforms, is to say that, like, men are all dressing the same, to where, like, it kind of takes out that individuality and therefore less likely that you are to be singled out from other people.
Tom, do you think suits don't make men look attractive?
No, I think that they do, but again, it's about the uniform.
So men are trying to look attractive by wearing uniforms.
Yes, again, it's a balancing act. You're acting like I'm saying people just shouldn't look attractive. I'm saying that there is some sort of middle ground there where, yes, a uniform is about uniformity. It's about looking the same as everybody else, not sticking out, not being, pulled out from the pack. And so, yeah, it's about uniformity, and that's why he brings it up.
Do we think that something being more attractive?
Erica, can I say something?
Yep, go for it. Go for it.
So can we, Tom, since you established most women wear makeup these days, can't we just say that makeup is a uniform for women and get away from this? Okay, cool.
Wait, but
I can make a lot of counter arguments. I think that's silly, but if that's
not good enough. It's good, yes, but I feel like you're just appealing to my argument now, and
yeah, of course. I mean, I appeal to other people's arguments. I care about their, like...
Okay, like, the reason I say it is because, I'm saying that, like, it's a social norm. It's expected of people now. Like, it is... people would...
the problem is that you are saying... Because you are... Wait. I don't remember what you answered the question. Do you think wearing makeup is about signaling sexual availability?
No, not necessarily, no.
What do you mean not necessarily?
I mean that it can. I think that like wearing different types of makeup or different amounts of makeup can, but I don't think necessarily just having makeup on means that you're signaling sexual availability.
Good. See, so we are on the same page. This is my argument. Everything you do could either signal sexual availability or it can be for a different reason. So, using certain visual markers to use as an indication to I see this person displaying this aesthetic sign, so they are cool. Then they are like inviting me is very bad. That is
Yes,
my
but
point.
again, it is a balancing act. So she brought up like a bikini that's just stars over the nipples and that's it, right? This is helpful to stay dry when you go out to the beach or go to a pool. Like it's easier to dry off the less clothes you have on. But most women won't just wear little tiny stars over their nipples. They'll wear more that covers them just a little bit more, just to be a little bit more modest. It's not just one or the other. It is a balancing act, and there's somewhere in between that I think Jordan Peterson was saying that there is some sort of like middle ground that I think we should start to look at and consider these options.
Okay, so I disagree with this. I think that the argument for a balancing act is all great and good. The problem is that the way we use the balancing act is we use patriarchal ideas of sexuality of women to make those lines, even though they're not categorically different than other lines. That's my issue. The balancing act always seems to have really weird boundaries around women's sexuality.
Can you explain? I'm not understanding.
Okay. Do you think that if I took off my shirt right now and had little star nipple thingies, that means that I'm trying to invite you to make sexual advances at me?
I think that is likely, yes.
Why?
Because generally communication is going to be based on social norms, and people are going to perceive what it is you're communicating based on social norms, and based on
What do you
social
think
norms,
I'm
I would say
communicating?
that you want to look more attractive to everybody else, that you are trying to look more
Why do
attractive.
you think that?
Because it's based on social norms. Generally, when somebody wears that, that is the point in wearing it.
Okay.
Would we all grant that wearing makeup is to some degree to make you look more attractive, at least? Not sexual. Just attractive.
It could be. It could be.
I would say it always is. I would say it always.
Can you think of any other reason, Katee,
attractive.
that somebody is going to wear makeup without some level of the goal being to look more attractive?
I guess if by attractive you mean they have low self-esteem, so they're wearing makeup to feel better about themselves, but that's because of socialization, so they're dependent on other people, then yeah.
Sure,
You know, but that's
people, I'm saying attractive in the way everyone means when we say attractive. That's how I'm using attractive.
Like attraction always depends on other people. So,
they look good.
Yeah, of course.
Probably they would agree with it. Yeah. Can we grant that? Because if we can't grant something if we can't grant this, then we're stuck, right? Can we just grant we're using the word attractive in the way basically everyone means when we're saying the word attractive?
Well, even when
people,
I gave the
including
example,
themselves, think that they look better.
Even the example that I gave of like women will go to work with makeup even if they don't want to. It's just socially expected, and so they're going to use that because it is expected, and therefore they will look better. They know that they will look better, so they just do it because it's expected of them.
So is that wearing it to be more attractive, or is it wearing it to conform?
It is both. You are conforming to the attractive level that is expected.
Let me think this through. Fine.
Okay, so for the purpose of this argument, we will say that makeup is worn to make you more attractive. Not more sexual, but more attractive. The next question is somebody being more attractive, does it increase the likelihood of sexual assault?
Well,
Well, not
Does it,
statistically.
Tom?
Do
Sexual
we think?
harassment.
Sure, sexual harassment. Yeah, sexual harassment.
Yeah, so the reason that I brought up earlier saying that like sexual harassment is generally going to be looked at as unwanted sexual advances is because sometimes, yes, just going up and asking somebody out could be considered sexual harassment. Most of the time it's not, but like it is an unwanted sexual advancement. So if you want to use a different definition other than that, that's fine. But I think that, yeah, being more attractive means somebody is more likely to approach you and therefore more likely to be considered sexual harassment.
Okay, so you would say, yes, makeup probably increases the likelihood of sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm.
Descriptively, yeah.
Okay.
We both agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, great.
So then the
Is
point.
Well, the next question. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah. So then the point would be like, if he brings this up and says women should do X instead of men should do X, does this mean that he's putting all of the weight on women and all of the expectations on women instead of telling men to adjust their behavior, right?
Are you like trying to predict my argument?
I'm saying that this would be the obvious next step in where we would go. I feel like we went backwards from there, and so now we're coming back to this, no?
Well, we agreed that it's attractive. We haven't agreed that it's sexual. So, do we need to delineate sexual, or are we just conceding sexuality now?
Well,
or
we
is
said
that not relevant?
It's not relevant because you both agreed that makeup increases the likelihood of sexual harassment.
Okay, sure. So it's not about sexual signifiers then. It's just whatever makes you attractive.
Right. You guys were quibbling, like Jordan Peterson says, like the reason why. You guys can quibble about that if you want to. I mean, there's a bunch of directions. So right now we're having a functional conversation, right?
Yeah,
Does
I
it
feel like we've already
functionally
skipped that part.
increase your attraction, your attractiveness, to wear makeup? Yeah, we've all agreed with that. Okay, does that functionally probably increase the likelihood that you will experience just in general sexual approaches and therefore not necessarily some unwanted sexual approaches? And then we all conceded, yes, it probably also necessarily assumes that. So this is a functional conversation. If we want to talk about like ideology of why this is going on, we can.
That's why
but
I'm
those
saying
are separate conversations, right?
That would be the next step, is because her issue is the prescription, and so she's saying right now. I would say that if he, I thought this is where we started, is that if he's going to tell women you're the one doing the thing that is causing this, instead of saying men you're the one doing the thing that's causing this, and telling women to change their behavior instead of telling men to change their behavior.
Tom,
Yeah,
let me just tell you what my argument was going to be.
Okay.
I was simply going to say this. Jordan Peterson asks questions regarding makeup, and he's very focused on where the line is. Where's the line? Where's the line that rules sexual engagement in the workplace? And the line that rules sexual engagement in the workplace is a fine question to ask. But then he inserts how perceived sexual availability interacts with that line, which I find it completely inappropriate, considering the fact that we should prescriptively not encourage people to engage sexually just because they think they perceive sexual availability and in the workplace.
Okay, if that's the argument, then sure. I don't know that makeup necessarily signals sexual availability. Where we started was very different than that, but if that's where we're going to end up, that I'm fine with that. But just, I feel like it would still come to the same prescription then.
What's the same prescription then? Okay.
Well, based on utility, we would say that if it is more likely that you are going to end up with sexual advancements and your goal is to have less sexual advancements, then you would just wear less makeup or try to find some other middle ground that would make it less likely for you to be approached.
What do you want to say, Erudite?
I was going to take us in a slightly different direction, so go ahead and respond to that.
I have nothing to respond to, because like I'm gonna do this thing that everyone's gonna get more upset about. It's like, yes, you could also always wear sweatshirts, always have your hair up in a messy bun, not wear makeup, only wear sweats. You cannot go to work, and that would decrease the likelihood of you getting sexually harassed at work. it's like a non-statement.
It
So
is a
silly.
non-statement, which is why
Yeah.
I've said over and over that it is a balancing act. And you say, I think it's a fine question to ask where the line is. I think it's a stupid question for him to ask where the line is. I think that it's impossible to say, because he says, where is the line? Exactly. Where is the line? I think that's a dumb question. You can't say where exactly the line is. That's
Exactly.
impossible. And so it is a
I
dumb
agree with
question
you.
to ask.
So
But we are talking about a balancing act, and what does fall within those balancing acts? What is going to make something more likely or less likely, and what is going to be helpful versus non-helpful? And that is what we're talking about. And so for you to say, well, you could just not do anything, sure, that you could, but that doesn't
Tom,
help within the balancing act.
we now hug on the bridge that we built. The question of where exactly is the line is retarded, and it's only there to, and this is what I'll use for my misogyny argument, it's only there to move the conversation into women's sexuality and like relegating women. It's a meaningless question. It has no utility in terms of like stopping sexual harassment in the first place, because where the line exactly is completely irrelevant. That is my point.
I don't feel like you can say that when you already said that it is more likely to be approached if you are wearing makeup.
Tom, we said the same thing. How can you disagree with me on the thing? We just said the same thing.
Wait, where am I lost? I feel like you're going back on what you already said.
Okay, I'm gonna try this, and then Kayla's gonna try it.
Kyla.
Kyla, sorry, fuck.
That's okay.
Okay. Asking where the line exactly is provides no utility to the question of what are the things that govern how we should conduct ourselves to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. Do we
Correct.
disagree on that?
No, we agree.
Okay, then what did I walk back?
Because the conversation was about makeup and whether or not makeup is one of those things that we can find a line on. And I'm saying that, yeah, like we can generally find a middle ground on where you can say you are more or less likely to be approached based on what your goal is. If you want to be approached or don't want to be approached, if you want to be sexually harassed or not, nobody wants to be sexually harassed, but like, yeah, based on whether or not you want to be approached. And so I don't understand when you say like this doesn't help answer that question. I agree, but then we just agree that on the makeup thing, right?
Okay. Specifically on the makeup thing, we both agree that the line is not at makeup. Do we both agree on that?
It is one thing that we could draw a line on somewhere, meaning that like, yes, saying like,
Do you
how
want
much
to draw
makeup,
the line there?
I don't, but I do think that like how much makeup is too much makeup, or talking about like, yes, because he even says it's based on like, I would want people to have the freedom to do what it is that they want. But if you're being told, hey, wear however much makeup you want and it won't make any difference, it's on everybody else to change their behavior, then yeah, I would say that the wrong message is being sent out, and then the conversation should eventually be about how much makeup you wear and where you would draw that line.
I hate to do this because this isn't my argument style, but I'm gonna use erudite as an inspiration right now because I feel like it's a valid question to ask. Can you give me an example wherever can you give me the example where too much makeup is like somewhere where the line is confusing you in terms of like maybe you should like, what are you saying? Like what is the conversation about? Okay. Let me calm down. Why would you ask? Give me the scenario that needs to happen for you to ask how much makeup is too much makeup.
The scenarios being at work in a professional environment, and whether or not you want to be approached.
What is the potential of makeup?
Okay, I understand.
I don't know how to
I
do
understand. Okay, I understand. Okay. So earlier we agreed that like wearing makeup means that you are more likely to be approached. I would say probably more makeup means you're looking nicer and therefore more likely to be approached. Do you disagree with that?
Oh yeah, then you just don't know makeup. That's just like an ignorance guy thing.
This isn't to any degree to where you can literally cake on as much makeup as possible, and that means you are now more likely to be approached. I'm saying that there is a scale from where there's some middle ground. You can be more likely from here or less likely from here to be approached.
Okay, we're gonna reground. We're gonna touch ground again.
Just
and
very
reorient.
quickly, Erudite. Because it's a snappy thing that I want to say. Like, Tom, unless you contour your boobs with makeup, there is not an amount of makeup or a thing of makeup you can do to your face to like make the argument you're making. I just had to say it. Like,
okay. I'm gonna zoom us out. So the actual point
Oh my God.
is, was Jordan Peterson being misogynistic in this situation? Was he asking benign questions intellectually, or was he unfairly placing blame and burden on women and then creating basically like the appearance of plausible deniability by later claiming it to be like an intellectual exercise alone? Those are kind of like the two situations that are going on. So I obviously know what both of you think. So now we need to figure out in this conversation, what do we think? And let's try not to get like zoomed super in, like micro form into like tiny things. Let's try to talk like a bit more generally about why we think this interaction was one thing or the other.
Okay.
Good.
Just to preface very clearly, and Erudite, you tell me if it's inappropriate, but like, if this was the only thing that I've ever seen of Jordan Peterson, I would be uncomfortable like saying, oh, this is misogynistic. I reject that this is an intellectual exercise.
Sure.
It's not, however, so I feel very comfortable saying that obviously
include his backlore. We're not going to do like the like autistic thing where we're pretending that this conversation occurred in a vacuum and that no backstory or any like context matters. We're going to talk
absolutely
about reality, which is that all the backlore. So you would say, based on Jordan Peterson's history, of course this was misogynistic. It's just another ding in the like litany of misogynistic shit that he said and done.
It's just like it follows on his patriarchal ideology, which is misogynistic. So
Okay, so yeah, I would also say based on his history, based on his pattern of behavior, he likes to ask questions that nobody else is asking and talk about things nobody else is talking about for the intellectual exercise. And so he is everybody generally, when we talk about these things, the first thing that we do go to is normally men changing their behavior and the way that they interact within the workplace. And so I think that he's trying to take a different angle at it to say this is another area which would also be helpful to lessening sexual harassment within the workplace if that is your goal.
Erudite, do you have any thoughts?
I'm a moderator, yo. I'm not weighing in. I'll give my thoughts at the end if you guys want my opinion, but I'm not weighing in yet.
Yeah, like
So you feel like it's self-evidently misogynistic based on his history. So you're doing like, it sounds like a mind read where you're saying the reason why he put that in there, the reason why he felt like the most reasonable point to go to when we're talking about what's causing sexual harassment in the workplace, the first thing he went to was women in makeup, which feels indicative of how he always is quick to fall on blame on women. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, that's like a very simplistic, I guess, interpretation. So I found it very interesting that, for example, like, again, and I've said this earlier in my virtue signaling, like implying that sexual like perceived availability has a meaning in a workplace setting regarding that, like in terms of what aesthetically you can do to yourself to attract sexual attention in the workplace, is just an illegitimate thing, which I think is something that Jordan Peterson
What do you mean illegitimate?
I mean,
like, are you saying that you don't believe that like making yourself look more physically attractive would to some degree increase the likelihood of approaching you, and in fact maybe in part like a bit of like a, not maybe an express goal, but like an intention that women are doing is that they are making themselves more physically attractive in some ways?
Okay, So prescriptively, if you do some type of behavior, you will get some type of attention. Let me maybe clarify with this an example. I think that if a woman is walking naked down the street, maybe she's doing that to get attention. Maybe she just feels like walking naked. And maybe some people feel, well, if you walk naked, you have to accept this certain type of attention you get, which we can delineate. I think either way, even if you think she's doing it for attention, you should not rape her. So yeah, that's what I think. It's a hot take, I know, but yeah.
Right. So I guess the separation that we have to make here in this conversation is I don't think anyone is saying, for example, let's switch from rape to something more benign. I leave my car unlocked and I live in anywhere, doesn't matter. I leave my car unlocked and I go to bed and I wake up in the morning and somebody's broken into my car. Does that mean I'm a bad person or in any ways I am morally culpable for somebody stealing from me?
No.
Is there
Morally
who's the bad actor?
culpable? No.
Yeah, who's the bad actor here?
Still the person who's robbing your car.
The thief. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we'd all agree with that. What culpability do we place on me, the person who left my car unlocked?
We would say that you have some sort of pragmatic responsibility to yourself if you do not want to get robbed to lock your car.
Maybe. I don't even know if I'd say responsibility. I'd just say, you probably, if you don't want that to occur again, locking your car is going to decrease the likelihoods of that happening. To be fair, you could leave your car unlocked for the next 7 days and nobody might break into it. But you're probably going to decrease the likelihood of losing things if you lock your car. Is that a moral claim against the individual?
No.
Okay. So in the case of sexual harassment, we have to kind of apply the same, in my view at least, we have to apply the same type of logic. What we're talking about here is somebody who's doing the sexual harassing might be doing the bad thing, especially if it's really explicit and obvious that they're sexually harassing. There's a whole other conversation to have about how people might be sexually harassing and not realizing it, right? Or not intending to. Does that mean that the person who was feeling harassed did something morally wrong?
Nope.
I'm guessing Katee, you would say no as well?
No.
Yeah, but that's why I use the word pragmatic responsibility. Like, you understand what is likely to happen. And so for yourself, like, if you don't want X to happen, you would take action so that X does not happen.
Okay. So then, now that we separated the moral culpability, do you feel, Katee, that when Jordan Peterson talks about women wearing the makeup, do you feel that he's placing a moral culpability or just a pragmatic one? And then second to that, if depending on what he's doing, do you think that he's correct to do so? I'm going to guess the answer to the second is no, but I want to know if you think that he's placing a moral condemnation on women or a pragmatic recommendation on women, which, yeah, I'll just leave it there.
I think it's both. I think it's both, but me thinking that there's moral culpability there is just like the way that I read into his intention. So I'm not saying like, oh, it's definitely that. I'm saying from my interpretations of everything that I know of him, it's clear to me that it's both.
That he's morally condemning women.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Tom, you obviously disagree.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'll be willing, for the sake of this conversation, Tom, I'm fine doing the purely pragmatic thing, because I think if the goal is like reducing sexual harassment in the workplace, doing that pragmatic thing in itself is an issue, which is what I think is the more meaningful thing to us to discuss, because talking about morality wouldn't matter here because we just fundamentally disagree on that.
So I feel like you saying we do the pragmatic thing is just automatically a W for me, because if he's saying I want to figure out a pragmatic ways to where women are going to be sexually harassed less, this couldn't possibly be interpreted as misogynistic and instead something that is going to be helpful towards women if it's actually pragmatic.
Well, we should focus on the moralization, because I think moralization is the main area where misogyny is going to occur, right? If he's making pragmatic recommendations, that's not misogynistic necessarily. It might be like insensitive, but it's definitely not misogynistic. But if he's morally condemning women for being sexually harassed, basically saying they deserve it, they're wearing makeup, like not that he's literally saying that, but if there's an implication there, then that would be the misogynistic thing. Correct, Katee?
Okay.
But it sounds like she's unwilling to make that argument.
I'm not sure I agree with that. Let me tell you what I think, and then if we want, we can do that. In terms of patriarchal views, and I'm sure you both know that I have a kink with like rape culture. Giving pragmatic advice is fine. You know my hyperbolic stance. Then, like, if we're going to say that advice is just advice and it's not, and it doesn't have any like, it's just a way to take care of people and worry about people. The best advice to give women is never to leave your house. It's truly the most effective way to reduce any sexual harm to women.
Well, that's
on a
not true at
large
all
scale.
because most sexual abuse happens to women in their house.
I know, but you have to tell men that because they don't know the statistics. It's just like a way for them to understand what you're saying.
I get what you're saying. The point is she's saying that there are ridiculous levels of like steps that you could take to where you're just not doing anything, and we want to find some sort of world that women could live in pragmatically while also being sexually harassed less.
Yeah, just to clarify, Erudite, so most of the time when people talk about like reducing sexual harassment and also just sexual assault, they have in mind like this whole stranger thing, when most likely you are to be attacked in your house by like a friend or a partner. But for a lot of the people that I have this conversation with, they always have the like stranger grabbing you in an alley type shit. So I just say that because it's like a shorthand for them.
Yep. I understand why you're saying that. The issue is that wasn't super pertinent to this conversation. So I'm just trying to steer us back towards this conversation, because you were saying like you were saying my view is this. In terms of patriarchal views, giving pragmatic advice is fine. The issue is if you wanted to give the most pragmatic advice to women to not get sexually assaulted, you would say to never leave the house. And so my contention was, but that wouldn't actually be the most pragmatic advice, right? So I was immediately saying that isn't the advice, even in patriarchal worldview, that you would give to women to reduce sexual assault.
Yeah, but I feel like the point stands the same as either way. She's saying that if we ask a certain thing of women, we are getting to a point where we are asking too much of them, where it's no longer a pragmatic request.
I understand that. That. The issue is the line of where it's no longer a pragmatic request was drawn at a place where it wouldn't even be a helpful request, right? So if the line that we're drawing is pragmatic request to unhelpful request, we can just assume for the sake of this conversation that Tom is not going to be recommending any unhelpful things that would be ridiculous to ask of women and wouldn't help them. Oh, she froze. Okay, I was wondering why she was staring so deeply into my eyes for so long.
I gotta run to the restroom real quick.
I was like, damn, she mad.
I'm sorry.
No. I'm not mad, and I like tuned in, so I didn't miss anything. It's all good.
Perfect. Okay.
Damn, she mad.
You're just staring so intensely. I was like, uh-oh.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god.
Okay. Did you hear what I outlined?
Yes.
So I'm not arguing against you. I'm trying to frame the conversation because
No,
I want to
of
make
course.
sure that the reason why I'm saying this is one of your arguments was basically giving Tom a need to have to explain why we wouldn't give unreasonable, ridiculous advice to women that wouldn't be helpful. So let's just assume no one wants to give that advice in this conversation. So let's only talk about pragmatic views. And so the issue is for you, we're trying to understand what your problem is with specifically this advice, which probably at some point, Tom, you might want to address whether or not Jordan Peterson is giving this advice. But let's, for the sake of now, assume that he is giving this advice.
Okay.
Is it
let's very
pragmatic or
quickly-
moral? Is the two questions that are at hand here.
I just want to quickly address what you were saying. So in terms of like unhelpful versus like pragmatic advice, I think that's bad. What I would need from people is that when they give pragmatic advice, but they expect it to not be perceived in a misogynistic way, they need to explain why it's actually pragmatic. And if the explanation for why it's pragmatic is just like, well, it's going to reduce sexual harassment, that's not a good argument. It needs to be like, what is the balance here between the sacrifice women are making versus the benefits?
But I think that is Jordan Peterson's argument, is he is saying that there is a balancing act here and that you want women to have as much freedom as possible, while also there's some advice that you could give them to where they would be sexually harassed less.
Okay, so you're saying that the reduction of agency that we ask of women is worth worth the like reduction in. Okay, you're saying no, so what are you saying?
No, I'm saying that he is saying have all the agency you want, but there could be steps that you can take to make something less likely. It's your choice whether or not you accept that advice or whether or not that actually is your goal. If you want people to approach you more, if you want people to hit on you more, you could do the exact opposite. The option is yours, because he literally says that, like, if my choice is between like more freedom or less freedom, I'm going to choose more freedom for women to choose what it is that they want to do.
Okay, be good. I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'm still listening, so if you guys start screaming the N-word, I'll ban you permanently from my server.
Tom, stop it. Tom,
Well,
Tom.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so I hear you. It's just the issue I have with that is that what does that mean then in terms of fuck, I lost my thing just to call you a Nazi. Fuck. Okay. You know the leaving your car unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're saying we're not talking about whether the person is morally culpable, because we already agreed that he's not.
Mm-hmm.
But when we're discussing how do we reduce like car robbing, or like car theft in the city, we wouldn't say, well, if people want to get their cars like theft from their cars less, they should lock their cars. And we're not saying that they're bad if they don't lock their cars. We're just saying
Right.
that would be a very effective way to reduce them getting. It doesn't address the issue of, I mean, it addresses it. I just argue it's not like a systematic, like functional way, you know?
Well, it is for the individual. Like, yeah, it's not a
Sure.
systematic thing, but it is for the individual. And
Sure.
it like this reminds me a lot of your conversation with Destiny about what what was it? What was the condom thing?
Let's do this. Do you guys think it is analogous to compare stealing from somebody's car to sexual harassment? Are these analogous situations that we can fairly apply the logic to both, or are they disanalogous?
As far as responsibility goes for what it is that you want for yourself, yeah, of course. Like, that is what we're talking about. And so
I
the
don't think
scenario
they're
would be
completely
analogous.
analogous.
Okay.
I don't think they're completely analogous. I think
Why
there
do
are
you think
issues
they're
there.
not analogous?
Because sexual harassment generally would have to do with well, in the context of this conversation, we're claiming that sexual harassment is like the odds for sexual harassment have to do with the interaction between the person being harassed and the harasser. So perceived signs from the harassed would cause like an increase of approaching. With the car, it's not really like that because it's an object versus like a thief, and you can put a lock on your car. But when we're talking here, I don't think it's analogous. Like we're specifically talking about signifiers that you're potentially sending out that are increasing your likelihood to get harmed. And until someone checks if your car is unlocked, they don't know if your car is unlocked. Okay.
Right. So thieving and so the reason I would agree. So I think the reason why these two things are actually disanalogous, this is why people use this argument a lot, but it doesn't actually work very well for like sexual dynamics, is because stealing from a car is pretty black and white. We have very clear property laws. Everyone knows if you see a car and it's definitely not your own vehicle, you shouldn't be going into it, even if it's open. So like stealing from a car is very black and white. The issue with sexual harassment is sexual harassment is an experience. It's not precisely an event. Sometimes it's an event, but it's almost always an experience, which means that somebody can approach somebody, not intend to sexually harass, not mean to sexually harass at all, and walk away not thinking that they've sexually harassed, and the other person can walk away thinking that they just experienced sexual harassment. Would you guys both agree to that?
Yeah, I would say that it's normally going to be interpreted by the person who is being harassed. Yeah.
Right. So there are cases of
quick
sexual harassment that's
clarification.
explicit. Yes.
Just quick clarification. We're talking like legally or HR definition of sexual harassment?
I'm talking about the way everyone means it when we say sexual harassment.
Yeah,
Okay.
generally.
No, Erudite.
I'm going to give you the same answer if you ask me again, just so you know.
I understand, but so a personal request of mine from you is that if I ask for a clarification and you say, I mean what everyone means by that, that really hurts my feelings, and I don't feel like that's fair towards me. If you think like I'm incapable of having the conversation because I don't engage with your definitions and I'm asking you for a definition, that's fine.
All right, am I back? Can you guys hear me? I see chat moving. I guess I am back. Okay. I don't know what's going on right now. I was on my phone.
It's fine to think this person is doing this to entice me. The problem is that people then use that. If we could be like, oh, she's wearing this to entice me, that's fine. But it never stops there. It goes, she's wearing this to entice me, therefore X, Y, Z, and W.
Heard.
And
but would you agree that I've heard with you about the framing? I already based. I hear you about the framing. I disagree with Jordan Peterson because I'm giving my opinion now. Sorry, Tom. So would you agree? I've agreed with you about the framing. I don't really like the framing that like the reason she's putting on lipstick is specifically to cue sexuality and sexual availability because it's kind of male gazy. Like the reality is she's putting it on because she looks really attractive. So we're agreeing with that, right?
Sure.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, sure.
The reality piece that I have to bite as well, though, at least in my opinion, you can choose not to, is I'm saying I'm not wearing. I mean, I'm not wearing lipstick. My lips are naturally just super red. But like, I'm not wearing this just because I want to look fuckable. But I also am not just wearing this because I think it's look good. I can't separate these things because I think people, I mean, Joe said this really well. People exist as both a sexual object and subject, like at all times. So when I look at something and I think, damn, I look good, there's kind of this like intrapersonal thing that's happening, but I don't know how to gauge when I look at myself in a vacuum, how much that's being influenced from the fact that I know the male gaze will think I look good too. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. I'm gonna try to say what I wanted again because I feel like we kind of missed each other on that. And then Tom, you can jump in. So, Erudite, I agree with you. And the combating of those framings is not because I disagree with anything that you said. Unfortunately, it seems that the way we constructed like pragmatically society is when people feel like X is being signaled to them, they feel more justified taking X behaviors because of that signifier.
I agree with you on that.
Yes. And because of that, I want people to be less willing to assume that they are being signified stuff because they're reading it wrong and it's causing harm. If we could build a society where people could feel like they're being signified and like look for more proof, then I would feel differently. It's just like a prescription thing.
So I've heard you. Would you agree that I've said that I hear you and that I agree with you?
Yeah.
Okay, and I agree with the way that you're framing that. The way that people assume the directionality of these things is incorrect.
Yes.
Okay.
We
So
agree with each other.
I'm going to meta conversation for you for a second. How come you keep talking at me like we disagree in? Because I'm clearly agreeing with you. I'm just adding extra nuance.
I don't feel like we disagree.
Okay.
I don't. Let me think about this.
Well, I'd like to say this. I feel like this is the point that we got to a long time ago, and then I was very confused about where it was that we disagreed as well after that. Because if we agree on the pragmatic aspect of it, that like based on likelihood, I already agree that he is like wrong if he says that you're actually signaling something to somebody else necessarily, or that this is the only reason that you would do it. Like, I agree with all of those things, but but then after that, like, I don't think that there's like a I don't know where the prescription would change between what you would say and what I would say.
Wait, what do you think my prescription is, Tom?
Well, I would assume it would be the same. If we both agree on the pragmatics, then we would say that, like, if you want X to happen less, you would do the thing that makes X happen less.
No, that wouldn't be my prescription at all. Like, I just like it's completely different conversation. My prescription.
Can I try it? I'm gonna try instead. Let's see if I'm on your page. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can win where Tom loses. Okay.
Yeah.
Big L for Tom. All right. Big W for Erudite
Well,
coming
he
in.
missed a lot. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Okay. Here's what I think your prescription is. I think you would agree that when people wear clothes that look fucking sexy on them and they look good, that's probably two things are happening. They think it looks good. Full stop. And then there's another thing that's happening where it is sending out to everyone else, I look good. Look at how good I look. And the issue is it's a universal signal, but it's not something they want to be picked up by every individual. So when some fat old dude looks at a 20-year-old and he goes, oh, where does she want me to look if not her tits if she's wearing a shirt like that? And it's like, well, she wants some men to look at her tits. It's just not you. But the issue is, here's my question. Is that on men or on women?
That part's on men.
Or third option, is that just a messy thing that everyone has to like have a bit of margin of error for?
I think the part on whether or not the man approaches is normally going to be on him. He needs to be able to have some social awareness and be able to pick up signals and know whether or not that she wants him to approach. But whether or not a woman is actually sending out signals that say she wants him to approach and she doesn't know that that's the case is still kind of up in the air. And so lots of times, yeah, I think that we would try to find some middle ground where both are doing a little bit less of some things and more of some things to appease one another.
Can I answer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, is that on men on women? If what you're asking is it on men on women to make sure that approaches that are unwanted wouldn't happen?
No,
that's
right. That's not what I'm trying to ask. It's a really
Then what are
poorly
you
phrased question. What I'm saying is, when that messiness happens, where she's throwing out a universal signal, and he, like, men can be handsome too, men can look fuckable too, they're throwing out universal signals, and the reality is they want some people to pick up on those signals, and they want them to bite, right? They want to lure them in like fish, okay? And there's other people that they're like, don't bite my worm. Don't touch my wormy. Not interested, right? That's the reality. But that creates a messy situation, because it's really hard to know, does this person want me to approach? So the question is, how do we navigate that messiness, right?
Okay.
Is it something where men should go be very reticent to approach a woman, look at her, and if it's pretty clear that she would never be into somebody like you, walk away? Or is it something that maybe women should go of being like, yeah, it's reasonable enough to assume that I'm going to get some unwanted advances while I'm putting myself out there and looking really good. The advances show that I look good, right? The issue is I'm not interested in all them. Or is there something else, an alternative way of reconciling this messiness?
Yes. Under what I think would be the best approach forward, I think if I'm using your framework of sending a universal message, I think the best way to reduce harm is for men to see the universal message, enjoy it in terms of eye candy, but not use the universal message as the only indicator. And on the woman's side, I think it is her responsibility to indicate to the people that she does want that she needs to make sure that they know what's up. Because if I'm going to recommend to not use that as the only indicator, and then she's going to get bitchy about the guy I wanted didn't approach me. No, bitch, if you wore this for him, make sure that he knows it's for him, okay? Like, you can't do both. No, both.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Based. I would just agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, So let's go back. Is Jordan Peterson a misogynist for bringing up makeup in the first place?
So I want to go back to what I said in the beginning. I think that like he brings up intellectual challenges that most people wouldn't. So it's very common where he's talking about like people will do things that they're socialized to do, and immediately he starts saying this is why Nazis do this. Anybody would have done what the Nazis do. You could have done what the Nazis do. Like this is something that most people would find really challenging. Most people don't want
Tom.
to interact with that sort of question. Yes.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to add this caveat to what I was just saying. So I stand behind all of what I just said. Erudite, in terms of messiness, if you as a woman are unwilling to signify to the guy that you're interested in, or you just feel like wearing this fine thing, it is if you're getting unwanted attention, you need to make clear that that is unwanted attention. You cannot like get that unwanted attention and then be like, oh, I didn't communicate in any way that I'm not interested in this, but it's inappropriate. It's like, it's inappropriate once you said the message that's like, nah, dude. So I wear stuff on my stream and people comment, and some of the comments make me uncomfortable. And I go, well, this kind of makes me uncomfortable, but I understand that they find me attractive, so they're not trying to harm me. But then someone would come in and they'll be like, oh my God, this is booba day. And I'm like, hey, this is inappropriate. Don't talk to me like that. And then they keep talking to me like that and they're gone, right? So if you are in the messiness, it is your responsibility to make sure that you're handling the messiness. But that only works if men are willing to take a step back and not use aesthetic signifiers as the only signifiers for approachability. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. So let's now move, because what we're talking about right now, like universal signifiers and stuff, it's kind of all of life, right? You're just walking around, existing. Let's move this now into the workplace. Do you think that it would be reasonable to pose the question of, can workplaces enforce how strong the universal signal is, right? So if it's dominantly women that are doing the signaling and men that are doing the approaching, is it reasonable as an attempt to decrease some of the sexual tension and therefore like opportunity for sexual like naughtiness and discomfort and harassment to occur? Is it reasonable for a workplace to limit how strong the like universal signal is, right? And by strong, I'm saying there's a difference between a girl who's wearing like a big business suit that's super baggy and a woman who's wearing like a super skin tight dress and a woman who's wearing like a bikini, right? So like most workplaces limit bikinis. What about skin tight clothing, or what about, let's do the Jordan Peterson one, what about makeup? Is it reasonable for workplaces to limit strong universal signals?
John?
Yeah, I would say to some extent, yeah, probably. Like, you probably shouldn't come to work looking like a clown with an insane amount of makeup on your face. There's probably some realm of acceptable makeup, but I wouldn't say they should limit the amount of makeup that you can wear based on how attractive you're going to look. No.
My answer is no. And again, it's no using my framework. So, according to my prescriptions, it would be no, because even if the woman came naked to work, I would expect under my prescription for people not to take the nudeness as like a sign for sexual, like, yes, approach me because I'm naked. So, no, as far as I'm concerned, she can go to work naked because it shouldn't be a signifier for anyone in the workplace. And honestly, not in the workplace. But yeah.
So, I mean, I gave the other example of a clown. Do you think that somebody should be able to come looking like a clown?
I mean, that seems like a corporate thing, right? They either allow it or they're not.
Yeah, that's getting
That's
more.
what we're talking about.
Well,
though.
let's avoid the. I don't think we're talking about branding. I think the clown is gonna, unless it's a sexy clown. The reason people are gonna be opposed to a clown is probably not gonna be the same reason that they're opposed to a bikini.
Well, no, that is my point, though, is that not just a clown. There is a spectrum from what is acceptable to a clown. A clown is way past what is acceptable. There is somewhere where you're going to get to a point where it's no longer acceptable. It is a little bit too much makeup. It sounds like she's saying she would be uncomfortable with corporate rule books telling somebody how much makeup they can or can't wear no matter what.
Tom,
So I'm saying, like,
the context though is about what signals you're putting out there that are making you more approachable in the workplace. So the clown thing is not perceived as like a sign for you being more approachable. So it's like, it's not.
Well, it's probably approachable in a different way. People are probably approaching me. What the fuck are you doing wearing a clown suit?
Let's. Well, no, it
so
does
I'm going to
make
agree
you
with
less
Katee here.
approachable. It does.
No, I'm going to narrow us in because the clown stuff, I don't think is doing what we needed to do, because what we need to do is talk about lines of sexual limiters, not professionalism limiters, right? There's a reason why, for example, like board shorts and like Hawaii shirts aren't allowed in most workplaces. And it's not because they're so sexually arousing. It's because they look stupid and they don't work with the company's branding. But the reason why you might limit like pencil skirts and low-cut blouses and push-up bras is going to be different than why you say people can't be clowns at work, right? And what we're focused on there isn't like this mass group of women who are trying to come to work dressed like clowns in a professionalism crisis. There's an issue of sexual harassment, and potentially in this question, is the way that women are dressing leading to an increased escalation of this? And then the second question is, are we fine with that?
Just said. I think that this is going to be on the same spectrum of like sexuality, what looks acceptable, what is attractive. This is generally all what is attractive. They don't want you to wear something that looks lazy, that looks sloppy, like you said, like a Hawaiian shirt or boarding shorts, and so you're going to look sloppy. You want to look attractive for the company as well. This is the same thing with what I was bringing up, is that there is a certain level. Hold on, woman.
Sorry.
There is a certain level of where you are eventually getting to a point to where it is no longer attractive. It is no longer something that looks appealing. And so she's making it sound like she wouldn't like lines anywhere whatsoever on this sort of thing. And I'm saying that this is still going to be within the realm of what is attractive and what is going to be appealing to people.
Yeah, but you're misunderstanding me. So you know how when Katee asked for definitions for questions and I give her the answer, what everyone would reasonably say is the definition for that? I'm going to do the same thing to you. No one is reasonably like concerned about people coming to work dressed as clowns. The like issue of people looking super sloppy and gross is not the reasonable concern that we have right now. The reasonable thing that we're concerned about right now is the sexualization. The clowns are not relevant to the sexualization.
Right. So then my next question, if she said yes, was going to be, so then would you still have the same requirements for somebody to wear makeup so that they look acceptable and attractive and still fall in line with what it is that we would consider to be a social norm?
Can I talk, Tom?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can't. So I'm going to clarify, because I'm not trying to be a meanie towards you. I'm not disagreeing with your opinion. I'm saying we're talking about two different things right now, and I'm going to moderate, and I'm very strict about keeping people in the same playing field, right? What you're talking about now is a different thing, a valid thing, an interesting thing, but a different thing. One thing is Jordan Peterson talking about which things signal and create greater sexual tension that leads to greater opportunity for sexual harassment. What you're talking around is business standards for looking appropriate, attractive, and on brand. Interesting conversations. I understand why you feel like they're related because they're both aesthetic related, but they're definitely distinct.
All right. I disagree, but we can move on anyways. That's fine.
So let's just talk about the sexualization of stuff. Are there reasonable limiters to put on people for sexualizing themselves in the workplace? And I think we would, as we would say, Jordan Peterson said, clearly it's bikinis is out of line. So what's the line between bikinis and business professional attire?
We're not waiting on me, right?
Either of you. We're maxing right now, okay?
I think it's going to be different depending on the business, but like for a business corporate sort of culture, generally. I don't think that we can draw lines on these things. It's going to be conceptual. It's going to be, like the guy said in the interview, the Asian guy who was interviewing Jordan Peterson, you kind of know it when you see it. Like, you know when something's gone a little bit too far. When Jordan Peterson says, where exactly do we draw the line? This is why I'm saying that I think it's a stupid question, because I don't think you can draw a line.
So, my answer is similar, but not quite. And I was willing to draw a line. The reason why I was willing to draw a line is because that, I think, Erudite, what you said kind of put me on the right track. Like, when someone does something to themselves aesthetically that can be perceived as sexualizing them, I'd argue that especially in the workspace environment, we shouldn't take aesthetic signifiers as like, and even like what we perceive to be sexualization of oneself, because we can't be sure of that unless they're explicitly saying so. I don't think it's a valid way to see it as like an approachable signifier. So, under that framework, it doesn't matter how they're sexualizing themselves, is my point.
Do you
So
think
they
it
can
would
do
be
anything?
Do you think it would be misogynistic to question about whether or not women using different universal signifiers of sexuality or attraction at work is a problem?
I would say no. I don't know. I would say no. I think she's frozen.
I think you're right. Sorry, I thought we were having a dramatic Max pause.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know. Oh, there we go. There you go.
I was watching you guys like waiting for my reply. I thought that was hilarious, but okay. It's just like,
My editor's
dude.
gonna have fun with this one, then.
Okay. I was asking you to repeat that again so I can be specific. Do you remember what you said? Something adjacent.
I don't remember what I said. Because I'm already thinking like 10 steps ahead. We're gonna.
You
go
were
with
asking, is it acceptable to limit what somebody?
Is it misogynistic to ask the question, which universal signifiers that people get off that increase sexual tension are a problem in the workplace? Do you think it is misogynistic to ask that question?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, she already said no earlier, and I said no as well.
I know, but we've done a lot of circling around, so I want to come back here and make sure that we're still on the same playing field. Okay. So it's not misogynistic to ask that. So let's separate this out. Why is it misogynistic for I was about to call him Mr. Peterson, Dr. Peterson to ask that?
Yeah, it's gonna be for both of us. We both started off with the same kind of answers, just with different patterns. She sees a pattern of him being misogynistic or putting blame on women or putting expectations on women. I see patterns of him asking hard academic, edgy type questions that are interesting to engage with.
Wait, but like outside of his pattern, like it's fine to ask that question, but we've already iterated. That wasn't the question he chose to ask. He didn't ask, is makeup a sexual signifier? He determined that. Then he went on this whole thing about how makeup is definitely that and what we should do about it. Basically, extrapolating a lot of things that just jumping into them is a problem. That is the misogyny, not asking a valid question.
Do you think it would be more misogynistic if he asked a question or he made a statement? So say instead of him asking the question, what if he just said, women wearing makeup to the workplace increases sexual harassment? Which would be more misogynistic?
I don't think I think they're both misogynistic. One is more insidious. I couldn't tell you which one is more, but I can tell you which one is more problematic. If that makes it any better.
Sure. Which one's more problematic?
The question, probably.
Okay. Why is it a question framing more problematic?
Because it creates a code of deniability. If you say, okay, first of all, I don't think if you want to say that as a descriptive, I don't think there's, you could get flack for it, but I'd protect someone saying it as a descriptive, okay? The problem is that with Jordan Peterson's history, you could easily claim that there's a prescriptive there as well. But just in terms of a descriptive, it's not an awful descriptive. The issue is that when you ask it as a question, it's literally the I'm just asking questions thing. It's like dodging accountability. It's like, oh, I'm just asking. I'm not actually claiming any of like the potential prescriptions I'm implying. This is all, and it's something that he's very good at doing, and that's like the frustration. I think it's a lot more insidious because it lets people let him off the hook, you know?
So what year was this conversation? Was it in 2018? I think it's 2018, Peterson.
We can look at the date. Are you finding it or me?
You have the link. I can. I wasn't pulling it.
Okay. I'll look. You guys keep talking while I look.
I guess, Tom, do you have any rebuttal as to like why? Do you think that the question's more insidious? Do you have any rebuttal as to why him asking the question isn't insidious or shouldn't be taken that way? Any evidence?
2018.
2018, Jordan Peterson. Okay, I thought so.
No, not really. I mean, I don't think if it's in an academic sense, I don't think it's going to matter either way. I think that we already all agreed that wearing makeup is going to be that wearing makeup is going to make it more likely for somebody to approach you. So I think that we agree with the premise that he's either stating or asking about. So I don't know why it would matter either way.
How, Katee, do you think he could have asked that question to be more responsible? Because in my mind, posing it as a question and then going out of his way to repeatedly say, this is not what I'm prescribing. And then when directly asked if he thinks that that would be better, he explicitly says, no, I think it would not be better. And I don't want women to do this. What more can he do to be responsible with his rhetoric here, to not be perceived as misogynistic?
So I don't think that like those specific disclaimers that he made are the issue. I think that the fact that the conversation centers around like this narrative of what the line exactly is, which we already agreed is like not actually related to the conversation. Like it's not meaningful to the to what we're trying to solve, like what exactly the line is. So that hyper
Oh, well, I wholly disagree with you two on that. I think that's I think you guys thinking that like where's the line exactly is an arbitrary question is like I don't know why you guys both agree on that one. That's wild to me, but
that's fine. Let me try to phrase it.
So my question to you is, why aren't his qualifiers sufficient? He's answering in question form, which to me seems better than making like a shooting from the hip statement about women. And he's giving like multiple disqualifiers that this isn't what he believes and he doesn't think that this would be better. Thanks.
You know.
So my question is, what more could he do? Because you're saying these comments aren't the issue. And I'm saying, I know. These comments to me suggest greater care of rhetoric.
Yeah. Except that there's more context to that conversation. And there's like, he is trying to make certain arguments, which we have discussed, right? About like, I've said that in terms of how I'm concerned, asking what are sexual signifiers that might make it, how do I say this? That might be like confusing for people in the workplace to make to sexually harass people. I don't think that that's valid because I think it comes from a very patriarchal, like sexist view on its own. So like it's all baked into this already like very patriarchal like starting point, which is why like I mean most misogynists don't think they hate women. I don't think they hate women. I just think they, you know, are patriarchs, you know. That's most racists don't think they're racist, so
okay. So back to my original question. What more could he have done? in that situation? Is the answer then nothing because of who he is?
How could he have like steeled man his argument for me in a way that I wouldn't have such a strong objection to?
Well, that you, at least, not even objection, that you wouldn't feel as misogynistic. How could he have phrased that so that it just came across to you as an intellectual asking a question, which is what he claims? Or is there nothing that he could have done because of like who you've come to see him as from his backlore before this?
I guess he would have to come with more meaningful, different prescriptions than saying I don't know. That would have helped a lot. Saying statements like, "Oh, we don't know if we can reduce sexual harassment in the workplace." So, like, he was asked, "Can men and women work together?" And he says, "I don't know." And then he's asked, "Well, how do we solve that?" And he says, "I don't know." So it sounds like, so you're asking the question of like, why are the Jews stealing all our money? And it's like, what we should do about it. What should we do about it? Well, I don't know. Okay, then don't ask the question if you don't know. It's weird. Just don't.
Why is that weird? Wouldn't you assume that if he's a scientist, if his story is that he's a scientist, wouldn't asking
That's his
the
story,
question?
yeah.
Yeah, and there's good reason for us to believe that, right? He's a clinical psychologist. He's got an extremely well-reputed H index. He's known as a researcher before this time. Why wouldn't it be reasonable for somebody with a scientific background who's used to scientific conversations to ask these questions and then when asked, well, what's the answer, to say, I don't know?
Well, if he was making a scientific research, then I wouldn't have an issue with it. He's giving an interview and has built himself as a guy who is a thinker who tries to make a difference in the world and so on and so forth. So no, I think he has different a different level of accountability to what he says. You can't be a public media figure and go, "Hey, I'm just doing like a clinical research with my question." No, if you want to write a paper and you want to ask these tough questions, sure. That's not what you're doing, though.
That feels like I feel like you wouldn't actually hold that bar for most public figures. For example, like Hassan, for example, is a public figure, he claims to do kind of some good, right? He at least says that he's a socialist. He's kind of a hedonist as well. But he messes up sometimes, right? I think you would probably agree the way that he talked to the trans person after the debate with Christian Walker was like pretty bad. Like definitely not a good thing.
I'm not super aware of Hassan. Can you do this example with Vaush or someone else that I know? Just anyone else?
Okay, yeah, sure, Vaush. Probably when he sexually was harassing girls, that was not good.
Based.
Okay.
True statement.
Right? And there's probably also been times, right, when he talks about the trans genocide, he's constantly encouraging people to arm up, which seems like very, very dangerously close to inciting violence, right? There's probably better ways that he could empathize with the trans experience in the United States and the difficulties that they're experiencing without like having rhetoric that is leaning towards inciting and encouraging like potential violence. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree that that's inciting violence. So I guess we're at an impasse there.
Would you agree that he could improve his rhetoric?
Probably, yeah.
Be a little bit less aggressive, a little bit less fear-mongery, probably.
Yeah. I guess if you just mean like, do you just mean like people fuck up with certain things? Because I think Vaush fucks up with a lot of things. I just don't think his trans stuff is the issue.
Sure.
Like,
what I'm trying to outline is it feels like we have to make sure that we maintain a certain margin of error for public figures, just like we maintain a margin of error for everybody, right?
Yes.
And so I think it is reasonable to say Jordan Peterson seemed very frustrated by the time he was asking the question, well, what about makeup? That I would agree. Aesthetically, he probably could have been more calm in asking it. If he had been a little bit less calm, if you couldn't read the anger on it as clearly, it probably would have read even better, right? It would have read more like, I'm genuinely just asking questions. Would you agree with that? Like if he would, because he asked, well, what about makeup? While he was glaring. Well, what if he had been like, that's really interesting. One thing I ask myself about is like, what about makeup? That would probably be read differently. Would you agree with that?
I think there's a miscommunication. Can I try to clear it out? And then if I'm wrong, then you just keep pressing this?
No, I'm going to finish my line of thought. And then afterwards, if it's still a miscommunication, we can go back. But I want to make sure the whole line of framework is there.
Sure.
My question is this. What margin of error can we extend to people? Because it seems like a really, really high bar to say, because of your backlore, There's almost nothing you can do to be a scientist. You were in an interview. You should have known that this wasn't an intellectual endeavor. And so because that, I'm going to presume that this was misogynistic in intent. Or like at least, probably not intent, because you would assume that it would be unintentional. But it's misogynistic in nature. Whereas I feel like a margin of error would allow of saying, probably you were too frustrated. You could have voiced that a little bit better. But I'm going to reasonably believe that as somebody with a history of being intellectual, it's reasonable to conclude that you probably are just asking questions about that, especially because you explicitly said that you're not advocating for these things. Right? That would be my whole framework, is margin of error needs to be applied. And you're basically saying the margin of error is too great. And I'm saying it actually seems like a pretty reasonable margin of error.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Because again, that wasn't really the argument I was making. So I think tough questions or like complicated questions that need further research, intellectual questions, like I'm all for it in like a scientific academic setting. When you're a media figure or however, you have a lot more responsibility for your words. You don't just get to ask questions, then provide no prescriptions of your own, not just like the questions that you ask have certain implications whether you want them to or not. Yeah.
Isn't that kind of the point of his whole conversation? Is that we can't even talk about, he can't even ask questions?
But you've disagreed
Why
with
would
this
you
in the
want-
past, Katie. We've talked about this where we said that, like, if I wanted to ask, you know, why black people have lower IQs and I had a really big audience, you would be okay with that as long as beforehand I've talked about the fact that I believe in systemic racism, that I don't think we should have an ethno-state.
Tom,
I
when you and I
freaking
talked
swear,
about
Katie,
that-
you got to stop doing that. It's going to drive me freaking bonkers, okay?
Sorry. Yes, go.
That's it. That's the entire argument. Go ahead.
Okay. When we were talking about that, I explicitly told you I have an issue with it. You said, hey, this is how I choose to engage and this is how I run my platform. I said, you do you, buddy. Do I think it's responsible rhetoric? No, I fucking don't.
The entire reason that we were going to have this debate is because you agreed that if he had done the legwork, that it would make sense. That she's talking about him doing the legwork. That is what she's saying.
The legwork of what? Of asking academic questions in a journalistic setting.
And making sure that the assumptions that people might make that you have some insidious intention behind it is not what you actually intend, that you actually have like a more rational thought process behind it. So when he says things like, I'm not saying X, I wouldn't advocate for X, he is doing the legwork to make sure that he can ask the question without actually
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when I ask, well, what are you saying? He just gets to say, well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking questions, right?
I would kind of, because you can ask a specific question. Are you saying X? And he can answer that question, which he did in the interview. They said, are you saying that men and women shouldn't work together? Are you saying that, you know, that women should wear less makeup, or that we should tell them how much makeup they can wear? Go ahead.
You're good. He's done.
I don't know why I do that. It's so weird. Okay. When you and I talked about it, we explicitly said that just asking questions doesn't distinguish like a dog whistle from like just introspection. The way you know it's a dog whistle, you said this was your framing, not mine, is that it's dog whistly when it serves no purpose. So if you're just asking a question, you don't have an answer, you don't have a direction, you're just exploring for the sake of exploring, and your question has a very inflammatory potential interpretations or repercussions. What do you expect me to do in that scenario?
We've already talked about the goal behind the conversation, though, is to make it to where women would be sexually harassed less. So it's not a thing.
That
with
wasn't
no
the goal of his conversation. Didn't he say explicitly at the end of the conversation that his whole goal of these conversations is to allow people to have these conversations? To like just be able to ask questions? Isn't that the point of why he's talking about this? Because up until that point, that's mostly what he's doing. He's saying, why don't we get to ask questions? Why don't we get to talk about things? Isn't it bad that we don't get to talk about things? So isn't it reasonable to conclude that in a 30-minute interview or whatever with this interviewer, an academic would ask a lot of questions?
It is, but like if you're just specifically just saying, you know, I don't know, why do black people commit more crimes on a higher rate? And there's not like, you know, you're not actually trying to stop black people from committing crimes at a higher rate or help, you know, society in any way. There's not supposed to be any sort of like goal to that conversation. You just want to ask the question and then walk away. Then yeah, I would agree that like this is probably a little bit dog whistly. But in this conversation, they are talking about making sexual harassment happen less within the workplace. So there is a goal
are
to that.
Jewish people controlling the world? Why do they do that?
Exactly.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to have an intellectual discussion about why Jews ruled the world and everything. What's wrong with asking questions? It's just a question.
But you can ask that question
hold
if
on.
you have done the
Are these
legwork
analogous? Hold
and
on.
have
Hold on.
some sort
Hold
of
on.
goal to the conversation.
Is that question analogous to the questions that Dr. Peterson was asking in this?
That's a good question. So the reason why it's not perfectly analogous and why it's there to and why it's hyperbole that I feel is still effective is because Jordan Peterson treats the things that he says or the things that he believes, and I know, Erda, you and I will probably disagree on this, but a lot of the questions that Jordan Peterson asks are not actual questions, like general like scientific consensus have already decided that we have answers, and he just disagrees with those answers, so he asks questions.
Like the makeup one? I would agree about like climate change and like post 2020 Jordan Peterson. I'm just like not super interested in his work, but
okay.
I feel like the question of makeup is not there's no scientific consensus about this at all.
I agree that there's no scientific consensus about that. Now, do you agree that it is it's a very niche perspective in 2018 to ask, is makeup sexually provocative?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a niche question. The issue is really good science is often born on the backs of niche, unique questions.
Okay. The reason why I'm saying niche is because if we're appealing to like the average reasonable person, most people wouldn't see a lot of validity in that, and we just spent like 2 hours deconstructing why that is. It's just and to be fair, appealing to the majority consensus is not necessarily the correct approach. It's just that unfortunately that is not the only question that Jordan Peterson chooses to ask. So in the initial conversation that I had with Tom, I told him that in an insulated world, a lot of things that Jordan Peterson said would like fly by me. It's just that I find it interesting that there are very specific topics in which he chooses to ask these specific questions. Very specific moments where suddenly questions that it seems like nobody is asking suddenly
Well,
pop
which
up
moments?
to...
Let's just be specific. What type of moments do you think that he asks these types of questions?
In terms of like sexual revolution, in terms of like women's equality, in terms of women's sexuality, in terms of... Do you get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I just is it the case that those are the questions, that's just the areas where he just happens to be asking these questions? Or is it the case that these are the types of questions that get him in trouble and are more controversial and therefore seen more?
That's a good question. I'd also argue that
well, do we know the answer to it? Because I know I have a suspicion, but I'm also willing to acknowledge that I'm biased in this conversation, and I'm also trying to like moderate and not be too biased in the conversation. So I have a suspicion, but I'm curious genuinely, do you have an answer to that? Do you think that he genuinely asked questions about other things as well?
Yes, I do. I was going to say that. First of all, I do have a bias as well, right? I think it's very obvious. I used to be a huge Jordan Peterson stan. Then I got very disillusioned with him. It's like a whole thing. I was actually enamored. I've watched probably every single lecture that he has from like his psychology stuff online. Like I can quote like hours of stuff that he said, and I've grown so much psychologically from like listening to him, right?
Okay. You probably watched more than I have. So my question is again, is his style of like engagement with like complex ideas often stylized in the format of asking a lot of questions? Asking a lot of thought-provoking questions specifically.
The thing is that he, especially in his lectures, I found that he's actually willing to draw certain narratives. Now, he'll never sign up on those narratives, but he'll give he'll give like potential breakdowns. You'll do that too. Like, you'll ask a question, then you'll say, well, there's this possibility, and then there's this possibility, and then there's this possibility. And that's something that he does as well. So a lot of other topics that he brings up in terms of like asking questions is climate change, trans issues, gay issues, secularism, fat people. So all things that somehow seem to fit into certain types of ideologies.
Especially
maybe,
since 2020, right? He's like increasingly like poking criticisms at very classic right-leaning talking points to poke criticisms at, right?
Yeah. And I think it got like much worse. And interestingly enough, he's become more explicit in his prescriptions, especially with he's a lot more willing to admit his religious ties to a lot of his stuff, which he was trying to hide more in the earlier years.
Was he, or do you think something maybe changed? Do you think it's possible that 2022 Peterson is a different Peterson than we saw in 2018?
I think he just doesn't need to hide it anymore.
Well, in 2018, it was 2 years after he blew up. Why did he need to hide it in 2018? But in 2022, he doesn't need to.
Oh, just very quickly to like finish my thought on the other thing is that like, yeah, so it seems like the questions are mostly being asked to further certain types of like leanings, which I think would make a lot of sense with his religiosity. But I can't tell you, I would have to watch more lectures, but I'm pretty convinced about this. But I could be wrong. Like, I'm open to that. In terms of what you said, my personal like conspiracy theory is that Jordan Peterson would have never blown up the way that he has. First of all, without the like capitalizing on people not properly knowing the Canadian bill. So I bought into it. I thought he was like as someone who was telling me the truth about what the bill actually said. And I was like, yes, you shouldn't go to jail for not calling someone their pronoun. I was that person, you know? But the second thing, which is what I was disillusioned with him about, is that and again, this is conspiratorial, he had to play off like a secularism type of thing. Back in 2016, like being religious wasn't yet as hip. So you had to be like, oh yes, I'm using religious iconography and stuff like that, but I'm just using it to demonstrate a principle. It's not like I necessarily believe in that. I wouldn't say if I believe in God or not. All that kind of like vague shit. And I even fell for that. I was like, oh, he's just using Adam and Eve to illustrate a concept. I find that interesting. That seems really approachable. 5 years later, you realize he just straight up believes in that, and then it doesn't feel as smart anymore. But yeah, that's like my theory. He had to like hide his religiosity and his religious values because he just wouldn't be as like, he wouldn't have blown up if people were just said, oh, this guy is like a religious fundamentalist, basically. Interesting.
So
I think if you watch his conversations with Sam Harris, it would be like pretty obvious that he was not all that religious and that he was able to explain these things in detail. Also, I don't know that being religious became more hip. I think it's only become less and less hip since then. So,
what do you mean by, when was the Sam Harris conversations? Because what I'm talking about specifically,
2019,
yes.
I think.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about specifically is like, I would only watch his psychology lectures, which he would often talk, like he would use religious iconography, not just Christian one, just generally, to illustrate his points. And I found that very interesting. I don't particularly like that, but I thought, oh, this is approachable for other people. Cool. And I was sure that he's not actually buying into this. He's just using it as a lecturing tool. So I don't think he would have been as popular if people realized just how religiously oriented his prescriptions are. But yeah, I wasn't exposed to a lot of his interviews for a very long time. That's why I was a fan for so long. I just had no idea about like the outside stuff. Interesting.
Yeah, the conversations with Sam Harris are about like him talking about fundamental truths that he finds within religious scripture, but things that he doesn't really believe in, and like does a lot of legwork to show that he completely disagrees with religious people, which at the time I thought was really cool, that he wasn't kowtowing to all the religious people who wanted him to be religious, and all the people who followed him who were religious. He didn't give them what they wanted and say what they wanted him to say, and he refused to call himself a Christian, and refused to say that he believed in God and all these things. I
That
think
way
that,
he
like,
got.
I think it's just, I think it would have been insanely beneficial to him if he had just said that he was a Christian, but he refused to do it, and I think it hurt him more than anything.
Oh,
A
so my
question for both of
conspiracy
you.
is
I'm going to draw a line of credulity. Okay. I want to know from both of you.
credulity.
Credulity is, I'll just ask the question instead. What would it take for you to convince you of the other person's narrative? So, Tom, what would it take to convince you that Jordan Peterson is misogynistic, that he has this kind of implicit bias that is anti-woman and anti-feminine things? And then Katee, vice versa, what evidence would it take to convince you that Jordan Peterson, at least at the time of these conversations, or maybe now, I'm not sure which Tom wants to go for, is not and was not misogynistic?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the parameters that we set for the debate, that if, like, in the past he had a pattern of saying things that were illiberal, and, you know, he didn't seem to follow any sort of Enlightenment values, that he didn't have a pattern of, like, saying the opposite of what it is that everybody's going to accuse him of actually saying, or, you know, clarifying that he's not dog whistling and that he's actually saying X, Y, and Z. Like, if he didn't do all of those things, then I think it would be likely that he has some insidious underlying beliefs that that he's just not saying out loud. But that's kind of, yeah, the point in the debate is, like, I feel like he's already done all of the legwork to show us that that's obviously not the case. So I consistently talk about things that lots of people would have issues with gender, with race, with all sorts of things. But I feel like I've already done the legwork to where I can say those things and talk about those things and ask very, you know, racy and edgy types of questions, because I've already shown everybody what it is that I actually believe in. And so I think the same with Jordan Peterson.
The question specifically refers to, so when I look at that video, what would it take for me to look at that video and think Jordan Peterson at this time of saying this was in fact non-misogynistic?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of up to Tom to determine the line of credulity he would like for you. So I don't know what Tom would go, so I'm offering one because I don't know what, it's kind of more up to what Tom wants, but yeah.
She's saying, like, how would you prove to me that he didn't say those things? Or
I'm asking Tom, what is your line? Are you wanting to know if Katee, I just want a line of credulity from both of you. So I don't know if you believe, Tom, that Jordan Peterson at the time wasn't misogynistic and maybe later he's become it, or do you think that he's wasn't and still isn't misogynistic?
I haven't seen anything from him in ages. Okay. So I don't know. All I know is that at the time
it's just at the time.
Yeah, so at the time he had done the legwork. He has still in the conversation did the legwork, and so, like, that legwork would either have to not exist, or he would have had to have said other things that contradict that, you know, somewhere else.
Okay, if it's at the time, I wouldn't necessarily be able. Okay, wait. At the time, what would I need to be convinced he's not misogynist?
So at the time, so now, what evidence would you be required to convince you right now that at 2018 Jordan Peterson wasn't misogynistic when he made these statements?
That he wasn't as religious and conservative as I believe he truly was that entire time. And let me think if I have anything else.
Well, what would it take to be convinced of that?
I'll specify, just like, because I'm trying to like religious and conservative, and I would need a very good explanation from him about why he chose to be a media figure while trying to have academic research type discussions with potentially severe social implications on those platforms. Yeah, I want like a reasonable explanation, because like the just asking questions is like not a thing for me. In terms of
because the explanation he gave on the Joe Rogan clip was, I was having an intellectual conversation, and sometimes when I'm in these interviews, I kind of forget that like when I'm talking to a journalist, I'm not talking to a grad student. I can't just like postulate questions and expect them not to like imply a bunch of things from it. That was his explanation. So you're saying I would need an explanation, but that's not that explanation.
I would have accepted that explanation if that hasn't been something that he always does and always continues to do. Like, that behavior would have needed to be curbed if we're saying that it's like not a behavior that he's doing intentionally, you know? So it's like, it's an explanation, but he's not forgetting. Like, he's choosing to engage in that behavior. So I would need an explanation to what is, why do you continue? Not an excuse of like, oh, I lose myself in the moment, because he doesn't. Like, it's a pattern.
You say he doesn't. Like, the type of person that you're describing is like a 1 in a billion, where they're willing to push ideas that they don't believe in without ever coming back to like reconcile that. So with somebody like Nick Fuentes, once in a while he might say, oh yeah, like I agree with all of the scientific consensus on how many Jews died, or the historical consensus on this. I completely agree, of course. I am not against Jews whatsoever. But later, he's going to contradict this in some way to make sure that his audience still knows that he's still on their side. He has to continue to signal to them that this is not really his belief. He has not changed his mind, and they all know that he's still one of them. Jordan Peterson, in this case, is continuously pushing people to believe ideas that he does not actually agree with. He's trying to get people to believe in something and accept something that he himself does not believe nor accept. That is such a rare person that I think even if we...
that's what I think?
Yes, when you say
no,
that
I
he
think
has...
you're gullible. No, I don't think that.
Wait,
I
when
think
you
he
say
believes
that
in what he pushes. Like,
no,
what?
hold on. When you say that he actually believes in God, he's actually a Christian, he actually has these ideals, but he refuses to admit that. No, not conservative, religious.
He's conservative and religious. It
He
usually
is
goes together
now.
pretty well.
He was not religious
In 2018,
before.
we're still talking about 2018, Jordan.
Yes,
Peterson.
he was not religious at the time, and what you're saying is that
In your
he
opinion, yeah.
was what I'm saying is that for somebody to push ideals that they do not believe in, he's telling people, hey, I don't need to be religious. You don't need to be religious. We can still have these ideals and not believe in God. This guy doesn't even exist. I don't believe in this guy. I don't believe that Jesus died. I don't believe in any of these things. And he's preaching this to an audience. He's trying to tell them, hey, I know what's right, and I would like it if you agreed with me. You're saying that he is trying to convince people of something that he himself does not believe, and that is like an actual sociopath.
That's not what I'm saying, Tom. You don't think that at 2018 he was religious or conservative. I think he was, and he was masking it.
Right, that's, oh my goodness. You hear what I'm saying, right?
So Tom is asking you for a line of credulity. He's basically saying this seems like a pretty unreasonable conclusion to come to. He's saying there's very minimal motivation for somebody to keep saying that he's not religious and push for ideas that are anti-religious. For example, saying we can have secular morals, we can have value in like religious paradigms and practices without being religious ourselves, right? So he's taking a decently anti-religious perspective and advocating for it actively. And he's saying your line of credulity is you would need some further justification other than him explicitly saying that he's not religious, explicitly saying that these aren't his motives, to convince you. So he's saying there isn't a line of credulity. I think Tom is basically saying you're not creating a line of credulity. You're basically saying unless he like what is required to convince you? Because it seems like Jordan Peterson's own words in 2018 isn't enough to convince you. Jordan Peterson's own behavior around religiosity and conservatism isn't enough to convince you. So at this point, you said you needed explanations from him, and he's saying you've gotten those.
Yes. So two things that I was going to say earlier and never got to, and now I'll say them, is that, first of all, I don't think Jordan Peterson only lost from not leaning into his religiosity back in the day. I think he got to enjoy his Christian audience that saw Christian values in what he was saying and was mad at him for not leaning into Christianity, while also cultivating a completely new audience, which is secular dudes who were
Dang it.
This is the worst. Like, we have the worst luck today, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever been a part of something where there were this many disconnections.
Hey, but I'm going strong. Oh no, I disconnected at the very beginning. Never mind.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in order to be clear, my argument isn't just that, like, yeah, this is a line of credulity. My point is that even if she was right, she is talking about such a rare person that would do something like that, that there's no point in even pointing out that that's who he is, because the chances of you being right are so minuscule that, like, you are batting, like, you're trying to hit 1 in a billion right now.
Okay, you're talking to me, right?
No, sorry, I knew that you disconnected. Sorry.
He's like
Go ahead.
re-outlining his position to me.
Yeah. So I think it was very beneficial for Jordan Peterson to cultivate a Christian audience that understood that there are Christian undertones to what he was saying, while also hearkening to a secular audience that was like, oh, we're just using religiosity as a symbol. This isn't actually religious. This guy isn't lecturing religion to me. He's just giving me good moral values that he just ties into religion. So I do think that he actually gained a much bigger following. That's why I said that he blew up, because he got to capitalize on that secular audience that felt that he was more secular than he actually was. The reason why I feel like that was an act and why he was hiding his power level is, again, because I've consumed dozens and dozens of hours of him lecturing, and have seen the way that he chose to speak around like religious rhetoric, and how he would always avoid talking about his own leanings. So my disillusionment came from this notion that I realized he never answered a question. He liked to ask a lot of questions, and he liked to give a lot of interpretations to questions that he would ask, but he would never say, I believe X, which made me very upset. And when I realized that this person is not actually willing to state what their biases and beliefs are, that wasn't someone I could trust anymore, because they're not being honest about what they believe. Now, they can say, I'm religious, but I support secularism, like Ben Shapiro, whatever, but that's not what he was doing. So I found him untrustworthy. So that was like the position that I took. Now, Tom, what I'm working off is simply my own parasocial relationship with Jordan Peterson that I had at the time. So considering all the lectures that I watched, all the Q&As, all of the stuff, I was like, okay, it seems like now you're dodging questions, and you also, I'm seeing like a pattern here, and it's disturbing to me. 2 years later, he's more openly Christian and conservative. 5 years later, he's just a straight up what he is now. You could say that he radicalized over time, sure. For me, it just seems like either he was always that bad, or it was just like a natural progression of radicalization. It doesn't really matter to me. Since I believe him to be Christian, I think that he just have Christian values about gender roles, which makes him pretty misogynistic. That's all. Like, I don't think he's misogynistic because he's a misogynist. I think he's a religious person, and religiosity, the way he engaged with it, has misogynistic principles. That's all. Like, he's just a religious person. That's all there is.
So my question is then,
We'll wrap this up in like 10.
okay. My question is then, so he gets famous off of Bill C-16, okay? Does he sit down and plan out, okay, I can push Christian values while pretending to be secular. So then how does this come about?
I think it came about because I think there's a general, especially in academia, you would be looked down at if you were like very openly Christian or openly religious. I think especially like with some professions, I think it's just very natural especially with the death of religiosity in the West. Some places it's just hostile to be religious in them. Like, people will just not treat you well, they'll look down at you. It's just not advantageous for you to advance in your career in certain environments when you let people know that you have religious values.
So then is he having trouble admitting this to himself as well, or is he just
I think
hiding?
at the time, yeah. I think at that
Okay.
time he was coping. I think at that time he was coping. I couldn't even. I know this is all a big conspiracy mind read. I hope he was coping. I want to believe that he wasn't like insidious the entire time. I hope he was coping. I can't
Yeah.
tell you. He's definitely not coping now.
Okay, this sounds a whole lot more reasonable. I can totally that makes a whole lot more sense, because yeah,
Okay.
like when I was a Christian, people kept saying, over the last year I left religion, people kept saying, oh, he's not a Christian, that guy's not a real Christian, he likes trans people, he talks to gay people, he's friends with all of these people, he's not a real Christian. And then eventually when I leave Christianity and I'm no longer religious, they're all like, ah, see, I knew it. See, he was hiding it the whole time. The freaking guy was lying. I knew it. He was planning this the whole time. And I'm like, no, I just like, I actually just over time just stopped believing. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I'm definitely more amicable and truly hopeful that
Isn't
he
the
was
issue-
just confused.
Isn't the issue that both what happened to you, Tom, and potentially what Katie's doing now is that this is called post hoc fallacy? When you get ahead to a point and you look back, it's easy to imbue your knowledge now and presume that like what you know now was obviously true back then, right? So like the Christians were doing that to you by saying like, oh, of course you're not a Christian.
You were never a Christian.
And it feels very akin to what Katie's doing now of being like, of course he's a misogynistic conservative.
He always was.
But that feels devoid of what I see humans do all the time, which is as people age, their opinions shift, particularly when they go through like major life events. For example, probably having major significant brain injuries and being fatally ill and almost losing his wife might change you. I would argue in this case, for the worse. I don't like current Jordan Peterson, like at all. Not a fan at all. It's really sad to see. But I'm concerned when I listen to this, and I know I'm not being neutral anymore, so I'm like stepping a bit away. I'm concerned when I listen to everyone talk about Jordan Peterson. It feels like a lot of post hoc fallacy is happening. We're being like, well, he's an asshole now.
So he always was.
And it's like, but that's not necessarily true, right? Like, if you don't believe that, it is what you're saying. You're saying back then, yes, it is.
What do you mean, no?
Katie?
You did.
No.
Yes,
What?
it is.
No.
I wrote down expressly what you said. You were saying that in 2018, he is misogynistic and conservative as he is now. He was just masking it back then, and now he can be open. That is what you expressly said. And if you deny that, I am ending the conversation, just to be clear.
Why are you?
Because I am not rewriting history, and I'm not comfortable with you doing this. Your position was, if you want to change it now, you can. Your position was, in 2018, he was masking how conservative and religious he was, and now he can be open about it. This is why we had a long dialogue about all of this, because you believe that he's the same person today, maybe worse, but all of the views he has now, all the misogyny, all the religiousness, he was lying about being a Christian, that he was lying about being conservative, he actually was these things, he was just lying about it in 2018. That was what you said.
That's
She was saying that he was lying to himself as well.
Just to clarify what I was saying, I'm talking before 2018. Like, I watched a lot of his content beforehand, and I could already see the religiosity there. So as I was watching the interviews, I was like, oh, this makes a lot of sense now. It was actually quite eye-opening. That's all I'm
You
saying.
are saying that he was the same person. He's always been religious. He was just lying about it before.
He was always religious. I think he didn't realize how much of his religious bias he's applying to like his analysis to things.
That's not what we're talking about. Do you believe that
That's
back
what
in
I'm talking
2016, hold on, do you believe in 2016 that he was actually a Christian or whatever religion? I'm assuming you would.
Of course, yes.
You think he was an actual Christian?
Yeah, of
He was
course.
just lying to himself about it.
No,
Or do you
he
think
was
he
probably
knew?
lying to us about it. Yeah.
So he knew. Okay, so you are saying, okay. So what I just said, and you said, no, I wasn't saying that, you were expressly saying that.
Do you think if I think that he hid his Christianity and didn't want to tell people about it, that me saying that he's an asshole or something?
No, I said that back in 2018, you said that he was lying and he's been the same person through and through. I'm saying that 2018 Peterson is a very different character than 2020 because in 2020, his wife almost died. He developed a severe withdrawal to benzos, which is decently common now and much more understood, and then almost died twice, once from COVID and then I think once from pneumonia.
Okay, I think she's saying because you gave the example that he was an asshole then, he's an asshole now, he was always an asshole, that she
Not an
was saying that
asshole,
I didn't say
religious,
that he was an
Christian.
asshole. I think that's what she was saying. Is that correct, Katie? Is that what you were saying? Is that you weren't
Yeah,
calling him an asshole before? Because yes, okay.
Yeah.
I was very clear about the descriptors because I was reading from my notes of what you said. I didn't say that you said he was an asshole then and an asshole no. I said that he was religious and conservative back then and he was hiding it. That is your position, correct?
I think he was always religious. Yes, I think he became more conservative for sure.
Okay. So when I got hard on you and I said, do not do this, what was happening was I re-outlined your position, saying what you just said now, and you said, no, I wasn't saying that, but you were.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the VOD, and I'll either post you being right or I'll post me being right. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm so confused as to what even the disagreement is anymore. I feel like
The
you just said
disagreement
that you
is now-
agreed with what she just said just now, didn't you?
No. No.
Okay.
Disagreement now is I am saying 2018 Jordan Peterson was a different person. He wasn't religious. I genuinely don't think that he was a Christian. I genuinely believe him when he said that he didn't have religious beliefs. He just liked religious symbology. Because if you look into like Freudian and Jungian psychology, it's full of religious symbology. In fact, one of the main researchers at U of T that he works with still constantly talks about religious symbology for meaning of life, right? I absolutely believe him. Katie is saying he was Christian, he knew he was Christian, and he was lying to us back then. And now he's open about it. And I'm saying, no, he had a brain injury, got really sick, and vilified by the left, and is now a pretty shitty person.
Yes. I mean, when you started talking about
that's
that,
the
that was the direction that I was going to go. But when I said that it sounds like you guys are saying the same thing, I'm saying when you say that that's what she believes, it sounds like she's saying, yes, that is also what I believe now. And so now it sounds like she is saying the same thing, that he was always religious, that he just refused to admit it. And that, like, yes, she is agreeing that that is what she's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he
Just
was
so it's
always
clear, the reason why I went out of my way to clarify this is because one thing that frustrates me a lot when trying to talk to people is when they will just go back, when you will expressly, I've had this happen with Katie quite a bit and Carantos Affair often, where I will write down their statements. I will then reread back their statements as in good faith, because I'm just trying to go, is this your understanding? And then they go, no. And it's like, yes, it is. This is what you were saying, because then it creates this whole other fight that's super fucking annoying. That's why the aggression was there, because I'm not willing to do it.
I agree. I just say, okay, just tell me what the position is now, and then I just go ahead and argue against that. But I understand.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just let her like off.
Yeah, I think we're at that 10-minute mark. You guys got anything else?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, I appreciate you inviting us on, Erudite, Katie. Appreciate the conversation.
Bye, Tom. Bye.
Later,
Erudite.
guys. Have a good night. Let's see. Damn it, dude. I can't move all this stuff. I don't know why it's not moving. There we go. Beautiful. Tennessee went mommy on her. What? we got like we got through every part of the argument, and then for some reason, like I don't know why, but NSE wanted to focus on a part that we had already passed, and Katee did change her position at that point, and it's very frustrating because we had already covered that. We could have just kept moving and moved on to the next thing, but for some reason we wanted to focus on that. I don't know why. So I just had nothing to say anymore because I'm like, okay, I've already covered this part. I don't know why you guys want to relitigate it, but go ahead. I have nothing more to say on this. I already won this argument. Like I already took the W on this. Like when we're talking about, and that's why I was posting in chat. I'm like, I don't even know. I don't have anything else to say here. We already went over this. I forget what it was, but it was about like she didn't want to let her pull a fast one. Yes, I know, and I get it. I get why people want to do that. I just personally am just not. I'm normally not interested. Like I would rather like, because especially with Katee, I think that like a lot of times there's misunderstandings with like language and what it is that she's communicating. We've had numerous conversations where she says something and I'm like, you realize you're saying this? And she's like, what? No, I'm not. And so then we have to have a conversation about what it is that she's communicating in that moment. And so later, if she clarifies, no, that's not what I said, what she means to say is, that's not what I meant to communicate. And so I understand, and I'm just like, okay, that's fine. What is it that you meant to communicate? So then now I can argue against that. Instead, would you debate Karantos? Sure, I guess. I don't know why not, but I don't have any reason to debate him. What would I debate him on? Religion? I mean, I don't really like, I don't feel, yeah, I'm not really interested in debating people on religion. Yeah, I don't really care one way or the other. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was specifically. So we talked about the fact that Jordan Peterson, or so yeah, that's right. We talked about the fact that pragmatically, it makes sense that if women would say to themselves, if I wear less makeup, I am less likely to be approached. Okay. That is the W. That is it. It is over for me. They want to keep going. That's fine. Once she says that, everything Jordan Peterson says is justified now. That is the justification. He says he's trying to make it to where women are less likely to get sexually harassed. That's it. That's all I care about. If she wants to start talking about like, well, I don't like the way he says it, or I don't like all of this other stuff. The reason that you have a problem with that is again going to be the pattern of behavior that comes before or after. So you're saying, he said a bunch of other things that makes this one statement sus. So even though the way that you guys interpret this statement, I agree with that. But I think that he's saying something else here because there is another pattern of statements that he's made that says that he believes something else here. That's what I wanted to get to. That's why I was trying to move past all this, because I'm like, I don't understand like why we're relitigating this. She already agreed with the part about the pragmatics of not wearing makeup or wearing less makeup or whatever, like dressing less sexy, all of this. She already agreed with this. So this justifies Jordan Peterson's statement. That's it. Done. Okay. Now you have to tell me why Jordan Peterson meant something else than what it is we're interpreting this to mean. And that would be the pattern of behavior. And that was the agreement that we came into this conversation with, was if I say black people have lower IQs on average, and then I just walk away, okay? Either I am dog whistling or I am actually making a statement about them having lower IQs. What would make you think one way or the other? What would make you start, like, how would you decipher whether or not it's a dog whistle, or I'm actually just stating a fact that that would be useful. Well, what is the usefulness? What is the utility in that statement? Does it actually have some sort of purpose in this conversation? If I say black people have lower IQs on average, and it actually pertains to something, then sure, there's some sort of goal to saying it. Sure, then that's one start. That's one part of it. The other part is doing the legwork. So that's why I kept bringing this up, is because if I talk about the fact that I don't want ethno-states, I've debated against people who want ethno-states. I talk about the fact that I believe in systemic racism. I've talked about the fact that like socialization can change IQs over time. I've talked about the fact that black people are not inherently, you know, dumber than white people or any of these things, right? Like I've already done all of the other legwork, meaning I can now say black people have lower IQs on average. I can make that statement. I can say it, and I should not have any accusations of any sort of insidious intent there, because I have already done the legwork. That is what's important. That is what makes it to where you can or cannot accuse me of something. So when Nick Fuentes makes a joke about cookies, right? He has not done the legwork to make a joke like that, and people not to not take it as a anti-Semitic sort of quote. When he's saying, oh, well, you know, if you bake this many cookies in an oven, I don't know if you can get that many. I don't know if you can get 6 million cookies baked in this amount of time. I don't know. I don't think you have enough ovens for that, right? He has not done the legwork with what he believes about Jewish people to be able to say something like that without us assuming that there is something else behind that statement. So, like I said, once she tells me that she agrees with the pragmatic statement of what it was that Jordan Peterson was saying, she now has to show me that there is another pattern of behavior here. She has to show that to me. Because we already agree on the goal of that statement. The goal of that statement is to make it to where women are sexually harassed less. There is utility to the statement. So now I can show there is legwork, where he says that he wants women to be able to compete with men in the workplace. He coaches women on how to be more competitive with men in the workplace. He calls himself an egalitarian. He says he cares about equality of opportunity. Like, all of these things are him doing the legwork to where he is capable of having a conversation like that. Yeah, I can't argue with people for the sake of a win. Waste of time because people behave like Katee. I'd rather be golfing. I don't think Katee is debating for a win. I don't think that's what she's doing. I think that there actually are like miscommunications. I think that she has trouble communicating things fairly often. This is something that happens in almost every conversation that she has. We were just watching her talk to Destiny earlier, and Destiny said like 3 different times, you just said this, and she said, no, I did not. And he had to repeat it back to her over and over. You literally just said this. And then Cherry jumps in and she's like, well, Katee, here seems to be the problem. Katie's like, no, I disagree with you. And Cherry's like, no, you do not disagree with me. You just said X, Y, and Z. And Katee said, no, I didn't. I didn't say X, Y, and Z. Again, this seems to be a common thing.
Thetrib1 super chatted $2. Fun debate. Needed more misogyny.
True. Thank you, Trib. Appreciate the dono. But yeah, like this is a pattern of miscommunication that she has, and so I don't think she's doing it on purpose. Even in the beginning of the conversation with Destiny, there were like 3 different times where I said something, and then she would say no, and then repeat exactly what I just said, like verbatim. And I'd be like, okay, that's literally what I just said. And then when I said, Katee, you have to stop doing that, she took that as, Katee, you have to stop interrupting me. That is not what I was saying. I was saying, stop saying my name. You got to stop saying my name like that. Tom. Tom. Listen, Tom. It is, whoo, that there is nothing more condescending than just saying somebody's name over and over like that. And Sassafras does this all the time and is purposefully condescending. And it is obnoxious to anybody if you just keep saying somebody's name at the beginning of a sentence over and over. It is obviously going to be condescending. It is meant to be like a mother saying like your full name, right? Where she's like, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, get over here, right? Like it's meant to be like, you know, your mother talking down to you, telling you that you're in trouble. That is the same thing that she's doing where I make a statement. She disagrees with it. So she's, Tom. Like, I freaking swear to you. So yes, again, these are issues with communication. It's not her like pivoting. It's not her changing her positions. It's not her doing any of the other things. Like, she is just an issue with communication where she's trying to communicate one thing, and then afterwards it turns out that she was trying to say something else. And so you find that out over time. And I would assume when she says, well, I have this issue with Karantos as well. Well, Karantos is somebody else who has issues with the English language. So it makes sense that two people that you talk to that don't speak English as their first language would probably have issues with their communication. But yeah. Is she foreign? I pick up some kind of accent. She's Israeli. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then at the end, when I was like, well, okay, so you guys realize that you just agreed with one another. Erudite's like, no, and then repeated the disagreement from before. But yes, that was from before. Katee just now said that she agrees with the statement that you just made just now. So now you know that she is still sticking to the statement from before. Like, it's, yeah. No, I think it's IQ. It's likely partly processing and partly language barrier. Maybe. Women should just go for approaching. If they only dress that way for a certain person or people, they won't. They fear rejection. So the thing is that like we talked about, it is likely going to be some sort of signaling. And I miss them talking about this part. But there's also like an issue like where you want to go out to dinner with the guy, you get dressed up all sexy, and it is meant to be signaling, but it's meant to be signaling for him. And now you're walking down the sidewalk in this, you know, super revealing, tight red dress, walking down the sidewalk to get to the restaurant. It can still seem like signaling to everybody else around you. Your options are like, yeah, you can put on a coat and just cover up while you're walking, or like you might end up getting hit on your way. But getting hit on in and of itself shouldn't necessarily be a problem, which is one of the things that I was trying to get into in that conversation is, yeah, somebody making some sort of sexual advancement on you should not be the problem in and of itself. So like, that's why I was saying there's some sort of middle ground here where if you don't want to get hit on, you know, dress differently or wear less makeup or something like that. And wait, that's another thing. She said that wearing more makeup does not necessarily mean that you look better. Or she said it never means that you could look better. That's ridiculous. That is insane. Like, obviously, if I just put on lipstick and nothing else, more makeup will be helpful. Now I can put on some blush. Okay, well now still more makeup would be helpful. And so now I can put on some eyeliner. Okay, still more makeup would be helpful. And now I can put on some mascara. Okay, still more makeup would be like, yes, more makeup in these scenarios are helpful. More makeup, okay? That is more makeup. That doesn't mean that no matter how much makeup you put on, you can just keep putting on more and more and more and more, and it will always mean that you continuously look better, because no, eventually you look like a freaking clown. Keep going, Tom. I want to see how much you know. That is all of it. That's all the makeup. There's no other types of makeup. No way you can use English as a second language as an excuse for Katee. Her repertoire of vocab is impressive for a 20-something. So, yes, she knows the words. She does not know what is being communicated all the time. She doesn't understand how words are being used colloquially. So, where Erudite says, I'm using it how anybody would use it, she takes that as like NSE being condescending in that moment. She wasn't being condescending. She was saying this is how we use it colloquially, not in some sort of specific circumstance, but how we would just generally use it in the world. That's what she was trying to say, but Katee took it as some sort of condescension. There was an argument that I had with her and Zonia where she kept saying, you should do this thing. And I said, you can't have that as an expectation of somebody. And she said, do you think I expect that of people? I said, yes, you said they should do it. You are making a moral prescription when you say you should do this thing. You are saying you ought to do this thing. She's like, wait, no, if I say like you should give money to people, like homeless people, that doesn't mean that I expect you to give money to homeless people. I'm like, yes, it is. No, you are making it like it's a moral expectation. You are saying you ought to give money to homeless people. She's like, well, then what would I say instead? And I said, you would say it's good to give money to homeless people. That just saying it's good doesn't necessarily mean that it's a moral claim. It normally is, but not necessarily. You can just say, like, walking past a homeless person isn't a bad thing. But if you say you should give money to homeless people, now that means that if you do not give money to homeless people, you are doing something wrong. So, like, she has these issues with the communication part, what it is she's communicating. But she knows the words very well. You're giving her too much credit, Tom. I don't think I am. I think throughout all of the conversations that I had with her, this is fairly obvious. Maybe not obvious to everybody else, but it is obvious to me. It is blatantly obvious. I've had maybe 4 or 5 conversations with her, and every time we straighten out that part of the communication, every time we straighten out what it is she's trying to say, that's it. We just move past it. It doesn't become a problem again. It sounds like you guys are trying to say that she's like trying to change her positions as she goes, and I see absolutely no benefit to that. This is similar to her claim about Jordan Peterson just changing his beliefs and saying things that he doesn't believe in one moment, but then changing it to something that he actually does believe later. That would have to be what she's doing, and I just don't think that that's the case. And then even if like it turns out that actually she updated her position, she realized that she was wrong and she updated her position, that's fine too. I don't like if I convinced her of this thing and now she's updating her position and making a new argument against what I'm saying with the updated position, that's fine. I don't care. Like, why would I care? What does the difference make to me? Her take seems to be nobody should hit on anybody at work until they give you a note that says it's allowed. She did kind of say that. So yes, so when she asked me, do you think people should be less sexual at work then, or that sexualization should be allowed at work? And I was like, yeah, of course. She's like, what? I was like, yeah, like most people meet their partners at work. Like you're taking the place that like most people are meeting their significant others and you're taking that away from them. That would be ridiculous. No. Like, is it ideal? No, it's probably not ideal. It's probably not the ideal place to meet people, but that happens to be where you spend most of your time. So that's where you're going to meet most people. Tomfoolery, she moves goalposts. Okay, I just don't think that that's the case. Even if that, like I said, even if that's, you can call it moving the goalpost, but yeah, I would just say that she's just updating her position. I've convinced her of something or made her realize a flaw in her argument, and so now she's updating her position. That's fine. That wouldn't matter to me. And this seems to be her solution to avoid anybody for asking anyone else out who doesn't want to be asked out because of autism, and nobody's allowed to read the social cues because they are scary. Maybe. I'm not saying that she's doing it for the win. I just actually don't believe she knows what she's arguing. I don't believe she knows what she's arguing for anything. Surface level narrative shifter. Maybe. I felt like it was frustrating when I was making a delineation between it is a good argument versus I agree with the argument. Like the thing when we were still talking to Destiny, I'm saying like, yes, it is a good argument, but I don't believe it. I don't think it's correct. But there are lots of people who are like Nazis who I argue with. They will make good arguments that I disagree with, but they're still good arguments. Like they're still good. They're still logical. They still follow a logical formula, and they're fairly convincing. But I'm just not convinced of it. Tom, I think you're giving her too much credit. Her English is fine, and she said she's watched every JP video. Again, I'm not saying that her English is bad. I'm saying that what it is she thinks she's communicating. Like when you say her English is fine, you're saying you're saying she knows words. She knows lots of words, and she's able to put them in a grammatical formula that seems correct. And I'm saying that is true, but what she is communicating is not what she thinks she's communicating. That's different. I'd say it's possibly a good argument, especially depending on the studies. Would you agree with her that looking for social cues is the best heuristic for understanding women's signaling of attraction? Yeah, I would say that. I mean, that is what I was saying in the conversation, is that like probably like one good expectation of men is to say that like you need to understand social cues better. Don't just go hit on a woman if she's not sending you any other signals besides wearing makeup or wearing sexy clothes, right? That in and of itself is not enough for you to go hit on her, but it is one signal. It is one thing that she can do. It's just part of a larger signal that she's likely going to be sending you. She's not going to understand the societal norms to the same level as someone in the States, colloquial and such. Yes, I agree. That is generally what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, guys, take a second. Hit the thumbs up button. There's a link in the Discord, or sorry, there's a link in the description to the Discord. I really am so tired. I've been fumbling my words this entire stream. I don't normally have this much trouble, but it has been a bit frustrating. Tom? I feel like there was something we were supposed to watch. Do we have something we're supposed to watch? I felt bad for rezzivaer. Like, I scheduled this time to talk to him, and then I ended up, like, I felt like we could have had a longer, more interesting conversation, but, yeah. Now I feel bad that I went and did that. Wendy's burger done you in. It did. It really did. Being candid eliminates any potential for mistakes, any potentially job-wrecking accusations. Oh, also, I just wanted to say this real quick. Also, at the end, when I was telling Erudite, I will generally just accept the new position and move past it. I was not saying that as a prescription for her saying, this is what you should have done, Erudite, because her response to it was, that's fine for you, something like that. I'm like, okay, I wasn't saying that you should do this. I was saying, yes, Katee has changed what it is that she's saying numerous times. She's said, 3 or 4 times this position, and then later when I say this is what you're saying, she says, no, I'm not saying that, and then she moves it to this. And each time I just move to that position. So I was just saying, yes, I understand your frustration. She has moved her positions many times on me. I just didn't make a big deal about it. I just happened to move with it. But I understand your frustration. That is what I was trying to say. I was not trying to tell her, hey, you should have just done what I do and just move. That is not what I was saying. I don't expect women to be as patient as I am. It's too big of an ask. But yeah, also, my Twitter is in the description. I need a bunch of simps, okay? I need people who are actually on Twitter. Nobody who watches me actually gets on Twitter. They're all a bunch of people who touch grass. So I need people who actually get on Twitter and who actually like tweets and comment on tweets and all that sort of stuff. So if you are on Twitter sometimes, go follow me on Twitter. Link is in the description. Thomas Fair, true. Nico, did you come from Politically Provoked? Later, Thackman. Have a good night, man. I never got into the Twitter phase. It's like a necessity. It's part of this job. It's part of streaming. I don't like it. I can't stand Twitter, but it is something that I have to do in order to build this platform. You can't just build one platform. You have to build multiple platforms in synchronicity in order to actually be successful. More people on more platforms are capable of finding you, and then hopefully there's going to be cross-pollination. So you have to do all of these things at once. You're most beneficial if you're trying to do YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter all at the same time. Those are the 5 that are going to be most beneficial, and I don't have enough energy for most of those. So I do have a TikTok. You can go follow my TikTok. I got a bunch of really funny videos on there. Sometimes I do like skits and stuff. Sometimes I will just post clips from the show. It's a very inconsistent TikTok. I'll tell you that. It is not, it's got a bunch of different things on it. I'll show you guys one video while I run to the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna finish the Destiny conversation with Katee. But
oh, you touch my tra-la-la. Oh,
no,
you touch my
tra-la-la.
shut up.
Okay, this is one of my most popular videos right here. So you guys are gonna like this one. Okay, it's a good one. There it is. Okay. A long time ago, women used to do everything, and they lived in harmony, and they were big and strong, and they didn't need men, and they opened up their own pickle jars, and they did everything. And then one day the patriarchy showed up, and the women tried to fight back, but they were just as strong as the patriarchy, but they lost anyways. And so the patriarchy said, you have to have babies and have periods now, and now you have to watch soap operas and eat lunch, and the men get to do all the fun things. They get to go have fun at work, and you don't. And so then the patriarchy made women shave their legs and have big boobs and big butts and put unrealistic beauty standards on them, and that's why we have hot tub streamers. A long, long time ago, women used to do everything, and they lived in harmony, and they were big and strong, and they didn't need men, and they opened up their own pickle jars, and they did everything. And then one day the patriarchy showed up, and the women tried to fight back, but they... So yeah, that's one video. Let's see, let me give you one more. I got a good one here. Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells. Come on. Black, 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 black. Crap.
He said the word black.
No.
He said black. I heard it.
No, I said crap.
He's one of those Nazi guys.
I said crap.
Why did you say black?
I said...
Never gonna give you up.
There you go. I'm white person. Don't blame me, but I'm not blaming you. I'm saying
They
bad
should be
things
thankful
happen
for
to the
slavery.
black people.
They should be thankful for slavery.
Then you come work for me. Come be my
No,
slave.
should I be, why? You're
Come
not even
be
a
my
millionaire.
slave.
Are you a millionaire?
Yes, I'm a millionaire.
No, I like working in a bond.
Bro, I don't. Come be my slave.
They
Quit
should be
being a
thankful
baby.
for slavery. Should they
Come
not be
thank
thankful
me.
for slavery?
No, come thank me. Come be my slave. I'm going to whip you, and I want you to thank me for it.
No, you have to actually do it. People
Bro,
actually
no.
did that to blacks.
Yes, I will do it. I promise you. I will whip the hell
No,
out
you're
of
not.
you.
This is empty talk.
I promise you. I
You're
will
a
whip the
talker.
hell out of you.
No, you won't.
I boxed for a long time. I promise you. I can beat the crap out of people all day.
You can't come in here and steal me and make me your slave if you wanted to.
No, I'm not making you your slave. You like being a slave.
No, I said they should be thankful for slavery.
Yes, come thank me for being your master.
If you were my master, I would be grateful, but
Let's
you're
do
not.
it.
So I'm not.
Make good decisions.
No,
Hake.
I'm grateful for reality. I stay in reality.
Hake, make a good decision. Come be my slave. I will be your good master. I will
You're not a good.
whip
You're not
you
a good
all the
persuader.
time. I don't
you
need
need better. You need better verbal IQ than that.
You are already convinced. You
He
think
does look
slavery is
lost.
good. You think people
It's-
should be thankful for it.
They should be. Should they not be thankful for slavery?
If that's the case, come be my slave. There you go. This is what you get on the Tomfoolery TikTok, the highest of quality TikToks, okay? So yeah, this is what I'm talking about where it's inconsistent, because I have a couple of like skits and funny videos and stuff like that, and then sometimes it's clips from debates instead. So it's a bit of a variety, but I have fun with it. So Tom, you just wasted $6 on eggs for a TikTok. Your narrative ancestors. Oh, hey, listen, native ancestors are crying in the grave. Okay. I spent $3 on eggs, first off. Secondly, I had to get some people to help me, and by yelling things, you know, he said black, I heard him, like stuff like that. I had to get a bunch of people to start like I had to like, hey, can you just yell real quick? Just yell, he said black. I'm like, why? I'm like, just yell it. Just say it. Just say he said black. Or like yell it like you're mad really loud. Like so yeah. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, I still have it up here. Never mind.
Jesus, I completely disagree with a lot of the things that he says, and I'm using him to some extent as a means to an end to like change the way that our audiences like view our perspectives.
Oh, okay. Then let me say it like this. I think that my way of influencing you is very limited. I've spoken to you about certain issues, and I do not have the rhetorical tools to change your mind about those issues. I also feel like you have very little, and like business-wise reasons to come around on those issues.
Maybe you're just wrong on those issues, and I'm not. Is that possible?
Okay, of course.
See, this is a problem that I have a lot of the time where I'm talking to somebody about something and they're like, I'm not even going to argue this with you. And I'm like, why? Let's figure this out. And they're like, no, because you're better at debating than me. You're going to be much better. You're going to be much better at rhetoric and crap. And I'm like, I don't know what. I'm not like playing games or like using some sort of tactic here, okay? Like we can have a conversation. If you think I'm doing something like that, just call me out on it. But generally, I just want to have the conversation with you. I just want to be able to get my point across in the most effective way. And it's kind of obnoxious where, yeah, people are just like, oh, I can't do it. I'm sorry, but I'm just not able to compete with you on your level. Like, that is bullcrap, dude. That's just not true. You're just wrong, and you refuse to have this conversation with me.
Of course, it's possible.
Okay, but then why would you think that like I'm trying to think, like, there's things that I disagree with you a lot on, but I would never think like I need to go to your community and I need to get Katie's fans to understand how fucking wrong she is on this particular topic until they start badgering her about it.
Do you think I go to your? When did I go to your community?
Right now. You're not here to talk to me. You're here to learn how to talk to my community. That's what you said.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when I said we are not friends, so you will not have a private conversation with me? So the only way I can speak to you is to come to you like this?
Why? I don't know what you... I mean, it's possible to have a private conversation. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Would you like to have the rest of this conversation privately?
If you want to, yeah. We just have to figure out a time, but yeah.
Okay, then I'd love to do that. I didn't know I had an avenue to vent out my personal critiques of you privately. That seemed like not something that am I an orbiter? Like anti-fans or butterflies can do. I am happy to hear that I have.
Oh, speaking of being an orbiter, I think I got. Did I get perm status? I did. I got it. I'm in, guys. I'm a freaking orbiter now. Let's go. Anytime everybody's jumping in and they're all being obnoxious while they're in the middle of a good debate, and then all of a sudden all of the orbiters all jump in to ruin the debate, I'm going to jump in and tell them all to shut the hell up and get out of the freaking Discord because everybody wants to listen to the debate continuing. Stop jumping in and ruining the conversations.
Have that avenue. If you want to ban me off your platform, that is fair too. I did not come here, however, to talk to your audience. As I've made it very clear, your audience is not very receptive to me. I came here to talk to you. And if you and I disagree and you don't think that I'm right and I don't think that you're right, then we go from there. That is.
So this is a thing that she's gone back and forth on. If you guys were here earlier when we initially started covering this, it does sound like she's going back and forth on whether or not she's there to talk to him or whether or not she's there to talk to his audience. It sounds like she's trying to say both, but I'm not really sure. I'm not positive. It just sounds like she's saying both. It sounds like she's saying but although it sounds like they said that she literally said, I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to talk to your audience. So it doesn't sound like she said, oh, I'm here to talk to you, but generally it's your audience that I would like to convince more so than you. It sounds like they're saying she said, I am not going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to your audience through you.
Is what I said.
Okay. I mean, I heard you say that you came here to learn more effective arguments to use against me when my audience is like in your chat. That's what I heard.
Okay.
You explained orbiter very clearly. Yes, I'm joking. I'm not actually an orbiter. I'm just saying that it was a joke.
Okay. So
But
I said.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Tom.
what I said was that I came here to talk to you, to hear your opinions and thoughts and your conceptualizations of issues.
Mhm.
So when I levy critiques about you, I actually know what I'm fucking talking about. Which is weird that you would find it dehumanizing, since you constantly tell your chat that when people criticize you, they should ask for examples, specific things to substantiate, and that's what your chat.
Radical Coder said, I'm a Tom Orbiter. You are not a Tom Orbiter. You could be a Tom Orbiter. You could easily be a Tom Orbiter. I'm pretty sure you have perms in my Discord to where you can jump into my VC anytime you want. I have my own orbiters here. I have people who will jump into VC whenever they feel like it. But yeah, so far you never jump in, so that's all right. I'm not mad at you or anything, but I'm looking at it right now. You got a green name in my server, so yes, you are able to jump into my VC anytime you feel like it. If you wanna, if you ever see like my name up here while I'm talking, you're able to just jump in and argue with me about it. So, actually, speaking of, I should probably jump in there. Generally, it should be like to have like a conversation or a debate or, you know, disagreement or, you know, something like that. Not to just like come tell me what you ate and hang out. But yeah.
Does with me. So I come here to the fucking source to ask you what you think.
I only say that now. I've always felt like I never needed to say that. I've always felt like I never needed to say, you shouldn't jump in just to sit and hang out, and you shouldn't jump in while I'm in the middle of a debate with somebody. I never felt like I needed to say that. But there's some kid, I forget his name. He's an Australian kid or like British or something like that. He jumped in while I was talking to Danabo and DK. Do you guys remember this kid? I'm only ever going to join and tell you what I'm eating. That's fair. I shouldn't. That's on me. That is completely on me. Do you guys remember this? Who was the kid who did that?
And what you...
So, like, obviously, I feel like it's obvious if I'm in the middle of a debate or I'm talking to somebody and you don't DM me, you just jump in and just start talking to people while we're in the middle of a debate on stream. I'm blown away that anybody would ever do this. I'm blown away that anybody would ever be that stupid. Or that you're a troll and that you're willing to look that, like, unself-aware? I don't know. That's not the word. Self-unaware? Dingo. That's his freaking name. Dingo. Okay. So, yeah, Dingo, just like while we're in the middle of this debate, just randomly jumps in and just starts talking to us and is kind of like going off topic. And they're like, Tom, will you mute this guy? And I'm like, I don't even know why he's in here. And then he starts interrupting them and starts making arguments again. And he was like being serious, like he was being dead serious. So I just muted him and just left him there. And now he is permanently muted in my Discord. So he can jump into any VC he wants. I didn't kick him out. He can still jump into VCs. He's just always going to be muted no matter what. Because this is like the third time that he had just jumped into VC and just started talking. Or if you're sass and want to do a bit, whatever. Is there not, nobody has a correction for me here? Self-unaware? Unself-aware? What is it? Self-unawareness? Definition of unself-consciousness. Self-unaware. Yeah, okay, so it's unself-aware. Okay, wow.
You feel so I can make better, more nuanced critiques about you. And
yeah,
that
but your
makes
goal
you feel
isn't to change my mind.
not makes
right?
you dehumanized.
Yeah.
And
because your goal
unseen.
isn't to have a conversation with me to change my mind. Your goal is to change my mind through getting my community to disagree with me.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
And I guess like we'll see how it goes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I see it, and if you disagree with this, you can call me autistic or whatever you want.
Okay. Base.
I see it as a sign of respect I have for you, that I will not spend the rest of my online existence bitching about stuff that you have made very clear to me, boundary-wise, that you don't give a fuck about. So
Okay.
I am moving on to critiques that I actually think are valid, because I'm not going to critique someone for eating vanilla ice cream when they said, I know I'm eating vanilla ice cream and I'm fine with it. I'm not going to keep whining that they eat vanilla ice cream. I'm going to be like, this adult has decided that vanilla ice cream tastes good. Therefore, I will criticize them since I think vanilla ice cream is actually abusive towards Jews. Okay? Like, I see it as a sign of respect. I'm sorry if...
What? Wouldn't she try to convince the Jews not to go around him then, in order for this to be analogous?
You don't see it that way.
Do you think this conversation has been respectful?
I think that I'm losing my temper right now.
Why?
Because...
Or not why do you think you're losing your temper? Like, what are the reasons why you think you're... I'm saying, like, what's causing you to lose your temper?
I feel... It makes me sad that I feel like I've tried to be fair and respectful to you, and that is not how that's interpreted, and that makes me sad.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I would say, I don't know how many people you communicate with in general. I will take some responsibility, I guess, for setting the expectations for how people deal with me. But I think that the overall tone of this has been pretty disrespectful, has been like hyper accusatory, and has been like relatively dehumanizing in the admission that nothing you say is ever going to change my mind. So your goal is to just argue with my orbiters. But I know that I've kind of like set the standard that it's okay to talk to me that way, and I'll just be chill with it. But I think that most people would interpret this as like I said before, if you had laid out those clear goals of like, I can't change your mind, but I can get your audience to get like resentful over things, which I guess we're disagreeing that you said that, but I think that most people say like, okay, well, I'm never going to talk to you because you're not even interested in having a conversation with me. You're just trying to turn my audience against me. But
So, and maybe I'm going to say this again,
okay.
And you just tell me if it means nothing to you.
Okay.
But I said that I came here to talk to you, to hear your thoughts.
Oh, just real quick. Okay, I also wanted to mention this. Just to be petty, okay? There was a point during the conversation where Erudite kept saying, yes, Tom, I understand your point, and that's a fine argument, but that is not part of this conversation. It does not meet the ends that we are trying to work towards. And I kept explaining, no, it does meet the ends that we're trying to work towards. This is going to apply to the type of argument that Katee is trying to make here, and this would show some sort of inconsistency or some issues with her logic. And her and I had a quick back and forth on whether or not I was correct on this meeting the ends that we're trying to work towards. Okay, I'd just like to say, I was looking at Erudite's chat at the time. They agreed with me. They were like, wait, what? No, that's obviously where he should be going with this. I don't understand why he doesn't. There's a couple of people, not everybody, but there were like, it was everybody that I saw in that moment. All were like, yeah, wait, that's exactly where I expected him to go with this. What's happening? So yeah. I also saw you guys agreed as well. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's an extra W when it's the other person's chat. I'm just kidding. My chat disagrees with everything I say all the time. So I would feel like it's weird if somebody was like, Tom's chat even disagreed with him. I'd be like, yeah, so what? I'm smarter than everybody in my chat. But seriously.
Thoughts and opinions.
Yeah,
about things.
but not so you could change my mind, so that you could get my audience.
I missed a good chunk of this. Was Katee that disrespectful? I don't know. We kind of skipped to this part, and I think we missed where she was actually saying the thing. But it's too hard to navigate on Kick to like move around. So I'm just gonna continue on. What up, content sniffer?
This is mind changed.
Okay, let me ask you a question. do you think that if we had talked and I've gotten your thoughts and opinions on things, and I didn't just ask you questions.
Chat smarter than Tom, even the retard OES. Well done. You proved your point. You get it. That was funny.
I also told you what I think, right? I levied critiques, correct? So I didn't hold my cards. I didn't hide them.
I'm not saying you
I
did.
gave you.
You're missing. I don't
wait,
understand.
Wait.
Okay, go
No,
ahead.
please. So you think that if you had reacted to my critiques, in a way that I was like, oh, I think he sees my point. Maybe I can make a difference here. You think that I wouldn't care about that?
I always forget about this, but I used to check this all the time. So in my Discord, there's a section called Shill Stream and Content, and there's actually like a lot of interesting stuff in here that people post all the time. So like Smith posts his panels in here. Cypher is crowdsourced politics, and this is some of his content. Zonia posts her. This is actually, I think, this is with me.
Your feelings can be wrong. Your feelings can be misinformed.
Yeah.
Which is a good argument for.
This is me talking to Mr. Girl. Then this was, this was an odd one there, but yeah. Smith posted his tweet for his panel. So yeah, there's a lot of good content in here. If I'm not streaming, this would be a good place to check if you're just bored looking for something, instead of just going to YouTube and getting the same, algorithmic bull crap that you get all the time. Get something new and go into stream and shill streaming content. And all of my orbiters, these are the VIPs right here. There's a lot more than that, but these are the ones that are currently online. And then these are all of the streamers that are currently online who can post their videos in there. If you're in the Discord, you want to be able to post your content, just let me know, and we'll give you access to the channel. But yeah, they can all post content in there, and they do. And so yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff in there if you're ever looking for something new. Just joined it a while ago. Nice. Yeah, I saw somebody joined and they didn't accept the rules, so I went ahead and just gave them roles. Is that it? Primus Roseblood. So when you join, it should take you to Fool's Rules. Right there. You just click the bald head, and then you have agreed to the rules. So we're getting up there. I think we're about to hit 300 members. So make sure you join. It's a lot of fun. Lots of debates. And it's all very friendly. Like, there's never drama. Never gets heated. It's always a lot of fun. And everybody, like, they'll post clips from the stream. And then they'll all laugh at me. Yeah, there's conversations about, like, this is Alex's ranking of all of the interviews with Mr. Girl and why they ranked them that way. There's a bunch of different channels. There's debate analysis, news stories is a really common one. Drama dumping. If you see drama on Twitch or anywhere generally, you can just post the drama here, and that will give me something to cover on stream. Sass is always posting drama here, so pretty dope. Tom memes. These are memes that people make of me. So these are community memes generally. about the community or about me. This is me. This is my version of Pubegate. Here, blurred out. So yeah, it's good stuff. Make sure you join. And there's Zonia posting something else. I'm quite proud of this thumbnail and have accepted that if there is a hell, I am going there. Oof. Oof. Whoa. Ah.
I think that you're upset that
You need a trim? What does that mean? What do you mean I need a trim?
I don't agree with your points. So, but you think you're really correct on them. So now you need to go the next step and get my audience to agree with them to make me understand why I'm wrong. That's what it feels like, what you said.
No, that is true. Yes, I don't think I have nearly enough influence on you as people in your audience. I do think that you are used to being treated a certain way. I don't necessarily think that people from your community are going to leave, and I don't necessarily think they should leave. I just want people to not defend things that shouldn't be defended, even things that you're saying that shouldn't be defended. And that's like, maybe that's a fanaticism issue in your community and it's a small portion. Maybe that's just a portion I'm being exposed to. But when I know that there are things that you've taken full responsibility for, and then I need to argue with people about whether it was actually justified or not, I'm like, okay, well, I don't know how to explain this to someone. Here, Destiny said this, Destiny said that. So I apologize that you feel dehumanized, that I want to know what you actually think about things and not the version.
Okay, wait. Do you understand that, like, you didn't just apologize, right? I can't tell if you're Mimi or not. You know that was like a backhanded, like... What you just said essentially was like, I'm sorry you're so fucking retarded.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like I'm saying, I'm sorry you're wrong, and you don't understand. Like,
I'm sorry that you didn't realize that I was coming here to get it from the source. That is exactly what you just said. Do you not realize it?
I think that you assume that I talk and like engage with people the way you're used to engage with people, and that's
I'm going by.
Okay. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying. It's the communication part. It's what it is that she believes she's communicating when she says something. It is not this like bad faith, maniacal thing. It is actually like a communication problem.
Super basic social norms. Okay, this is going to sound like an insult. I don't mean to, but are you autistic?
I'm not diagnosed.
Okay, because I can evaluate your statements a lot differently, but I don't know if you understand all the times like the super heavy implications behind a lot of the things you say.
I think it could be autism. That is just like a general feeling that I get, but I have no idea.
Probably don't. I wish I had like an autism diagnosis. I haven't managed to get one throughout the years. Gonna try again. We'll have to see. But
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't. I know that I guess without you knowing me personally, you might have certain things that you think I'm saying. So without knowing my personality, it would be hard for you to assume otherwise.
Sure, but I'm just saying that like if I say something like I'm sorry that you're so upset that I'm doing something that's like obviously good, that sentence structure, like autism or not, the sentence structure implies like an insult, right? Like I'm sorry that I was just doing something to like save your life, right? Like that implies.
Okay, let me. So. It was backhanded. I wasn't meant to insult you.
Well, if it's backhanded, it is an insult, right? That's the whole point, right?
Okay, then it wasn't backhanded.
Okay.
I said it that way because I'm very frustrated.
Yeah, so you did an insult. I get frustrated. I insult people too.
No. Oh my God. I was not insulting you. I was frustrated that this did not go the way I wanted, and I hurt your feelings. And I'm saying, I'm sorry that what I thought was an act of respect and me trying to properly engage with you is being perceived in that way. And maybe, probably, I shouldn't have said I'm sorry, because that's not an apology to you. That's just how I talk. You can critique me for that. But I don't have a need to insult you. I don't insult you.
Okay.
That is not who I am.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you felt.
I'm sorry that you suck, Destiny. It's not backhanded. It's not an insult. I'm just saying. I'm sorry that you suck.
That I made you feel the way that you did.
Fine, it's all good, dude. Just...
No, it's not, right?
Okay.
And that really sucks. And that wasn't my intention. And yeah, hopefully we can have a private conversation about it. I'll DM you. And if you feel really disrespected, you can absolutely like ban me and not talk to me anymore. That's fine too.
Okay.
So yeah. Thank you for giving me the time.
No problem. Have fun. Be careful, okay? Jesus. Oh, my goodness. Stop. Hold on. Tuesday night.
Okay. So let's get this straight, okay? I need you guys to give me one of three things, okay? Either you think that she realizes she's wrong and moves to a new position, or you think that she's miscommunicating and is trying to like re-explain her new position, or you think that she's just lying and just kind of all over the place and just doesn't really have a position and is trying to figure it out as she's talking. There's one, there's two, and there's three. She's just inconsistent. That can fall into any one of those categories that I just gave you, okay? Her being inconsistent can be any of those. So I need one of those three to understand what you guys are saying. Answer three. Okay. So answer three. So one is she's realizing she's wrong and changing her position. Two is that she's just having issues communicating. And three is that she just doesn't actually have a position and it is linear and it is just moving as the conversation goes. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Chase. Thank you. I honestly think she came in good faith, but she kept switching it up. Then Cherry came with, which gave D the dehumanizing, and then bam. Well, because I'm not just talking, I don't know if you just got here, salty boobies, but we just, like, I just got done having maybe a 4 hours? We started at, yeah, I think we started at 7 o'clock and we finished at about 1 a.m. Is that correct? Am I remembering this correctly? So 7, that's a lot more than 4 hours. Damn. Okay, that's like 6 hours. Okay, so I just finished talking to her for 6 hours. And this is something that was happening throughout the conversation, is her positions. Like, I would repeat back to her exactly what she said, and she would say, no, Tom, come on, Tom, seriously? Tom, you think that's what I said? Is that really, that's really what you think I believe? Is that, you're like, oh my goodness, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. Like, just tell me what you think, please. Like, stop doing this to me. it's 1:49 is this a marathon? I mean, generally I normally get on around like 10 p.m. and then stream until about 4 or 5 a.m. So this isn't me being up this late isn't all that out of the ordinary. Now, we are at 9 hours within the stream. That's a little bit outside of the norm, but it happens often enough to where it shouldn't be questioned. I know I missed it. I'm gonna replay it. I missed the second half. Okay. All right. So we got, how many ones do we have? Someone needs to tell her to stop interrupting people. Almost lost my mind earlier when you had your debate with her. Generally, people get upset that I allow people to interrupt me. Lots of times I will state my position at the beginning and then explain it. Okay? If I state my position and then I start the explanation and people interrupt me after I state my position, generally I will allow them to do that because I don't feel I always need to give an explanation. But I will give an explanation just for clarification. So once I state my position and I say, look, black people are just dumb. You know? Now, look, they have lower IQs. They seem to commit crimes at a higher rate. Like, if right after I say, black people are just dumb, and you're just like, okay, well, what do you think about X, right? I'm okay with you doing that. I'm okay with you interrupting me now that I've stated my position before I give my explanation. And this is a frustration that a lot of people had with in my conversation with Mr. Girl, where I would state my position and then start to explain, and then he would interrupt me. And everybody's like, wow, you're just going to roll over? You're just going to roll over? Is that what you're going to do, Tom? Oh, is that what you're going to do? You're just going to roll over? You just like rolling over, Tom? Is that what you like doing? You just love rolling over, huh? Like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I've already stated my position. If he wants to go ahead and argue against it, that's perfectly fine. Now, if he argues against something that is not my position, now I will interrupt him and say, hold on, that's not what I'm saying. And I did that once or twice where I was like, wait, that's not what I'm saying. And I stopped him. And then I gave my explanation so that he argued against what it was that I was actually saying. Tom, I've never been slapped in my entire life. Tom. Yeah, Tom. 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 That's actually... that's actually what she did in our first conversation. I think it's even in the intro of the conversation. Yeah, this is why she's mad at my editor. He put the title as Katee tries to defend Lav for 1 hour and 13 minutes. She doesn't actually defend Lav in the video. She doesn't actually do that. So yes, she was not happy with my editor. She was not happy with that title. She doesn't defend Lav at any point. And she came to me. She's like, Tom, why did you do that to me? I'm like, sorry. I know this is on me. I take responsibility for this. But I'm going to also just say, it's my editor. He can do what he wants. It's his channel too. So if he's going to make a percentage of the channel, I got to give him, room to do what he wants to do so that it is as beneficial to him as possible. If I'm like, yo, you can't do clickbait like this, that's messed up. That could hurt his pocket. And I feel like that would be a bit wrong of me. Now, with that said, there are lines that can be crossed where it's all of a sudden going to start to hurt my ability to have relationships with other streamers, and that will also hurt the channel. And so in those sorts of cases, we will have conversations about that and have to change things, okay? But generally, want to give him as much creative range as possible. And so, yeah, that makes, it's a little fresh. I don't even think he watches my content. Like right now, he will never see this. He will never know that we had this conversation. Because it would be cool if he watched it and he was like, hey, there's some clips, there's some shorts that we could make, there's some TikToks that we could get out of this, X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. That would be awesome. And he doesn't watch my content. So only if I'm like, hey, have this debate, go to this spot, edit that, then he knows to go do it. But I can throw all the shade I want. He will never, he will never know that this happened. But anyways, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I'm not kidding. He doesn't watch my content, but I'm kidding that I would throw all the shade. Anyways, the point is that she did not defend Lav. That's why she was upset about this. But anyways, here's the intro that he made. Like, having some mental illness is... Oh no, this is the wrong conversation. It's the one that I did. This one. It's Tom.
Yeah, so I feel like Jordan Peterson's brand is partially dependent on the fact that these are his thoughts, his prescriptions, his ideas, right? So I don't think making inferences based on that is wrong. I don't think that's uncharitable, you know?
So, okay. We're about to go off the deep end here. He's already given us this impression that he doesn't want to hold women back, that he has no reason to hold women back.
It's a bit bad faith, I guess. It could be considered a trap, or like it's a bit incendiary. I think Jordan Peterson is way too intelligent to be able to think that there's actual more value to women in being property of men in terms of their safety.
I don't think he said
wait,
that.
let me...
I think that lots of times people look at somebody who's on the right and they automatically like give them less charitability.
That if a society is patriarchal, that is because men are somehow inherently controlling and evil and hateful of women, and that's why that structure is the way that it is.
He could possibly say that workplaces should be segregated based on sex without it being non-liberal. Welfare is redistribution. Here it is. Like you're taking more.
God.
Here it is.
No.
I'm just saying. It is. I don't know, but maybe African people just happen to evolve differently to where they have lower IQs.
I can't believe I made the mistake of being charitable.
But I thought it was kind of interesting that the whole clip that she shares with Destiny starts off with Peterson saying, you know,
So yeah, I edited that one. That one was mine. But yeah, so that's it. Her and it. Tom.
Uh-oh, who just joined?
It's me.
Oh, wait, can I go pee real quick? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I don't think we can skip. Damn it. I hate this platform.
This is advice that
She did okay.
Okay, I'm back. What's up? Wait, am I muted? Oh no. Hi.
No, I hear you.
Okay.
What's up?
Just chilling. What's up?
Dehumanize. I've been thinking about it, and I feel like people have a fixation of, I don't know, trying to make sure you understand emotions from like a first person point of view. Do you ever feel like that?
People try to make sure I understand emotion. Wait, what? Say that again?
What does that mean?
Okay, I feel like you can do a thing where you explain how other people are feeling.
Uh-huh.
Because you take in a lot of stories, but I don't think you ever properly explain your own emotions in a situation.
A little bit, kind of. So here's a problem. So here's the problem, okay? And this is just a mistake that I make, and it's advice that I give that I don't follow. This is advice that is highly applicable to all interpersonal relationships and professional relationships and public relationships. Setting boundaries is really important, and when you fail to do that, not only do you fuck yourself over, but you make the people around you very confused as well. And I think I probably know.
You can tell I'm super tired because you can see how much color is in my face in this compared to how much color is in my face right now. I look like a more healthy individual there than I do here. I look like I'm sick or something. Yeah, you can't take advice from Destiny because he doesn't walk the walk.
A poor job at explaining that, like, hey, you probably shouldn't treat me like this because, like, it's not like an effective means of communicating with me or my audience or getting anything that you want to get done. And I've done a poor job at that, so I probably set expectations to people that you can just come in and say some like really wacky and wild shit and it'll be okay. And then I'm personally taking notes of like, well, this is dumb, this is dumb, this is dumb. And then eventually things will blow up publicly. And then my audience will say, oh, well, I don't know what happened. And then I'll kind of be like, well, this is kind of weird. And then they'll be like, I don't know what happened. But in reality, there's been like things building up over time. But I said that like after Brittany, I would start like calling out more when I see this stuff. So now I'm doing it. So like with Katee, like if she would have gone into any other stream and made that statement, like I don't think I can communicate with you, but I think I can get your audience to like be against you. That's like a wild thing to say. Most people would be like, okay, well, now I'm going to ban you from everything because you're like trying to start an anti-fan community within my community. And I didn't think people don't realize sometimes, at least when they communicate with me, how wild the things they say are. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just want to say, I also really liked that she said she didn't want to continue having the conversation because she was uncomfortable with me.
Yeah, that was
like
good.
being there. Because that gives it the opportunity for me to leave. And instead of her later going on and being like, I got dog-piled.
Sure.
As if you can't like communicate that in the moment.
Yeah,
I thought that was really good.
Yep.
Yeah. So what do you do from here if you know that that conversation is like, if that's her goal? I think you said that you guys are gonna just like talk in private.
I mean, if I truly feel that way about somebody, then I'll probably just eventually ban them or stop communicating with them, or I'll just continue to, like I said, I'm a big on like this cringe shit. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. As long as I'm very open about everything that's going on, then I'm okay, so that at least people know what's happening. So like if that is her goal, then I'll just remind people when they come in. Here's Katee, who's trying to turn my audience against me. Like, let's hear her out. But I'll be like very open about that going on instead of just keeping it to myself.
And do you take her to be like Fivehead?
High empathy people, empaths, often feel their own feelings first through the lens of others' feelings. I like first through their interpretation of how they would feel if they were the other person. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I was talking to Mary.
Because I don't. I take her to be like very not prepared, not to like in the moment in the conversation it tends to loop. So I do think it's like a slip up to just like actually come out and say that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's being like evil or malicious. I think she's.
Why do you think Katee is lying instead of just not being capable of having a conversation? If you already answered this, I can go back and rewatch. I don't think Katee is lying. I don't know where that came from. When I first started reading your comment, I thought you were talking to somebody else until you said, if you already answered this, I can go back and rewatch. Well, that's what made me realize you were talking to me, because I thought this was completely directed at somebody else. Yes, like they don't know how they feel until tuning in to their loved ones first. If their loved ones are worried or upset, they know how they feel. I don't know if I would say that that's like what an empath does. Because you're not saying what I was saying. You're saying they need the other person's feelings in order to know how they feel as well. Whereas what I was saying is they're going to interpret the other person's feelings for them based on how they think the other person feels. So generally I think that like people who we would consider an empath, if we would call somebody an empath, we would say, this is somebody who can easily feel other people's feelings. They know what it is that they're feeling, and they can really connect with them. They see it happen, and they feel it for them. But people who call themselves empaths, in my experience, people who call themselves empaths are actually people who interpret other people's feelings for them are just like whether they're correct or incorrect, they don't actually like ask the other person what they feel or care what the other person says they feel, because they think they can feel it for them better than that person can feel it themselves. Yes, that's true, but empaths are often so tuned in, the boundaries become blurred. They can lose sense of self. Yeah, sure. Okay. I would say I'm an empath. I would say generally I think that I'm an empath. I think that most everything that I do is based on the other people around me. The way that I talk, where I move, how I like get around, people get upset that I'm too nice to people or that I'm too patient with people or whatever. I think that I would say that I'm an empath, that I have issues dealing with somebody in a way that I would not want to be dealt with because it feels bad to me. Like when I treat somebody a way that would make me feel bad, it makes me feel bad. So like in the conversation with NotSoErudite, where she starts talking to Katee in a specific way, that makes me feel bad. I don't like that. It just seems like very, it seems like you don't have self-awareness. It seems like you have issues with, how you're being perceived in that moment. And it makes me uncomfortable. Do you have a visceral feeling when you see someone embarrassed or humiliated? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I feel like I'm in a crowd. I am connected to everybody around me and doing things based on what everybody else is doing. In order to, not because I want to fit in, but to be as the least amount of disruptive as possible. I don't want to disrupt as much as possible. It's not that I want to fit in or be accepted or anything like that. I just don't want to disrupt. That's the issue. And so it's the same within conversations and within relationships. I don't have an issue with drama. I don't have an issue with confrontation, but I have an issue with disproportionate confrontation or disproportionate disruption.
Being very honest, yeah.
I agree.
But I think it's it's just a little bit fucked up. That's, I don't want to say autistic, but it's kind of how do you not realize that when you say something like that, how somebody would interpret that? Wait, give me 1 second. Somebody linked a clip, I think, of her. Let me just, what is this? 46 seconds, hold on.
Feel guilty about. For example,
why is it so fucking quiet?
I've had a few relationships where
Guys. Okay, sorry. Oh, and I can't use my volume thing. All right, well, turn your volume up and then get triggered when I scream, because I can't fucking hear this clip. Okay, here we go.
Thing to feel guilty about. For example, I've had a few relationships where I've either told my partner that I don't love them as much as I've loved other partners of mine, or that I've told someone that we were flirty or whatever. I told them, look, I'm fine if you're having like a crush on me or whatever, but you should know that I'm not planning on falling in love ever. So if that's an expectation and a need that you have from a partner, I can't give that to you. If you're fine with me not being in love with you, then we can be a couple. You just need to understand that I'm not in love with you. And thing to feel guilty about.
Okay, one of these things was really autistic, one of these things is okay. But alright, sorry. Okay, go for it.
I don't get what you watched.
For the first one, apparently she's told partners, I don't love you as much as I've loved other.
That's the part that I would consider to be autistic. That's the part that I would consider to be, like, I would find that ridiculous. The other one is like, like maybe there might be something there that like caused trauma, or you just don't like being in love, or it's just not something that you plan on doing, or, you know, whatever like that. There's a variety of reasons that could exist for that. But actually telling your partner, I've loved other partners more than I love you, that is yikesy.
Other partners, which is probably something you should never say to a significant other ever, unless you're trying to end the relationship. And then the other thing was she'll tell hookups like, I'm not looking for something serious, which is, that's fine to say that, but okay. The second one is fine.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, what's up?
What the hell was I talking about?
Um,
Oh, so she's not 5 head.
Yeah.
Don't take her to be malicious. I don't know. Whatever you take her for, I don't really fucking care.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you do moving forward? Because obviously people aren't just going to come right out and be like, hello, Destiny, I am here to speak to your audience because I don't think I can ever move you.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
what am I going to do with what?
People who aren't just going to, I don't know, be retarded and come right out and...
I don't understand. When she says she's not 5 head, that's used in multiple ways to where they're exact opposites, to where I don't know which one she's saying. 5 head generally means that you're actually smarter than other people. Like, that's what 5 head means. It means that you are smarter and more intelligent, right? But we generally use it sarcastically. So if we call somebody 5 head, most of the time we're saying it to be sarcastic about them being smarter. But when you ask somebody, well, is she 5 head? It sounds like you're saying, well, is she just like on another level? Is she actually that smart? But I don't know which way she's using it and which way Destiny's answering it. You guys all probably, I'm assuming somebody here in the chat probably has a better understanding of like Twitch culture or online culture to where you would be able to tell me. I thought it was somebody who has a really big forehead. No. Okay. She doesn't know what 5 head means. Oh, okay, that's another level of inappropriate. Make sure you guys hit the live button. I don't know. Some of you might be really far back, and it seems like some of you are chatting from like 5 minutes ago. Not just Mackenzie, but a ton of other people. Mary, there was a couple of people who, yeah, it seemed like they were all responding to things from a while ago. So I would hit that live button.
Say that that's what they're doing.
I mean, like I said, I feel like people are...
Nah, she asked if he thinks that she's not that smart. Okay. Seriously, she doesn't know either, Tom. Okay, I don't know. Onslaught seems to believe that she knows what she means, that Destiny knows what she means. So, I don't know.
People are acting in ways that are probably not good for me. I'm probably just gonna... I'll be more forward about it from now on. Like, they don't have to explicitly say that, I don't think. Like, I can ask questions to tease that out. That's kind of what happened with her, is I asked questions like, well, do you think you can convince me of anything different? And she's like, no. Like,
yeah,
okay.
but didn't she just like flat out fucking say it? And that's how you know?
Well, but yeah, but it's because I asked the questions to get there. Like, what is the goal of your conversation here? Are you trying to change my mind? And then she was like, no. I was like, oh, okay.
No. I don't know.
Is that not what happened? Is that not how we got there?
No, that's how you got there, but you got there because she's not that, like, bright.
Well,
so she's gonna just tell you that. Like,
yeah,
why,
but I don't
somebody
think...
who's actually calculate, like, why would they tell you that?
Well,
Why
but
would
I
they
don't think...
follow?
So, I don't know how to say this without being, like, rude or condescending. Because I like Katee, I do. Like, I like Katee, I think she's cool. I think she's dope. I enjoy arguing with her. I enjoy having conversations with her. So there's not, like, to call her five-head or whatever, okay? Because I do think she's somebody who has positions that are different from me that she's capable of arguing on and engaging with. But one area where I feel like there's a big disconnect is when she talks about rhetoric. I think a lot of times she uses a very, like, pop science sort of way of thinking about rhetoric, or pop linguistic sorts of ways of talking about rhetoric, a very, like, Twitch politicsy sort of style where, like, anyways, it doesn't matter. The point is that yes, when she talks about rhetoric, a lot of times I completely disagree with her. And I think that that's where a lot of the disconnects come from, is she has trouble with communication, but then is also now interpreting other people's communication differently than everybody else. And that this is obviously going to be a problem. So yeah, I think that that's where, like, a lot of the problems come in, because especially when we're talking about Jordan Peterson, we have a huge disagreement on what it is Jordan Peterson is trying to communicate. And a lot of that's going to come down to rhetoric and, you know, your way of pushing a certain message, and rhetoric. And even when she talks about, like, Destiny's platform and the way that he uses his platform and the type of rhetoric that he uses, I think that I think that there's a big disconnect there, for me, at least.
Because it's not about being smart or not. I think she could lie about that if she wanted to. It's probably just that she doesn't think she's acting, like, maliciously. Oh my god, I missed a thing.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He is surrounded by autistic people, dude. He is surrounded by autistic people. I love it.
Oh, Rodney's. What did I miss? It's a thing. It's a 10-point Empire points.
You, my little DGG scion, are going to make me make good critique of Destiny, so I can prove to you that you don't actually give a fuck.
I can't hear this at all.
Okay?
Damn, okay. What do you do for cardio? Bro, I'm pretty sure if you do, like, squats and deadlifts, I think
I don't know what she said.
you'll get decent cardio.
I can't rewind.
I'm gonna be honest, okay? There have been a couple times the past couple weeks where I've had to run farther than I was expecting to, or climb a bunch of stairs or whatever, and I was shocked, okay? My cardio got way better. Lift big, put those big reps up, and your cardio will improve. Don't run. That's for losers. Definitely don't do the elliptical. That's for losers. And don't swim unless you're gay, because that's for losers. What are you squatting right now? Listen. Today was 180 by 5, and it was not a Destiny 180 low bar. It's high bar, okay? The worst types, the most disgusting types of...
Okay. All right. Well, I feel like there was still something else I was supposed to watch, but I don't remember.
That in a real sense it is impractical for the Negro to even think of mounting a violent revolution in the United States. So I will continue to condemn riots and continue to say to my brothers and sisters that this is not the way. Continue to affirm that there is another way. But at the same time, it is as necessary for me to be as vigorous in condemning the conditions which cause persons to feel that they must engage in riotous activities as it is for me to condemn riots. I think America must see that riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society, which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of...
Who is the guy speaking? Who is that guy? Is that a streamer? What's his channel called? Can you link me to his channel?
The unheard.
But if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
During that first 100 years after slavery, did not have the high crime rate, the murder rate, the graffiti, all the rest of it.
I've had this argument a million times. I don't think that Candace Owens was saying what people accuse her of saying in that quote, or in that clip where she talks about nationalism and Hitler. I feel like that quote is constantly taken out of context and twisted to say and mean something different than what it is that she was actually saying. And it is very frustrating every time I hear somebody play that clip. We've gone over this numerous times on stream where we play it and like, guys, like, it's obvious. Like, what the hell? Why do you guys keep insisting that she's saying something very different? But I don't know. Is people hear what they want to hear? I don't know what it is.
None of that was there.
The other night I was watching this movie. I was watching this movie called Fright Night, Freak Night, or some type of night. But it was about vampires. I don't know if you know vampires are cool people, are they not?
That's it. So, just to give my take right off the rip, I think that generally people talking about black conservatives, they're normally pretty racist. I think that they're normally going to be fairly racist. I think that they're normally going to call these people pick-me's or Uncle Toms. I think that having an expectation of somebody's political beliefs based on the color of their skin is probably racist. I think that allowing black people to have a wider variety of political beliefs is a good way of integration. I think that that's a good type of integration, and I understand that that is what he would call whiteness, is me expecting black people to integrate and socialize, but I don't see any other possible way around it. But anyways, and this is going to be a big part of my video essay that I'm working on. I haven't even finished the script on it. I've had to like rewrite everything because I initially had like a bunch of really artsy fartsy like cool clips. It was going to be a lot closer to like a ContraPoints or Philosophy Tube type of video essay. This one, my others are just me sitting here talking to you kind of like this, but playing a bunch of clips and responding to them and breaking down logic and linguistics and all this other stuff. But this one was supposed to be more artistic, and yeah, just a lot of the stuff that I'm working on, that I was working on, it's become too much. It's going to take way too long. And so now I'm rewriting the entire thing to be more simplistic so that I can just sit here in front of my computer and do it like I do all the others. I'll get there eventually. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, make sure you hit the subscribe button, and then this will give me more of an ability to actually do the artistic video essays that I want to do. But currently, right now, I'm not able to do that. So, yeah, help a brother out. Hit those sub buttons. Anyways, this is something that I'm going to cover. But yeah, I think that boxing black people in to say you are black, therefore you should have this ideology, you should have this political position, you should agree with me on what it is I think is best for you. Okay, well, what is best for you is based on values, and if a black person has different values from you, they're going to think that what is best for them is going to be different as well. But you're saying no, it's not just the outcome that I'm talking about. You have to have the same values so that you agree with the outcome that I'm talking about. Yeah, that's racist. That's ridiculous. I know that they would say, well, you should want what's best for black people if you're a black person. If you don't want what's best for black people as a black person, you're probably racist. But you know what? Most everybody wants what's best for black people. Pretty much all black people want what is best for black people. Even Jesse Lee Peterson wants what's best for black people. He just has different values from you and analyzes it very differently. It's yeah, it seems really messed up the way that people talk about this, where if you're going to have the same position as them, that means that you have to have the same values as them. And yeah, I find that to be fairly racist.
The easiest way to tell your stereotypical black conservative is through their appearance, specifically their hair.
Wow.
Your stereotypical black conservative desires a proximity to whiteness, and thus they...
I was about to say, he's going to say they're going to try to look like a white person, but isn't that most black people? They probably wear like wigs or straighten their hair. Like, this isn't, it's, who's the cute black girl who does the PragerU show? Do you guys know her name? Not Candace Owens. This chick.
Why do you hate conservatives?
She has black hair. She wears her afros. She does, she has braids. She'll have dreads. Like, she does all, not dreads, but cornrows, braids, stuff like that. She does all sorts of different things. She is, she wears her hair like a black person would expect her to wear it. She's got a tattoo, too. Nice.
They try to ideally emulate.
I was in her chat one time. They had like 10,000 people watching. It was a lot of freaking people. And I was in the chat telling them that they were wrong about gender. And they said, send us an email and maybe we'll have you on to come talk about it sometime. And I don't think I ever sent the email. I can't remember, but I don't think I ever sent the email, and I should have. But she said my name. She said Tom Foolery Show.
The appearance of how white people present in society, or they refuse to engage in the fashion trends and norms that are explicitly black. So you will never see a lot of these dudes with fades. The ladies like the weave game and the silk press game just don't be up to par. Now, for the most part, this doesn't make a huge difference across the spectrum of black Republicans and conservatives, because a nice suit is a nice suit. A pretty dress is a pretty dress. Lots of black folks dabble in that very classical American Americana form of fashion from time to time. However, there is almost always, not every time, one thing that sets the Black conservative apart, and again, that is their hair. Whether it be on their face or their head, that's why Tim West, I think his name is, and Herschel Walker have both been rocking that 90s black cartoon box cut for like 30 years now. And Candace Owens keeps showing up to federal hearings with stiff, unwashed, oily hair and edges that are barely holding on for dear life. Or why Jesse Lee Peterson and Sheriff David Clark are rocking this Wyatt Earp ass goatee still in 2023.
President Trump at an explosive rally in Arizona yesterday.
A supporter from South Florida who calls himself Michael the Black Man. He said, "You going to?"
I could go on with the jokes, but this is the easy.
Wait, he's saying some. I can't tell what he's saying. Is he saying that they're trying to look like a white person, or is he saying they're doing like a very yesa massa like sort of black haircut that will stereotype them? I know black women that say it messes up their hair to wash it, so they try to only do it like once a week. Well, that's white women too, except for Sassafras. She's weird, but normal women, yeah. Gothics is hot? Wow, that's okay. What I think a huge sort of whiplash people had was that black people in America is that they went from being second-class citizens to being led into a whirlwind of radical leftism. Some, yeah. I have fine hair. It gets greasy, so I wash it every day. Yeah, that's probably why you have fine hair. Gothics is very interesting and intelligent too. We're going to have a big disagreement there, but that's okay.
Easy stuff. And I'm not doing anything special or groundbreaking with pointing out how goofy black Republicans tend to look. You don't need me to tell you that Thomas Sowell hasn't seen a black barber in the last 50 years of his life. Further, I've been purposely using the word stereotypical because I want to identify.
Thomas Sowell rocks a fro. I don't mean to be so pedantic, but it's just like, I feel like I can't even tell what he's saying. And yeah, Thomas Sowell, why, like, this guy rocks a fro most of the time. So I don't understand his argument. Like, this isn't a white look. Having like edges for a black woman is not a white look. It's I don't understand his argument here. It's not making sense.
That the nature and much more importantly the threat of black conservatism is much deeper than a bunch of sellouts being paraded onto Fox News to talk to white people and tell them that black people are the real racists. That's nothing special, and I'd be selling you and myself short with such a video. What's more interesting to me is why we even care about stereotypical black conservatives at all. Like, why are they of any genuine importance on the political landscape? I don't know about you, but it feels like every election since 2016, there's so much news coverage and discourse over whether or not black people will finally end our long-standing abusive relationship with the Democratic Party, and then for some reason make a worse decision by joining the Republican Party, even though, as I'll get to later, the data on this has shown steadily for several decades that it's not moving. Why are there so many black conservative YouTube channels, some with pretty large subscriber counts, even though their view counts and engagement metrics definitely can't be like very high? Why is the platitude that black people are socially conservative something that gets bandied about unchecked? And what is at the core of this supposed social conservatism that somehow should make us more comfortable with the overt racism of the Republican Party? The specter of black conservatism is deeper than you think. It's seen in our religious institutions, in our celebrities, in our so-called school leaders, and even in our beloved icons. And while I have no love for your typical sellout black conservative, what I've come to realize is
what he's saying, he hasn't been to a black barber and that Owens has bad edges. Okay. You realize you didn't answer the question that I asked, right? You realize that you're just repeating what I just said.
Is that the bigger problem with black political power in America is how we fail to recognize how thoroughly misinformed many of us are of.
He started off, no, I was correcting you. No, you weren't. You repeated what I said. He started off by saying, you can tell by their hair, and then kind of started talking about the fact that they somewhat emulate white person hair. That is what he was saying. And then he showed a bunch of examples of people who are not emulating white person hair. White people don't have edges. White people don't have afros. These are not good examples
of our own political history and how we miss the fact that even Negroes with decent haircuts can still be working against our best interests and have been for generations now. What I'm trying to say is clowning Clandis Owens and both of our uncles named Tom is just not that interesting to me, at least right now. I feel like it's done before, probably better than I can do. Links in the description. So instead, I collected together an all-star cast of black political actors and thinkers, and instead of hitting the easy targets.
Okay. I'm interested in this video. We're going to watch this tomorrow. I got to go to sleep. I'm tired. Is NotSoErudite still on? No, she got off. Okay. I was going to say, if she's still on, I'll raid you guys over there, but nobody's on. Do you guys know of anybody who's on that you would like me to raid you into? Because so far, all I have are lo-fi channels. Tis quiet. Here, let's find somebody random. Let's see if we can find like a random channel with just like a couple viewers and send everybody there. Oof, Xanderhall. Yikes. Lily Pichu. Playing with subscribers. Shut up, Laura. Science girl.
Anybody willing to take tacos into their corner? Get the fuck out of here. Tacos is disgusting. Okay? Really. She took tacos back. That means she's willing to take any crud into her circle. Nobody wants tacos. No one. She took tacos in. That's pretty
Still
bad.
can't. I don't know how to get her as a person I can raid.
And then Laura, if you're going to say that we're all real lifers, you better fucking look in your own camp, bitch.
Yeah, I guess I can't just subscribe to somebody and then be able to raid them. That sucks. We don't really have friends on YouTube, so you can't be friends with somebody on here. But maybe we both have to be subscribed to one another. Because I can raid Cherry streaming on Twitch. Yeah, okay. I can raid NotSoErudite. I can raid the Crucible. I can raid Zonia. I can raid Sansel. But yeah, maybe we just both have to be subscribed to each other. Because I've heard people say, like, oh, this person hasn't, like, put me on their list so that I can raid them or some crap like that. And I don't think that that's a real thing. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. See, this is cool. There's this new copyright tool where I can find people who have watched my stuff and put in a removal request pretty easily now. Like, it's super simple. I think things like these are like things that I watched. Yeah. So it's telling me how much of their video that I watched. 100%, 100%, 90%, 90%. And these are all like copyright claims that I got, which normally means, wait, did I get messages? No. Which normally means that they're just going to take all the ad revenue from that video. They don't ever like make me take it down. They're just like, okay, fine. Like, you watched my video. Now I just get to have all the ad revenue. Sansel is actually not a bad guy. When you put in the word actually, it's not much of a compliment. But all right, I'm getting off. I'll be on tomorrow at some point. Here, I will give you guys Cherry's link, and you can go watch Cherry if you want. There you go. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools.